Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome everybody to another stream, another episode of the Thought Adventure podcast. Today we have a very special topic. You could say it's a bit outside of the normal philosophical, metaphysical topics we have in the context of like natural theology. We're talking today about liberalism and critiquing liberalism. So yeah, I mean, this is not going to be this is not going to be very in depth. This is going to be a surface level analysis of liberalism and a basic critique of liberalism. We're going to have Brother Abdullah Al-Andalusi. He should be joining any second with us. Yeah, hopefully we're looking forward to a good episode, inshallah. Sharif, Yusuf, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Yeah, so why don't we, alhamdulillah, all good. So why don't we start? One of our biggest fans here, Brother Ihsan, he's saying, define it, please. So let's start there. Let's maybe Sharif, maybe you can just give us a bit of a warm up before Brother Abdullah shows up and define.
Well, we're waiting for Abdullah to define it for us, inshallah. Okay. But it's an interesting topic. So what it is that liberalism, there's the type of civilization the West has. They don't really name it, So you have like communism, yeah. So Soviet Union is a communist country, and you sort of understand what that tends to entail. And then you have the West, and the West is called the West, but it's very vague. Or they'll use certain things like liberal democracies, again relatively vague, or they would, and one of the terms that have been used about the West is capitalism, yeah. But again, a lot of people, when they think of capitalism, they think of just simply economics, some economic system, so some free market system. And I think part of the reason why the West per se, or these liberal secular capitalist societies don't really like to call themselves a particular name. They don't say that we are this type of civilization per se, is because I think they don't want to give the impression that what they hold on to is a particular view, particular worldview, or particular ideological view of society, of human beings, of a way of life. So they leave it relatively vague, or they'll use things like universal human rights, the belief in universal human rights, the belief in freedoms. They use terms which give this universalizing type perspective of their system, giving almost the impression that the ideology of the West is something which is innately in tune to all human beings. Yeah. So therefore, I think as an introduction point, I think that's why it's interesting that we living in the West, many non-Muslims who live in the West, don't really have an understanding about their own ideology. Yeah, and that's why it becomes quite vague. I've not gone into the actual detail of definition. I can do, inshallah, but I was maybe just as a point of thought that people could really appreciate. Because like I said, if you ask a person who lives in the West, born and brought up in the West, what is liberalism, they won't be able to tell you. Yeah, or what is capitalism? They might talk about free markets in a very vague sense, but that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's a very important point, because a lot of times people don't really aren't really aware of the philosophical underpinnings of the views that they hold to, or the systems that they live within and even advocate for. So that is a very important point, and as we'll see later, inshallah, the philosophical underpinnings of liberalism are extremely significant and extremely controversial. I mean, so it's not something that's just set in stone, as many people make it seem to be. Brother Yusuf, maybe you want to come in at this point and give us your initial thoughts.
Yeah. So for me, one of the striking things about liberalism is just how it's not 100% clear to what degree it actually can undermine itself as well. So it's all about being open to some degree to new or different opinions and ideas. But what if those ideas themselves are anti-liberal? Themselves. what does liberalism do with this in particular? And you see it sort of express itself in common politics, where it's basically this notion of what's the word I'm looking for? Tolerance. We're going to be tolerant of you and tolerant of your ideas. But there's certain ideas that definitely do not fall under that. And there's certain ideas that when these are brought up, or if it's made clear that anyone does hold them, they become very intolerant quite quickly. And so like, how is it that you're supposed to sort of bridge this gap? How do you deal with this? Is it a case that being tolerant isn't necessarily like a sort of this universal value? Is it the case that being like absolutely liberal isn't a universal thing at all, and not really what they mean? They mean we're a little bit liberal, or we're liberal to a certain degree, and but they never word it like that. They're never sort of I've never heard it come across in this kind of liberal manner. It's liberalism, tolerance, and but
sorry, is that can
Sorry.
Just a little bit, don't worry.
Okay, so definitely, I mean, I totally agree. I think the idea is, I mean, for me, I mean, one of the main things I wanted to ask about Abdullah and Sharif and yourself is here about the foundations of liberalism, specifically with regard to the individualist basis it starts with. That's very interesting for me personally, because I mean, as I understand it, like if you contrast liberalism with something like very broadly with something like nationalism, let's say, as a political system or something. I mean, I think the core philosophical presumption, one of the core philosophical presumptions, is that the nature of man, like one would see man as like a social animal, where there is society, and the society is formed of individuals that are formed within the society, or form their personalities and individual desires from within a certain social structure, versus a different philosophical presupposition where the individual is the core, the individual is the building block, the individual is what matters, and the individual is what basically forms the basic building block of society. So the individual is the core versus the society is the core. And just as I see that, just as like a layperson who's just looking into this, it seems like from that starting point, the difference, for the different routes you're going to take in building a political system is going to be extremely drastic. It's not going to be a small difference. It's an extremely humongous philosophical underpinning, and I think this idea of individualism sort of does make liberalism move from like, it's not a particularist ideology, it's more of a universalist one, because if the individual has these rights that he's born with and that are indisputable and uncompromisable just on a global scale, then all of a sudden you have a universalist ideology. So I mean, that's just from the way I see it, that philosophical foundation about this particular point is very significant. I don't know if you have anything to say about that, Sharif.
Yeah. So I think as Muslims we recognize, isn't it, that liberalism, or certainly the Western civilization, it does form a challenge for Muslims, and just form a challenge for how we understand Islam, because as I mentioned at the beginning, the way the Western civilization is projected is that it's projected as though it is a universal set of ideas. And so if it's a universal set of ideas, it somehow has some sort of objective, independent ontology that, is like a squared circle. It just happens, it's or not squared, so it's like a three-sided triangle. It's true by definition. So if something's true by definition, the then question becomes, well, then how do you fit Islam within this, observable, objective fact of how human beings should act or how societies should function? And so then what happens, it becomes a case of how do we change Islam, or how do we reconcile Islam within a liberal, secular, quote unquote universalist ideology. How do we fit Islam with that, especially with some of the rules? And so that's why it's so important to understand, take a step back and start to understand what it is. Yeah, and really, once we understand what it is, then we can start to understand and unpick its, presuppositions, its ideological underpinnings. And the best way to really understand what it is, what this Western civilization or liberalism or capitalism is to really understand the history of its development and the history of the development of, pre-Enlightenment period, during the Reformation period, then towards the Enlightenment period and the post-Enlightenment period within Europe, because that really helps us to understand and inform us as to what it is. Because largely liberalism was a reaction to the church and to the quote unquote theocracies throughout Western Europe or Europe at the time. So it was a case that it was a reaction to the church. Now, Christianity had these two elements to it. There's this, religious scriptural element within Christianity. We've talked about this in our other streams, yeah. But there was also certain philosophical underpinnings. A lot of the, whether it's the Latin Christians or the Orthodox Christians, they saw themselves as sort of the manifestation of Greco-Latin civilization, and the Greco-Latin, Roman Empire, the Greek Empire. What they tended to push was this idea of rationalism and philosophy. So you had this natural tension between the scriptural aspects within Christianity and quote unquote the religious tradition, amalgamated with this idea of rationalism, philosophy, the discussions that people like Plato or Aristotle, Plato in his Republic had, Aristotle in his Politics had, about how human beings are. And there was therefore this attempt to try to synthesize the two, the scriptural elements within Christianity, as well as this sort of Greco-Roman philosophical elements that they had. And obviously those tensions started to become more manifest, particularly during the Reformation period, where more of Greek philosophy and philosophy in general started to be brought to Christian Europe, and there was these natural tensions, particularly with the development of science. And so the question then became, well, hold on, what's the nature of religion? This was the argument. What's the nature of religion? Because if, as human beings, we can understand, moral rights and moral wrongs, from our mind, if, as human beings, that we can sort of understand on a rational level this idea of the pursuit of happiness, what motivates human beings, then we need to start to look at religion, and particularly Christianity within its domain, which is purely from a religious salvation point of view, and look at how we function in life from this quote unquote rationalist point of view. How do we form governments? What gives authority to governments? What gives them the right? What type of laws are they going to implement? So this secularization that we start to see within Europe was a reaction to what they saw within Christianity in terms of its application within society, and obviously the tensions that existed within it, the Christian tradition as a religious tradition, its application within Western Europe, and some of the perceived oppressive and injustices that resulted in terms of the fact that they started to hold people back from scientific inquiry and other things. But Abdullah's here, so inshallah, I don't want to carry on for too much longer because I've spoke too much.
Assalamu alaikum, brother Abdullah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Jazakallah khair for joining.
Alhamdulillah. Wa jazakallah for an invitation. Sorry, I had some problems with my webcam. It wasn't functioning properly though, but I hope you can all see me okay now. It's
yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. So we were just speaking amongst ourselves a bit, basically giving our initial thoughts on the topic. So right now, maybe we can get into the questions that we've laid out for this particular stream. So we were talking earlier about like the definition of liberalism, what liberalism is. Sharif and Yusuf gave their thoughts, and we want to start with this question about what liberalism is. Is it an ideology? what are your initial thoughts on that, Brother Abdullah?
Okay, well, it depends, obviously, how we define ideology. It also depends, I suppose, how we define liberalism. But basically, the word ideology was obviously famously used by Karl Marx to refer to a kind of a system, or rather a kind of a set of ideas which kind of permeate a society, produced by the material structure of that society, and kind of to reinforce and perpetuate the society. So it's almost like a controlling idea, or a controlling set of ideas, a guiding set of ideas, a dominating set of ideas. So that was ideology. He wanted the ideology in the West to be obviously Marxism, but he talked about the current ideology in the West being capitalism, which is the term used really to refer to the economic system of liberalism, because as a Marxist, he was a materialist, and he viewed the culture of society to be merely a product of its means of production, of the industry, the economic system determines the culture of the society, its religion, its beliefs, quite literally everything. So the economic system, the means of production, quite literally determines how people think and what people believe. So that was, in essence, what Marxism kind of viewed. So the idea of ideology being a representation of the physical system itself, produced by the system, reproducing the physical system, something to let's say delude or misguide the people's minds into believing that their system, their current circumstance was natural. So that's what he called ideology. But of course, he didn't think ideology was bad. He just thought that the ideology currently in the West was bad, or rather was not in line with the current means of production. We have evolved, and now this new industrialized means of production means the next stage of human evolution will be Marxism. Right? So that's where the idea of ideology in its kind of political form comes from. But now it's kind of used generally just to mean a set of organizing principles, a set of ideas and formulas related to good and bad and how society should be organized and structured. So that's basically ideology as it's used today. So liberalism is indeed an ideology by most definitions of that term, in that it is a worldview from which stems forth kind of certain political visions of how society should be organized and structured. And so it has an aqidah, so it has a creed, which is individualism, which we'll get to in a bit. And so individualism is the aqidah, and so then how it is implemented, the manhaj of the system is political individualism, or otherwise called liberalism. Now, most people, when you use the word liberalism, they don't, even like most liberals who are liberal by definition in what they believe, don't usually call themselves liberals for the most part. In America, it usually is referred to a certain type of left-wing position, which and it has a different meaning to how most people in the world actually understand liberalism today. So people think it's liberalism as a madhab, because there's a madhab called liberalism, a school of thought within liberalism called liberalism, and you can be a conservative and still be a liberal, or at least a follower of liberalism, even though you hear these conservatives attacking liberalism. You're like, well, what's going on? I'm really confused. So how most people know it, how most people are intimate with this way of life or worldview, is they call it, for example, by its how should I say, euphemisms such as liberty, human rights, freedom, equality. We'll get to that in a bit. Yes, it does believe in equality, but it has a certain interpretation of equality, which led it to have disagreements with its cousin ideologies, which is socialism, as well as even more left-wing positions, post-Marxism and so on and so forth, which we can get to later on if you like. Anyway, so but now I kind of I've told you how most people kind of view it, but what does it really mean? What does individualism actually mean as a concept? So individualism is just basically that the individual is sovereign unto themselves, and they're not beholden to society, to a state, and definitely not to any higher powers in the practical sense. So a liberal might say, well, you're totally free to believe that you're beholden to God, but that must be done voluntarily. Why is that? Is it because this life is a test? No, not exactly. They'll say, yeah, it is a test, but that's only because you have sovereignty over yourself, and so you must voluntarily submit to Allah. Not to submit, but you must, let's say, agree with God. From an individualist perspective, that's how it would psychologically kind of pan out, is that you would agree to do what God tells you to do, if you are persuaded to do so, and if not, then God has no right over you in this world, at least in terms of secular liberalism perspective. There is also religious liberalism, so it's like the brother of secular liberalism. Which is why they call secular liberalism. Why is that? It's because that's liberalism in this life. What about religious liberalism? Well, religious liberalism is the kind where people take this idea into the afterlife. So, for example, religious liberals will probably be against the idea of hell being literal, because they'll say that it's not fair for God to punish you for following your inherent right to do as you wish as a sovereign, independent individual, right? So what they might say is, maybe hell is literal. It's just a place where people go voluntarily because they feel so guilty that they didn't maybe worship God, right? So you see some liberal Christians come up with that conception, or they might say that it's just metaphorical, that hell is really just for hell is a state of guilt that people will have, bad people will have for doing bad things. And you say, oh, bad things, like what, not worshiping God? Say, oh, no, because, you should be free to worship God or not. No, rape, murder, torture, that's where one sovereign individual harms another sovereign individual. That's viewed as the greatest crime in liberalism because of individualism. Every individual is sovereign. Sovereign meaning absolute. There's nothing higher than you. That's what liberalism says, or individualism says as a basic concept. So in secular liberalism, no one's higher than the individual, not society, religion, or the state. But then what does the state do? How does the state have power over you? There's a little compromise that liberals have to do practically, of course. And then, in religious liberalism, which is for people who haven't abandoned their theism or on their way out eventually anyway, when they reach the ultimate conclusion, which an atheist will say, as Mikhail Bakunin said, a Russian writer and philosopher, he said that as long as there is a God in heaven, we'll be slaves on earth. Right? So ultimately, if you truly want to be an individual, if you truly want to embrace individualism in its metaphysical form, in its full glorious form, from their perspective, the glorious form of individualism, then you'd have to eventually negate God's existence, who is controlling you, because you can't have anyone controlling you. You must be the highest moral authority over yourself. So those are the kinds of things which liberalism does. But I suppose today we're really going to focus on the political form of it, which is called secular liberalism. Secular meaning this worldly, or you could say dunyawiya liberalism, right? So the liberalism of this world. And the idea is that the individual is sovereign, that nothing can impinge the rights of the individual. There was a reason why they came up with this idea. So, like, where did they get this idea from? I know many people always cite John Locke generally as the go-to guy, but John Locke wasn't really the inventor of liberalism as we call it today, or classical liberalism as it was known, as we anachronistically call it back then. He kind of really took a bunch of these ideas that were already developing in Western thought due to a certain set of political and historical circumstances, very unique to the West at the time. And he kind of brought it together. He summated it. He's like the Imam Muslim, Imam Bukhari of these Enlightenment ideas, bringing them all together, producing a kind of cohesive and consistent, or at least relatively consistent, way of justifying all these ideas being brought together into, so no arbitrary absolute government. The individual is an individual because in the state of nature, so before society, he alleges humans were just wandering individuals in the wilderness, right? And in our natural state of nature, we were free to do what we wish, right? We were free to do whatever we wish. So we have a natural right to freedom based on that argument. Now, I'm pretty sure that if you encountered a few bears, lions, and tigers in the wilderness, I don't think they'd respect, or they got the memo that they have to respect your right to life or right to freedom to do what you want. They'll respect your right to be tasty, but nothing more than that. And so the idea that humans have a natural right to be individuals, it goes against what anthropologists know of human society since the beginning. We've always been in usually small units of tribes or clans, maybe roughly about 30 people. The family unit's always been the basis of our society, of any kind of clan or society. We come as collectives. Doesn't mean that we have to be collective. The alternative is not collectivism as is envisioned by Eastern ideologies. That's not the diametrical opposite, but it's rather we are a mix of both. We're a mix of collective. So, the language you speak, if no one taught you that language, you'd never know language. You never even, some people say, of course, you'd never even be able to reason if you actually were not taught language. So there's a lot you depend on your society to give to you so that you can then become a adult, mature human being in the way that we know. So that's the kind of the epistemology. So the ontology of liberalism is incorrect. It's false because it's based on an assumption. John Locke didn't even observe anything to make this claim. So, you never find humans as just wandering individuals in society. But this was a common motif, or it was Thomas Hobbes was saying it, or Jacques Rousseau was saying it. Many people believed that humans were wandering as individuals. But because we kept bumping into each other and causing violence to each other, possibly. Or we couldn't resolve our differences via rational discourse, we formed societies with a social contract such that we would have a third-party arbitrator, which would resolve our disputes, would protect us from each other's violence, and in return, we have to offer up some kind of obedience to that polity. That polity basically guarantee our natural rights. So we have to forego some of our rights in order to reach now, you could say, a social contract and become having civic rights now, which is rights within a city. And that's a compromise that just, it's lamentable. Some of the Enlightenment thinkers might say, Rousseau might lament it, but it's just what has to happen because there's no other way of protecting your right to life, property, and so on, so on, so forth. Then they discuss, well, what are the natural rights that you have? So your right to bodily integrity, or well, just the right to do with your body as you see fit. So you own yourself. You are the owner of yourself. And but what about property, right? And that's actually a major fissure in kind of Enlightenment thinking because, like property, you're not born with property. So what happens? John Locke said, "Finders keepers. If you find whatever you find on the earth, you can take. It's yours." Jacques Rousseau thinks it's the root of all evil. The idea of private property, at least to the levels that we see in society, where the rich have lots of private property and the poor don't have much private property, and you'll see the beginnings of the split between the Enlightenment thinkers into what we might call left wing, which is more like socialism and eventually Marxism, and liberalism going in one direction, although liberalism will then be watered down with a bit more socialistic principles because it failed in the 19th century. It caused immense human suffering, and read Charles Dickens about it to learn about the kind of problems that liberalism in its classical form caused. And so then people had to invent social, liberalism. So they said, was it as the saying goes, as the social liberal revolution saying goes, man cannot live on bread alone, but without bread, man cannot live. Right. So, in essence, the state now must ensure that people actually get their daily needs met. Otherwise, they can't truly be. You can't be free if you're dead. You can't be free if you're malnourished. You can't be free if you don't have some kind of education or healthcare or something like this. So, social liberalism was invented, and the current liberalism of today is basically social liberalism. It's because its more purer version failed in the 19th century. You had like the Rothschilds and many of these big family conglomerate families owning in America. The 1% owned 80% of the wealth. You think it's bad now? It was worse in the 19th century. They had to invent antitrust laws to break down monopolies to prevent that. Even though they were merely following the freedom of ownership and doing with your property as you see fit, all's fair, make business deals with consent. They were following all those rules, and it led to massive concentration of wealth, massive misery. And so they had to invent ways to break down these massive corporations so that they don't have that percentage control of the economy as they used to. Anyway, that's in a nutshell. You could say liberalism and some of how it has.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Jazakallah khair for that very comprehensive answer. That was very informative, and I guess this is where we can go into where it breaks. They part ways into progressive liberalism and classical liberalism, right? And then we can talk about social engineering. So I think maybe that's a good segue into that. And I mean, is it because like apart from libertarians, right? You can't be a liberal today without believing in like the necessity of social engineering, right? You have to intervene, and you have to like this idea of positive rights, right? It means that it necessitates you to basically do some kind of social engineering that might end up leaving you in a bit of a paradox in terms of like within the context of liberalism. So I don't know. Maybe you can say a bit about that and where that leads to in today's context.
Sure. Okay. So libertarianism is really a more modern reaction to social liberalism. So in essence, not all classical liberals wanted to join the social liberal revolution. In America, you might know it as the New Deal, for example, certainly after the Great Depression, and they believe that the state should stay out of the affairs of people, only kind of intervening with a police force, with an army, with a fire brigade where necessary, but nothing more than that. Now these libertarians are not actually exactly classical liberals, because, and there's a common confusion, even though they might call themselves classical liberal, the original liberals, they might call themselves the people on the salaf of liberalism, right? We're following the first generations of liberalism. So not really, because the first generation of liberalism, even Adam Smith is often revered as a classical liberal economics, and certainly John Locke and all these individuals. They believed that the state could charge graded taxes, means tested based for rich people get more tax than poor people, and the tax goes towards some of that tax goes towards alleviating the poverty of the poor. They believed in those things. They believed that that social decorum must be maintained. You can't be indecent in public, even if you're not physically harming people. You can't be indecent in public, right? So they believed that was part of what they call the public interest. Okay, but the libertarians are more purer than the classical liberals when it comes to the idea of individualism, because they say that the state really should have absolutely nothing to do, no other interference with society other than as an independent arbitrator for disputes, a police force to protect your life, a fire brigade, and of course an army to protect from foreign invasions. So libertarians are rather different. As the saying goes, they view they're more liberal than classical liberals. So it's rather anachronistic of them to call themselves classical liberals. Social liberals, which we all know today, they're the ones who believe that the state. So social liberal, they have a strong argument. All of them have a strong argument within the Enlightenment ideas. The thing is, they all have good arguments, because there's a lot of contradictions within the ideas of individualism itself, and equality. The idea of equality is just that if we're all sovereign individuals over ourselves, then we're all by default we're going to be equal, right? Because you're all equally absolute and sovereign individuals. There's nothing beyond, nothing you can't. There's not more absolute than absolute. So classical liberal might say that's as far as equality for me, so that under the law we just get all treated as individuals because we're all individuals. Whereas a social liberal might say, well, what we see in society is that there are people who don't have the same opportunities as each other, and it's not fair for an individual who's equally individual to any other individual who's born into a poor background to not be able to at least have a chance using their natural talents, be able to rise the social ranks, make lots of money, and do something economically, amazing or interesting for themselves or what have you. So the social liberal says that that's not treating everybody as equal individuals, because some people are born into a society that economically discriminates and doesn't give you the same opportunities. But the social liberal only goes as far as making equal opportunity. The socialist, which ironically also comes from an individualistic creed, Karl Marx, again, follower of the same Enlightenment ideas. And Enlightenment ideas, just so you know, Enlightenment is just the term that the West gave to when they kind of discovered individualism as what they viewed to be a viable basis for organizing society and ethics. So that's what they call the Enlightenment, not to be confused with the Renaissance, which is where their technological and scientific revival and renewal, which happened at least 500 years before the first liberal state even occurred. So liberalism and the scientific revolution has no connection whatsoever. You could more say that the Enlightenment popped out as a byproduct of the type of Renaissance thinking that was coming out, but wasn't the cause of the Renaissance. Of course, any more as a child is the cause of the parents. It's ridiculous, right? Even though they're related to some extent. So socialists will say, I see your equality and I raise you. Yeah, I see your equality of opportunity and I raise you equality of outcome. So they'll say that everyone should be treated, you're all equal individuals. You shouldn't be discriminated merely because of your social standing or where you're born or what have you. But the only way we can truly make real equality, where we stop society from discriminating between equal individuals, is we give everybody, in essence, the same economic outcomes. Now, socialists don't necessarily believe that everyone should get exactly the same amount of money, but the general formula is from each according to their capacity to each according to their need. So, in essence, a single mother who's got like 4 children, she has to spend most of her day looking after the children. She shouldn't be paid the same as an able-bodied, let's say, 25-year-old man who's a doctor or something, right? She shouldn't be as a minor. That's it, as a minor or whatever, because he only has to look after himself, right? Whereas she has kids to look after as well, and these are certain needs that need to be taken into account. So she must be given maybe more money, for example, than maybe a able-bodied minor would, who's a young lad and doesn't really need much, just to live and survive and so on and so forth. So that's kind of socialism. But more specifically, socialism believes that the state is in charge of ensuring the equal outcomes for everyone in society. And so that's what a full socialist state is. And communism is the end goal of Marxists, which is that the socialist state will eventually, it will control the means of production, the means of capital, like, for example, the industry, the factories, all these things that make things. And eventually it will ensure that everyone has equal access and equal partnership to these things, and no one will be able to privately own these things, to the point that you'll create some kind of utopic society where eventually the state will wither away, and we'll be living under a type of, in essence, utopian egalitarian anarchy, basically, which is communism. That's actually the end goal of communism, and so on. So in a way, here's just a few ideas about the Enlightenment ideas, the Madahib, and of course you have a big reaction to social liberalism, which was the conservatism. So conservatism is basically the idea that you can't trust formulas to organize human society because our knowledge of humans is imperfect, or subject to flaws, and humans are too complex and things like this. So the conservative actually came from the empiricist kind of school of thought within the West, mostly Anglo-Saxon. The continental philosophers tend to be more idealists. So the empiricists of the continent looked at the French Revolution, said no thanks. The Enlightenment is a dangerous train that could go all the way off the rails. So we have to keep it within a type of moderation. So conservative, who will believe in individual rights, individual liberties, freedom of ownership, and so on and so forth. But what they'll say is that society has a certain culture, which was a kind of agreed way of how we interact with each other, that's been developed over centuries and centuries, forming an equilibrium. So now that we've got this individual liberty, or what the conservatives used to call the freedoms of the Englishman, now we've got these freedoms, we need to just conserve them and conserve the circumstances that creates these freedoms, which are the social institutions, which are the traditions and cultures of the lands which produced these individual freedoms. So we need to preserve the social institutions, because they're the ones that guaranteed freedom and individual liberty, because they produced it in the first place. If you get rid of them, you start changing all this stuff, you'll lead to some crazy situation where mass beheadings and gulags and things like that, which, French Revolution, mass beheadings, they were doing it so much in the name of liberté, égalité, fraternité, that they invented a machine to do it very efficiently, which is called the guillotine. And a weapon, a method of execution that France used until 1976, by the way, right? Most people don't know this, yeah? Beheading, yeah? They beheaded so much, they beheaded so many people, the French Revolution. It makes ISIS look like the Good Samaritans. So by comparison, so this is, so the conservatives were kind of shocked by this. Edmund Burke, famous kind of, again, he just brought these ideas together, expounded upon them. And so conservatives will believe in individual rights, freedom of ownership, all the same kind of individualistic stuff that you've heard before. But they will say, well, we need to preserve the social institutions that created these individual rights in the first place, that created the circumstance that we had this individual freedom in the first place. So that's kind of in a nutshell, most of the main madahib or schools of thought in the West, and how they sprung from the Enlightenment idea and where liberalism kind of sits on that scale.
Yeah, jazakallah khair. I mean that was very informative again. So we spoke about the ideology, a bit of the history, and you spoke about human rights and free markets, the philosophical underpinnings, individualism, all that stuff. Before any of the brothers takes us on how we relate this to Islam, and I want to bring the other brothers into this question as well, because Abdullah spoke about the ontology of liberalism, right? And he also touched on the epistemology of liberalism. But I want just very briefly to get back to the epistemology, because I think also one of the core philosophical underpinnings of liberalism is that we cannot basically reach universal agreement about first principles and what it is to basically live the good life, or the way to lead your life, or like this it feels like it has a bit of a postmodern feel to it, in the sense that we can't have this sort of meta narrative about reality and worldview, but at the same time, obviously that's not what it is, because there is this libertarian meta narrative about human rights and individualism and stuff. So I mean, does that play a significant role in the liberal mindset, this idea that we cannot, we don't have what it takes to reach absolute truth about, like, let's say, metaphysical questions or worldview?
Basically, liberalism emerged from a circumstance where it was, in essence, let's say, an agree to disagree between Protestant Christian sects, which were killing each other and being intolerant. Some people think it was the Catholics, but actually, no, it emerged between Protestants, because every Protestant suddenly started to run away with the Bible and say all kinds of random things. And then they would say that their interpretation of the Bible is the correct one, and everyone who doesn't believe that their interpretation is correct is a heretic that deserves to be killed or tortured or what have you. You've got intolerant Lutherans, intolerant Calvinists, intolerant Anglicans. Many people that went to America were fleeing, the Anabaptists mostly, were fleeing intolerant Anglican Church, the Church of England, basically. So they wanted to have freedom to have their different beliefs and ideas. But the problem is, this is a certain quirk in the West, because they base their society around the book, in essence, or the Bible, at least ostensibly. And because they argue that all morality and all good comes from how they interpret the book. And then falsehood is evil and bad. Everything that's not, that even could be mistaken, is bad and evil because it's false. How could you even ever respect or tolerate falsehood, which comes from an old Roman or an emperor, I think Emperor Theodosius II, I believe, that said that error has no rights. So they had this idea, which led to once they broke away from the Catholic Church, it was a free-for-all. And the Protestants were killing each other and being very nasty to each other. And so they said, look, okay, we can't resolve this. So let's find a more universal way. Let's co-opt this idea of natural laws from physics, even though it has nothing to do with human behavior. And let's just assume a bunch of things about how humans should behave based on what we think they would behave in the wild prior to human civilization. Let's speculate, call that natural laws, and then build a system where it wouldn't rely on biblical interpretation, but on our speculation of what is natural for humans to live, to be, or to live, or what have you. And one of those arguments was that you can't control human interpretation of text or belief generally. And so what you have to do is you need to not make the state based upon any one particular interpretation of the Bible. Now, we're not talking about political aspects, because the Bible, the Christians had really gutted a lot of the, removed a lot of the Mosaic laws from as an imperative for them to follow anymore. So instead, what they did is they just said, because Christians would kill each other over topics of the ghaib, topics about what you can't see. Like, for example, at communion, if you're drinking wine and the bread, is the bread actually literally the body of Christ? Is the wine actually literally the blood of Christ? So some Christians believe through transubstantiation that it was, others said that it's not, and they actually would kill each other over these kinds of things because it was heresy, right? On things where there's no definitive explanation in the Bible for, at least in the New Testament, or at least what Paul was saying about it. He didn't explain if he meant it literally or figuratively or what have you. I mean, you drink the wine, doesn't taste like blood. You eat the bread, doesn't taste like human flesh, whatever that tastes like. So the Christians, because they were like that, they would kill each other over following incorrect interpretations of the Bible that were not related to human affairs anyway, not related to life's affairs. So they said, look, let's keep that out of politics, like religion completely, or the Bible completely, and we'll simply have a state based on maximizing human freedoms up to the limits of everyone else's freedom. So as much as someone can do, that won't affect anybody else. The big debates that would come in the centuries later is when they realize that humans affect each other in so many different ways, right? And therein then lies the problem in liberalism, is that you can't simply say, well, as long as you don't physically punch people on the street as you're walking by, you can do whatever you want. Well, what if I'm a rich multimillionaire and I buy up all the food in the society and I ship it off to someone else, some other country, and there's many people that are dying on the streets of my own country? That's all fair and good in liberalism. I'm not physically attacking people to do that. I just use my wealth and I bought it fair and square, and I'm shipping it off, and while there are poor people starving in my country. Those are the kind of problems that you had in liberalism at the time. Or, for example, with industrialization, people were expendable. You had a lot of people who were unskilled and undifferentiated labor that you didn't have to care about safety regulations. A mine can be just as profitable with a monthly death rate as a mine that doesn't have a death rate. But the issue is that it costs money to put safety procedures in place, right, in a mine. So it's actually more profitable for you to accept a staff turnaround and let your workers die due to accidents at work. Same in factories. This was the kind of thing that was happening in 19th century liberalism, which led to abysmal conditions. So this is in essence, but this issue is still plaguing us today in different forms, because then when social liberals got on board and said, now the state has to protect people's interests, whose interest, what interests, who decides these interests, on what criteria? Now you're going to have to enforce a particular interpretation of the individual, the interest of every individual, and enforce it on everybody, right? So, you're free to not practice, let's say, same-sex intercourse in liberalism. They'll say so. Liberalism says you're free to not practice same-sex intercourse. Okay, but then socialism comes along and says we've kind of discovered that if you express your disagreement with, I mean, before you were allowed to express disagreement with same-sex intercourse, but if you express it a bit too much, you kind of create a stigma in society against everyone who does engage in same-sex intercourse, and that in a way affects them and limits their their comfort and their freedom to engage in that. So you should basically shut up and limit your freedom of speech to not express that anymore, because you're impinging their freedom, even though it's not physically, right? And that led to, and this is leading to so many internal contradictions within liberalism, where it now becomes a state ideology. It's interpreted by a priesthood of politicians and philosophers, who then, through obviously elections and parties and things, one particular interpretation becomes is implemented by a state and enforced upon everybody else. So that's in a nutshell the kind of issues that arose from the thing that liberalism came up with. But the historical circumstance of liberalism was very different to the Islamic also the Muslim experience of history. And I'll finish on this before I kind of let for the next question, which is, so just to kind of explain, what does Islam do different, right? There was, as we know, there was a caliph who asked, famously asked Imam Malik, would he like his muwatta to be his collection of narrations and his opinions to be standardized and become the standard state-enforced kind of book and fiqh, set of ideas and jurisprudence. So Imam Malik says, no, he doesn't want this at all. What you find in the Islamic perspective is that the Khalifa rules by the Quran and Sunnah. Yes, that does require interpretation of the Quran and Sunnah. True, but there's there's two very key differences between Islam and the Western experience with the Catholic Church. The first one is that in Islam, no one accepts prophets. And if you're a Shia, they'll say imams too, know for certain what the correct interpretation is, right? So no human after the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam can ever claim their interpretation of Islam is 100% definite beyond what is very clearly apparent in the Quran and Sunnah and mutawatir narrations of the Sunnah, right? So obviously one God, the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the final messenger, and so on, and prophet. These things. Yeah, of course, angels exist, heaven and hell. There's no disagreement on this. Our salah, we have more agreement amongst Muslims than Christians do within Christianity, by the way, right? So our salah, how we pray, the basic structure of that is exactly the same across every school of thought. You can't change it. How many rak'ah to do for Maghrib? It has to be 3. It can't be 5 or 6 or something like this. Every school of thought agrees on this matter. However, where there is difference of opinion, that's usually in minor things by comparison to other religions, by the way. It's understood that every Muslim is free to have their best opinion as to what they think the Prophet Muhammad would have intended or wanted by any particular pronouncement or action, or what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala intended or wanted by any verse of the Quran. As long as you strive to get that, to seek out what is the strongest opinion on these things, or what is most likely that they most would have wanted by giving an edict or by explaining an action. You're free to adopt any opinion you want, even if the Caliph adopts an opinion. The Caliph says, right, everyone, when it comes to business transactions, for example, let's say there's two opinions. One opinion states that if I'm going to sell you a product, I say take it as it is. So I leave you to inspect it. And if you find anything wrong with it, then fine. If you find out later after you bought it, too bad. The second opinion is I have to state all the problems with the product before I sell it to you. Right? These two opinions. So the Caliph might adopt the opinion saying, all right, everyone must announce all the errors of any particular or problems with a product before they sell it. Right, that's an adoption. That's tabanni. I'm making adoption. This is law. People must follow it. It's acknowledged that Muslims must follow it because they have to obey the Khalifa, even if they disagree with the idea, they have a different opinion. That's not a problem. And you can even say, I'm obeying the caliph, but I disagree with that opinion. I think it's the other opinion. Not a problem in Islam. Yeah. And we have a hadith from the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam which says, a judge that makes let's say an interpretation or an ijtihad or a judgment and makes a mistake gets one reward. So even though the mistake is in error, so error still gets you a reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as long as it was done in sincerity. Whereas if you get the judgment right, you get 2 rewards. So therefore you should always aim to get the correct judgment, because so you can double your reward from God. But even error is rewarded in terms of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will reward you for your errors, even as long as your errors in interpretations, even if they're wrong, and in essence, if they're wrong, they're false, right? So how can God reward you for falsehood? Well, no, because your aim was to sincerely find the correct understanding, right? So that's the first thing that Islam has that the West simply doesn't have, and led them to to kind of fall into this hole that would be liberalism. The second thing is that
sorry, brother Abdullah, just to elaborate on this point, maybe if you could just, so what you're basically saying is that the fact that there is permissiveness within Islam for like disagreement, that means that it's less susceptible to the kind of conflict that the church fell into. Is that's the gist of it, right?
Yes, because you can have disagreement in fiqh, in let's say legal and ethical interpretations of Islamic law. Yeah. It's not a problem. Disagreement, it's not an issue. The second thing is disagreement on what some people call theology, but we'd say maybe ilm al-ghayb, the unseen, which is a major area where Muslims disagree on. Even though many Muslims fell into the practice of doing takfir, so let's say excommunication or denouncement, saying to this, but you're not a Muslim anymore because you believe something regarding the asma wa sifat, a particular position regarding the attributes of God, and you do ta'wil or what have you on this and whatever, right? So even though people didn't do takfir, they did say you've now left the religion of Islam, but the state never, for the most part anyway, never really got involved to prosecute people for irtidad, right? So reneging their Islam, because the judge would need to have a clear-cut verse of Quran or the Sunnah whereby the person, what they're saying is blatantly rejecting this verse or this mutawatir narration of the hadith, right? The mutawatir meaning multiple chains of narration. So many chains that we know the Prophet Muhammad said it for certain, in essence, as opposed to ahad narrations, which are single chains. And of course, the different schools of thought within the Sunni schools disagree on ahad narrations amongst each other. Some reject them, some reject ahad narrations, others accept, because the ahad narration is only like 1 or 2 chains, maybe 3 or 4. But basically, we don't know for certain the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said the purported narration, and therefore they can, in theory, be rejected. But you'd need a good reason why. You can't just say, I don't like what it says, so I'm going to reject it, right? And that's the argument of the munafiq, or the hypocrite, right? So as much as there was takfir going on, even between quote unquote Sunnis, right? What we see is the criteria that a judge would have to expect before applying the law of irtidad on an accused individual, someone who's accused of leaving Islam, is a high bar, which is that, look, if you say that, for example, let's say, are God's hands literal, not literal? So does he literally have a hand? But what bila kayf? Does he have jism? Does he have a body? Does he not have a body? The judge would say, well, okay, show me where in the Quran it says God does have a body or God doesn't have a body, before we can prosecute someone for a blatant rejection of a particular verse. Right? That's what we need. We need that to be met before it can be prosecuted as irtidad. So what you got was this kind of like an irtidad less than irtidad, a kind of gray area where people just say you're basically a type of heretic, right? Or Ahl Bidah, right? But what is where do we get from the hadith, Quran and hadith that you have to prosecute or persecute Ahl Bidah, like to torture them, kill them? You don't get that, do you? But it's kind of almost this gray halfway house, which was invented because you simply, no one could actually could kill each other for being heretics, quote unquote, only renegades, right? If murtads. Yeah. So because we never had problems, the state never got involved in, for the most part, in ikhtilaf on the ghaib. There was once where the Mutazilites, there was the Mutazilites gained control of the caliphate for about 3 caliphs, and they started to implement a mihna, a type of inquisition, to enforce their particular opinion on people, as Imam Ahmed bin Hanbal obviously experienced, unfortunately. But apart from that time and very small moments for Muslim history, the judges never got involved in ikhtilaf, difference of opinion on the ghaib. For example, in the West, in Christendom, people would be killed for this disagreements on the ghaib, on what is unseen. And so that's why
in that context, Brother Abdullah, I mean, because we hear, time and time again from certain peoples who advocate for secular systems that secular systems aren't perfect, but at least they're progressive in the sense that we can learn from our mistakes and it can be developed, and we don't have to stick to a 7th century code of ethics for an eternity. So, but based on what you're saying right now, there is a gray area through which there can be a legitimate difference of opinion, and there can actually be progressiveness, not in the modern, not in the way it's used these days, but in the sense that, well, we can basically have genuine difference of opinion, we can have genuine disagreement, and we can progress with our ideas. Is that included within that gray area you're speaking about right now?
Well, I always laugh when people say that, like, a lot of secular liberal systems are modern or progressive, more progressive than quote unquote Stone Age Islam, even though Islam was actually past the Iron Age, part into the medieval age, basically. But anyway, is that they actually follow an ideology, or not ideology, but a political system, and aspects of their political system, like the republic and democracy, which are basically Iron Age systems. They actually come from not 7th century CE, 7th century BCE, right? So they are. Islam is basically around 1,300 to 400 years more modern than democracy and the republic system.
But maybe it's about the dogma, Brother Abdul. Like, maybe what they're saying is the dogmatic factor that's within religion maybe that's what might keep us back in the Stone Age or in the 7th century, versus a secular liberal system that isn't really bound by any, metaphysical truth that they need to hold to, and they can hold to a specific foundation and progress from there. So, I mean, what would you say to that?
Well, 2 things. One, historical example, and 2, not so. I would say to that claim. So the first thing would be, historically, the West progressed technologically and scientifically from the 12th century onwards. Due to contact with the Muslims, it kickstarted their thinking, the rediscovery of Greek texts, their discovery of Muslim philosophy, and also Muslim science, chemistry, and so on and so forth. It just blew their minds. They wanted to know more, and they started to ask loads of questions, and then they began a method which one could say it was borrowed from Ibn Haytham, but generally it wasn't really Ibn Haytham, I would say, is the only person that was kind of using this method, which is, why don't we experiment rather than just believe what the ancient Greeks tell us to believe? So it was skepticism on the ancient Greeks, their claims of medicine, their claims of science, and to see if we can replicate what they claim happens in certain scenarios, and to learn knowledge for ourselves by experimentation. So once they learned that, they started to progress materially, develop a scientific method. Roger Bacon, Monk, Francis Bacon, not related, but later on, developing the scientific idea. These were theists. They were living in a non-secular society, non-secular state, but science and technology were developing as they started to ask more questions and were kind of progressing in all those fields. It was because they started to turn their attention from natural sciences to now the human sciences or humanities, which led to their enlightenment, what they call the Enlightenment, right? Which is where they create a new ideology for how to organize human beings. right? So that had nothing to do with liberalism itself, because liberalism came much later. The first liberal states were in the world, what America you're seeing at the end of the 18th century. So America's only about just over 200 years old in essence. So that's, but the Western Renaissance has been since it's been 800 years now, right?
Yeah.
Of development and change. So no relation. But it was a byproduct, but an unintended byproduct of the West asking questions in natural sciences, and then it was when they moved on to the non-physical sciences and started to question about how to organize society from first principles that they're going to speculate into existence, that they create their enlightenment. So that's that. The second thing is, do secular liberal states have a non-metaphysical basis for assessing like public policy, good and bad and so on and so forth? Well, as we all know, good and bad is metaphysical. Justice is a metaphysical concept. These are not concepts that exist in the real world or in the physical world. So now in the West, they can't agree as to how to interpret the principle of equality itself, which has led to socialists, Marxists, post-Marxists, neo-Marxists, social democrats, social liberals, classical liberals. Neoliberals are just basically conservatives who hanker for classical liberal economics, right?
Yeah.
They're called neoliberals, which is really confusing for everybody in the terminology. So all this ikhtilaf, and they fought wars with each other. They fought each other over these different interpretations. There's guerrilla warfares, revolutions, Cold Wars, proxy battles during the Cold War between everyone following Enlightenment philosophies about how to organize human beings, but they just had different interpretations as to how to fulfill the individual and how to create an equality between individuals. Because when social liberalism now wants to give everyone positive rights, the question is, what does a free individual look like? Right. So what does a free individual look like? Oh, so France has an answer. A free individual is someone who there is absolutely no social pressure whatsoever that they will experience due to their religion. So to make sure that they don't get any type of social pressure at all, we have to ban many public manifestations of religion in order that they are free. So we have an idea of what freedom looks like, and so we're going to force them to be free, compel them to be free, as Rousseau says. Not commenting on the current era, but Rousseau's ideas, that's where it comes from. They must be compelled to be free. So the idea of the state. So some people will say the state is good. Let the state control your lives because the state is voted on by us. The state represents us, our interests. So let the state have more control. It will create less crime. It will monitor everywhere, put cameras everywhere. A woman was killed recently. There was an uproar about that in London, and the call is more state security, more increased state security. State will protect us. And then you have other people say, wait, but in our history, the state has gone crazy, and if it gets taken over by a cabal or some kind of people who have a conspired agenda amongst themselves, they can take control of the government, and then we won't be able to get our freedom back once they take it from us, and they ban elections. And then how are you going to get your freedom back without being able to fight against it? And of course, in America, as you know, they have a certain amendment which they really will jealously guard, which is the amendment that allows them the right to bear arms. Why? Because they follow an older interpretation of liberalism, which says you can't trust the state, so you have to have weapons, so that if the state goes off the manhaj, off the deen of liberalism, then you have to be jihadi, right, and fight against the state. Yeah, so it's jihadi, it's liberal jihadism, if you want to call it, the jihadi method. Of course. Yeah. But that's why. That's what the founding fathers said, right?
Yeah.
So
and I mean that's profound, really. I mean, because people need to realize that first of all, everybody has metaphysical commitments. I mean, this idea that just because you are religious, you have metaphysical commitments, and I, as a liberal, am just this blank slate. that's not committed to any kind of metaphysical truth. It's completely false. And so the idea is, I mean, obviously you're going to have certain metaphysical principles upon which you're going to build a system, and there's going to be conflict within your system just as much as there's going to be conflict within a religious system that basically builds a structure that is based on metaphysical principles. But we want to say more than that, and I want to bring Brother Sharif for a second in here, because we don't just want to say that there are two systems, both of which can have conflict and both of which can have problems. We want to say that the Muslim system is superior, of course. And so there was a comment here. Maybe we can go off that, right? And Sharif, I think we can bring you in here for a while because you guys have been quiet for way too long. I'm starting to get worried. Muslims living in the West need a reality check. Trying to compare the days of the Ottoman Empire to today will not help any Muslim living in the West or the East. And just to combine it with this comment, now talk about life has improved for everyone under liberalism: fewer wars, less famine, less violence, equality, voting on leaders. Now, Sharif, I don't really need to ask a question. You can just take it from there and give us your thoughts. You're muted, Sharif. Oh, you're not muted. You're not muted, but something is wrong. We can't hear you. Maybe you need to. Yeah, you need to rejoin. You need to rejoin.
Yeah, so I won't comment on that. I'll let Sharif jump on that. But I think like one of the biggest problems that's often not really addressed is just like how there are different kinds of freedoms. So you have the positive freedom and the negative freedom. And the positive freedoms often conflict with negative freedoms. Yeah. And this is where this notion of liberalism really needs to be sort of discussed mainly. Is the US is what we're laughing at.
Brother Asadullah here with with his killer comments as always. Yeah, Sharif, you still have a problem. Well, what's going on? Nope.
No, I can't hear you, bro.
Try using your speakers, maybe. Okay, maybe you can rejoin. Yeah, so yeah, Yusuf, you were saying.
Yeah, so you've got the positive and the negative freedoms. So negative freedoms are generally referred to as like securities, but they are still freedoms. So like freedom from something, freedom from oppression, freedom from X, Y, and Z. And then you've got your positive freedoms, which your freedom to act in one way or another. So freedom to do something. And obviously the freedom to stay up all night and party is going to conflict with someone's freedom to, get a decent night's sleep when they've got work the next morning and things like that. So the biggest issue is generally that, like, especially if you've got this democracy that's pushed by popular will, that most people, laymen that is, don't really consider this conflict in freedoms. And they don't really think of freedom in the sense that there are two different kinds of freedoms. They just think of it in the, the William Wallace sort of freedom kind of notion. It's just this one value, and we should get more of it, as much of it as possible, more. And the biggest problem with that is obviously when you have popular opinion on notions of freedom pushing political narratives in terms of democracy and government, etc., then you're going to have an overlooking of these the conflicts and freedoms. And you hear it in the discussions with many of the lay people when they're just talking about these things. They don't really see how, like, they think you should be free and that the government shouldn't really be impeding on this, that, and the other. But they will talk about certain freedoms in terms of just them being madness and things like that. And it's framed in a different way. Rather than being referred to as a freedom, it's referred to as madness or this and that. Although it does fall under the category of freedom. So I think we've got Sharif back.
Assalamu alaikum.
MashaAllah, that voice. We hear you perfectly, loud and clear.
I had to change onto my iPhone, sorry. So has Abdullah and Yusuf answered the question then, alhamdulillah?
No.
Yusuf touched on it, but then, yeah, you can go ahead, sure.
Yeah, I've forgotten what the question is now. I think the question, I think sort of presupposes that as human beings, we've sort of solved the world's problems with liberalism and capitalism, and that, you know, by talking about Islam or the Uthmani Khilafah, we're somehow, you know, going back in and deprogressing where we progressed. And like I said, that assumes a lot. That assumes that we have progressed. That assumes that we have solved things like wars. Now, since the beginning of 2020, the year 2000, you know, in the last 20 years or so, we've seen the war on terror. We've seen the invasions of Afghanistan. We've seen bombings in Pakistan. We've seen bombings and drone strikes within Somalia and Yemen. We've seen invasions of Iraq. We've seen bombings within Syria. We've seen, you know, huge disruptions within the economic marketplaces, like with the 2008 crisis and economic global crash. We've seen millions of people suffer because of the global crash, become homeless, lose their jobs, you know, suffer economically, lose their livelihoods, lose their family in certain circumstances with family breakup. You know, so we've seen huge amounts of problems regards to what we see within the West. Not least of which, and I think I mentioned this, I think was it 2 days ago when we had this stream. Not least of which, that this liberal secular ideology has created one of the greatest environmental crises that the world has ever seen, to the extent now people are talking about how the world may, within 100 years or so, no longer be habitable for human existence. At least parts of the earth which are currently habitable for human existence may no longer be habitable anymore. Now, on what basis is that? On what? Whose watch is it? Is it because the Muslims are the problem here? Is it because they've been implementing Sharia, and as a result, you know, we create this global environmental crisis? No, it's because of the liberal secular ideology that's being implemented. So I think people have to really reflect about the current problems. And what tends to happen, whether it's talking about the Me Too campaign with sexual abuse and exploitation of women, whether that is talking about racism, which is endemic in places like America or even Britain as well, what tends to happen is people sugarcoat it as these are problems of isolated individuals, and then say, oh, look at over there. Look at those bad Muslims. Look at those people who want to call for Sharia. It's almost like you've got problems here, but you completely divert people's attentions and talk about, you know, what's going on in regards to Afghanistan and the fact that women are being segregated in classes. Yeah. So, you know, there's a lot of this type of bait and switch type of approach to get people to, you know, not really see the real problems that exist within today's society.
What they mean really when they say these things is, I've not experienced the war. And that's it, really. It's they're safe. Where they are hasn't been bombed. Where they are is completely okay. But it's very short-sighted. That's you being caught up in your bubble, as if there isn't problems elsewhere in the world, and how Western liberal secular societies have been involved in that, and fundamental to a lot of the crises that have been going on there. You go in, we need to make sure we give them this secular liberalism because they need it. You know, we need to compel them to be free, as Abdullah mentioned earlier. And you know, when it turns out that they're not really that fond of the ideas that we're giving them, we're going to have to destroy the structures that they have in place and try to rebuild something. But one of the biggest differences is obviously Western secular liberalism has been something that has been gradually introduced over very long periods of time, relatively. And then they think that it's going to be just as easy to adopt something instantly. Like, you know, now let's implement this now in a society that hasn't been introduced to it gradually, that hasn't had to sort of acclimatize or get used to these type of things, which itself causes huge problems. And then they leave, and the vacuum that they've left there gives rise to these sort of tribalistic warlords and all of this sort of chaos that manifests out of the problems that they've caused. Not really considering how these things might work better in a Western society because of the gradual approach that they've taken to sort of getting them. And the other thing that I wanted to mention as well was there's a huge assumption here that it's liberalism that has caused the quote unquote the peace within the West, and not the huge elephant in the room, which is the introduction of atomic warfare. each of these secular nations have access to massive nuclear weapons. So there's a huge fear factor here. And this was very prevalent in the Cold War era. Like, oh, are we gonna, all die in some sort of like nuclear apocalypse? Like, that played a huge role in not going to war with each other, not liberalism per se. And not only that, have you noticed the countries that don't necessarily have access to all of these nuclear weapons are the ones where all the wars are happening? So could we not sort of start to say, well, maybe there's a correlation here? Maybe the fact that there aren't wars has nothing to do with liberalism in and of itself, but it's more to do with the fact that there are nuclear weapons. And the evidence of that is that where you have these places that don't have nuclear weapons, that aren't a big scary threat like Russia or China, they're free game. Let's go get them. Let's fight them.
And these are Western states which are invading. Like you had in the early 2000s, Sierra Leone being invaded by Britain, quote unquote liberal interventionism by Tony Blair at the time. Then obviously Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria's been bombed by Britain and America and invaded by Russia as well. You're right, certainly Yusuf to a certain extent. I just wanted to just go back about what Abdullah mentioned earlier about how the West had a very unique experience with Christianity that Islam didn't really have. So, for example, the church and the state was completely totalizing when it came to the application of everybody's ideas. You had to follow what that particular state's version of the church understanding was. And if you didn't, then you'd be considered a heretic, you'd be burnt at the stake or executed or punished or imprisoned in one way or another. So this idea of freedom of belief, was a reaction to the church's complete control over people's thoughts and ideas. Whereas, as Abdullah mentioned, we as Muslims, we always had the idea of ijtihad, whether it's in the branch aspects of the deen, even in theology, or whether it was in the fiqh, the jurisprudence as well. There was a set criteria which everybody agreed upon, which was the definitive aspects of Islam. And then within that paradigm, there was areas where scholars could agree. So we never had that. Similarly, you had a situation where the king, who was basically deputized to be ruling on behalf of the church, he had complete ownership of all of the land. If you wanted to own land, you had to get permission off the church. I think it's even the case, maybe Abdullah can correct me if I'm wrong, but even today, the monarch, the queen, she owns everything in the UK, isn't it? Yeah. So it's just...
So basically, the wasn't like the Hollywood depiction of the medieval era where the church, sometimes they depict it as usually with their sci-fi films, they talk about the future and they kind of used an allegory for the church, or the Catholic Church, and it was like totalitarian, what have you. Not quite. In fact, the kings and the clergy or the Catholic Church bickered with each other. Sometimes even ended up with popes being killed and captured, replaced. A whole number of things happening. So it wasn't as people portray. But basically, the church had one key insistence, which is a deal, you could say, it made with every Christian monarch, which is they'll give them legitimacy. So they'll say, you are the appointed ruler by God, and no one can rebel against you. And you, in return, you have to basically make sure that everyone abides by the edicts of the church. So once a church, let's say an inquisitor or a church council has found someone to be a heretic, they will then condemn that person, and they'll be handed over to the secular authorities being the king and their soldiers and what have you, to be executed, because the church didn't really have a particular militant arm exactly to execute people, but each kingdom had to execute the heretics that the Catholic Church deems to be heretics. But apart from that, the kings could do pretty much what they liked, and it was a good deal between the Catholic Church and these kings. But you are correct that the kings, in theory, owned the entire land, and everybody was subject, not citizens of the state. So they are subjects of the king or the queen, and they had to they had to do what they say. In essence, if you buy a piece of land, you're technically leasing it from the queen in England anyway. You don't really own it, technically speaking, but in practice, the Queen does never ask for the land back. Generally.
I think the relationship, Hamza, I agree with what you said. I think the relationship, like you mentioned, between the monarch and the church was that the monarch derived his authority from the church. You're right. There was tensions between the two, and they're able to get away. But it was the fact that once the monarch derived his authority, and the monarch was able to literally own everything, and you had a very feudalistic type society. So somebody could be made. He's granted land. He becomes a landlord. He has serfs that work upon his land. The serfs could be literally turfed out of the land that they're working upon, made completely homeless. And if they have that, then they're literally going to starve to death. And even the king can do that to the landlord as well, because he ultimately has ownership. And there's the whole discussions, and the idea of Robin Hood and Magna Carta came out about regards to this. But I think what happened was that because they saw the fact that the church had legitimized the king, there was this idea that, hold on, the king and the monarch is abusive in its power. And in order to sort of talk about monarchy and authority now, you had to define it in a way which was different than just simply saying it's a religious edict from either the Catholic Church or the Church of England or whatever it was. That gave that legitimacy. And so therefore they start to talk about political freedoms and this idea that people should be free to own things, free to think about things, free to express things, because if you don't have these free to do what they want, personal freedom, because they don't have these things, then what's going to happen is you're going to have this totalitarian state, and that's going to impinge upon the sovereignty of the individual. And as you mentioned, Abdullah, the sovereignty of the individual they see as the highest thing to be aspired to with regards to society. And I think the other thing that is really important in terms of understanding metaphysical commitments of liberalism that they have is they had this view about happiness as well. There was a famous, I think he was a Dutch political philosopher. His name was Bernard de Mandeville. He wrote a book called The Fables of the Bees. Yeah, The Fables of the Bees. And basically what it was like an allegory about how you've got this bee community, this beehive, which is purely spiritual, and it tries to just ignore the material aspects of life and just worship and do all these types of things, and then the bee colony fails. And then you've got this bee community which is purely materialistic. They're just purely out in terms of pursuing their self-interest, and the beehive succeeds. And so what Bernard de Mandeville is trying to give as an allegory is this idea that virtue is not necessarily just seeking spiritual value. In fact, it can be seen as non-virtuous to do this, and that this perception of greed as being not virtuous is actually virtuous. This was his argument. So his argument was that actually human beings, their drive, their desire to pursue happiness is for material gratification or material satisfaction. Yeah. And then you had other thinkers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who's, as I think Abdullah pointed out earlier, about how everybody's in this natural state, this natural right of freedom, and he's in the ultimate happiness because nothing restricts him except nature. Then it was a question, well, how do you preserve that natural happiness, the greatest happiness of an individual, when you bring other individuals together in a civil society? And then they argued about preserving the maximum freedom of, the freedom of the maximum number of individuals as a way to preserve this natural state, or the greatest form of happiness, and that each individual should be able to pursue happiness as and when they want without state intervention. So there's a lot of presuppositions when it comes to the idea of human beings, that they are sovereign, the idea that human beings only pursue material value, that the means to happiness is gratification of the desires, sensual desires, and then this idea that freedom of the individual is the goal of society, is what society should try to preserve. And I think it's already been mentioned a few points, which is that there is always going to be a tension now within Western societies where there is going to be competing freedoms. You know, which one prevails over another? Is it the freedom of belief over the freedom of expression or the personal freedoms, or is it vice versa? And we've seen this play out particularly within Europe. Particularly, there were certain cases like in Northern Ireland where there was a Christian baker. They were asked by an LGBT couple to produce a cake in which it supported gay marriage, because at the time it was illegal in Northern Ireland, and they refused. And they were taken to court and they were prosecuted. And then they went to the Court of Human Rights, European Court of Human Rights. And the European Court of Human Rights upheld the gay couple and upheld the prosecution against the Christian couple, even though the Christian couple argued, well, this is our freedom of belief that's being impinged here. We're being forced to adopt this set of ideas that we disagree with. And they were told, no, their freedom supersedes your freedom. So you have these natural tensions within societies built upon liberalism. So don't mean to go on.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair. Thank you. No, that was good. That's why I'm not stopping you. And we're gonna have call-ins very soon, aren't we?
If I may, kind of interject some additional points. I want to give some other examples because I fear that there might be some, let's say, non-Muslims of the liberal bent watching this, and they'll be saying they're going to be saying, "Oh, what about a baker and a cake? Who cares? I'm not a baker. I don't care about cakes." So, okay, well, let's take then 3 major issues which have effect in the West and are typical of the internal contradictions within the West. So, the first and most biggest thing is, of course, wealth, which is even if you have a social liberal state, which will aim to give social welfare payments to the poor to prevent them from starving to death, let's just say. So they say we have welfare payments. So what's wrong with having interest banking? What's wrong with having the types of practices of stocks and shares that lead to problems and printing out fiat currency? What's wrong with all that stuff then? If we have a state that at least guarantees people can eat, right? Well, the problem is that the state can only pay people's welfare checks if it has money, and the money must come from somewhere, and so the money must come from taxes. But what we find just currently in the UK is that the British government, despite having obviously access to being able to tax the mega rich quite successfully, and if everyone actually imposed at least a 1% to 2% wealth tax in all Western countries, a wealth tax every year, or wherever their wealth, they pay a percentage of that, so 1% to 2% of their wealth every year, like zakat, basically the Islamic concept of zakat. We could eliminate poverty, but then the problem is that these rich people will say, okay, we'll just take our money and place it in the Cayman Islands or somewhere else, and we won't invest in your country, and then you'll lose money, right? So you need to not tax us, otherwise we'll make your country poorer, right? So at least have something rather than absolutely nothing. And so because of that, they don't tax the mega rich, and there's not enough money in the coffers to pay the poor. When there's that much concentration of wealth, it doesn't matter if the state's committed to paying the poor. If it doesn't have enough money, what does it do? It cuts the welfare checks, which is what's happening right now in the UK. They're cutting the welfare payments. America, the welfare system is even worse, right? America's closer to the liberal Salaf idea, a little more closer to it than we are. Like the welfare-based system, the welfare system in America, I heard, or United States of America, is really abysmal compared to Europe. Anyway, so there's that. I mean, because you allow freedom of ownership, so people say, well, freedom of ownership. If I want to lend money to people, and then we have a contract, a consensual contract, where they pay me more money back than I lent them. That's just all fair and square in liberalism. But what happens in a society where the rich people lend money to those who are poorer than themselves and then expect money to come back to them extra, right? What happens? Yeah, you're going to have money going in one direction, net that is, yeah. Very conducive for distribution of wealth and the circulation of wealth. What does Islam do? Obviously, we ban interest banking because we don't believe you have an absolute right of freedom of ownership to do whatever you want. Of course, liberalism itself doesn't believe in absolute freedom of ownership because of all the internal contradictions. There's a lot of things that will be you'll be deprived of ownership from, or you will be restricted in what you can do with the ownership. such as insider trading on the stocks and shares and so on. So that's prohibited for you to do, of course, even though it's all fair and consensual. No, so that's number one, and I'm really just touching so the tip of the iceberg, rather, really just skimming it on the issue of the wealth system in liberalism. That's capitalism. Let's take two social aspects of liberalism to illustrate our point. So in liberalism, if someone was to go and, let's say, expose themselves to women in public, so when like a dirty old man, as they say, goes in with a big trench coat or whatever, exposes themselves to women in public, right? What would happen? And they'll say, well, that's of course sexual harassment, right? It's almost like a type of sexual assault, even if the man doesn't touch them, even if the man does not do anything to them physically, just expose themselves. They'll say that's sexual harassment because you're creating a sexually offensive environment to that person. They will be offended by it. They'll feel somehow emotionally assaulted because you're exposing them to a sexual, let's say, stimuli against their will. Okay, and that's wrong, and what have you. Say, okay, well, we totally agree as Muslims with that. However, what would you say if, let's say, and let's just be consistent here on this, if, let's say, women and men as well go out with scantily clad clothing, which reveals and even accentuates draws more attention to the sexual aspects of the men and women's bodies in public, and that is against the consent of people who want to go outside just to their to do their job, to go to the library. People still go to libraries these days, to the coffee shop or what have you, and they are bombarded with sexual stimuli that they have no one asked their consent for. No one asked them to. And of course, as you know, sexual stimuli produces obviously unconscious reactions, at least first stage arousal, and it's not you don't choose to be aroused, or you don't choose to be affected by sexual stimuli. There's no switch in a man and a woman's brain that says I choose not to be not to find someone attractive, or not to find something sexually stimulating, negatively or positively, whatever the case might be. So could you not then make the exact same case that people going out with sexually revealing clothes or sexually accentuating clothes are committing public sexual harassment? Okay. Now the libertarian will say in this, look, if there are these dirty old men that want to go out onto the streets and flash themselves in front of women, as long as they're not physically assaulting them, the libertarian will say they have no problem with that, right? The libertarian is more consistent with their principles, but the social liberal and the classical liberal will be, no, we don't like that. But then, okay, well then what about other forms of sexual harassment, which could be just as much as harassing, arguably very much so, right? Many people, Muslim, non-Muslim, male or female, refer to it as a type of, well, they were not in the Arabic, they wouldn't use the word fitna, but fitna would be the word that the Muslims would use for it, right? Sexual harassment, no? Oh, no, but that impinges against women's rights to control their bodies. And say, well, we're not talking about your bodies, we're talking about the clothes. Yeah? Because then doesn't the dirty old gentleman also have a right to then, let's say, control his body and do whatever he wants in public as long as not physically hurting? So here's a contradiction. And I will leave with another contradiction, which I find particularly humorous as well as tragic because of the consequences. So alcohol and drugs. So they say, okay, now social liberals at one point did try to outlaw alcohol. They said that it does rob people's capacity to make informed choices. So it's robbing their freedom, makes you dependent or addicted to a substance. So they managed to ban most drugs, but alcohol didn't really go very well. And of course, in America, there was a pushback against the Prohibition era. In England, it never reached it being prohibited to even be repealed, and it wasn't that successful. But there was a drive amongst social liberals to do it. Society just wants to have some beer, so that they kind of ultimately rejected it. But here's the thing, right? Here's the problem you get. So in many liberal systems, of course, they say that if you're inebriated, so if, let's say, a woman or a man is inebriated, they can't give consent to sex. So if you actually are going to these nightclubs to do what is legally permitted for you to do in liberal societies, which is go out and find someone maybe and take them back home and sleep with them, all legally permitted as long as it's consensual. But let's say they've had too much to drink, okay? Then technically, even if the person appears consensual, says they want to do it, wants to engage in it, but you could be raping that person because they might be too inebriated to consent, okay? So people said, well, where's the problem with that? I say, okay, well, but then just be consistent, yeah? My argument is only on consistency. I don't know if you see where I'm going with this. If someone then commits a crime while inebriated, they can't be blamed for it then, because they didn't make a rationally informed choice. It wasn't a choice. There's no mens rea being Latin meaning you have the intent in your mind, you intend to do bad. You can't give consent to have mens rea, to have criminal intent. If you're inebriated, but they can't let people off who do crimes while they're inebriated though, because so many people do them. So what do you do? But it doesn't make sense, because then how can you punish someone for having sex with someone inebriated because they are not in their right minds to make any choice, and yet you will punish someone who do crimes while inebriated? It also reminded me of a situation in America, though this didn't go to the courts, but it was being attorney by a university. A male student and a female student slept with each other, okay, in a university dormitory. But in this particular case, the woman actually was very aggressive. She went to the guy's room. She kept going in, banging the door, wanting to sleep with him. Her friends kept yanking her out, saying, don't do it. And she kept going out of her room again. She and basically being very aggressively wanting to sleep with that man. So very aggressive. Actually, she was a physically aggressive one. But she was inebriated. So after the fact, how many days after that, she then said that she was too inebriated to consent, and so it was rape. The only thing that saved the young gentleman from being a rapist, and it may be going to the police, was that there were witnesses to say that he appeared also to be inebriated himself. And so, in effect, they raped each other. But the woman wouldn't be accused of being a rapist because she's the aggressive one here, right? Because, but she was inebriated. But if a man commits a rape while inebriated, is he not still a rapist? Does he not still deserve to be punished for rape? Do you see now all these contradictions that come into it?
Yeah.
Really confusing contradictions.
That was the comment I was going to make. It's like, even if there's no harm involved and both parties are consenting, and one of them later, if it's the woman that generally changes her mind or feels shame or guilt or whatever for the experience when she was drunk, that can still be considered rape, even though he was drunk. And that's the huge question. It's like, well, how is it that you draw this line here? And then obviously there's an inconsistency in how it's applied, like you mentioned there, with regards to with the woman when she's the aggressive one. But even in the case when there's no aggressive parties, there's always still a larger chance that the male will still be considered a rapist, despite him also being under the influence and, technically consenting to it at the time, and the female being under the influence and consenting at the time. Later on, that can still cause problems for the male party involved in that, and very, very rarely, if never, for the female part of the thing. So
So I just want to tell everybody that the link is out for joining. If you guys want to call in, the link is right there. You guys can just click the link and join to ask your questions. And maybe while people are joining, Sharif or Yusuf or Brother Abdullah, Yusuf, you spoke the least, so maybe you, because basically based on what Brother Abdullah just said, this might be relevant, because there seems to be a number of questions. They're saying, well, why do you guys hate liberalism? Basically, aren't there good things about liberalism? Isn't there some sort of common ground? But I mean, Brother Abdullah just said that there are things we have in common, which is, like, for example, the first incident he gave. But maybe you can address this, Yusuf. Is it just
It touches as well. So Brother Jordan, I think the comment's too high to bring it up now. But he did say, do Muslims not make use of liberalism, like with dawah? Would they be able to give dawah in the West if it wasn't for liberalism? And then there was a little back and forth with someone after it, Willie the Kid or Willie the Kid, who basically said, "Oh well, leave then, go. If you're going to be like that, it's hypocrisy if you don't leave." But this is the thing: it's the issue stems from the fact that there are constantly these inconsistencies. They talk about liberalism, but it is very rarely consistently applied. And there's been lots of examples given. And so obviously there's an advantage here with regards to being able to give dawah, insofar as it's being held consistently, but it rarely is. And like you see in, for example, in the in Scotland at the moment, there are certain laws being passed which allow the teachers to, if a child decides they want to change their name and change their gender, etc., the teachers have the power to facilitate that without the permission of the parents, and they don't even have to tell the parents, from as young as 3 or 4 or something ridiculous like that. And so there's obviously a tension here with regards to freedoms as well, and the religious, and not just the Muslim, by the way, but the Catholic and the Jew, etc., are going to say no. Like, I play a huge role in my child's life. I do not feel like that they are old enough to be able to even start thinking about the sort of topics that you're trying to push onto them, where they think that this is a possibility. Like, for example, are we just going to allow them, if they start saying, when they're playing pretend and they're saying they're a bat, we're going to let the teachers facilitate them becoming a bat? Like, and if not, why not? Like, and so there's all these sort of weird inconsistencies and all these problems, and they often conflict. Like, fair enough, but when it comes to talking about certain things and talking about the Islamic principles on them, it's referred to as bigoted and shut down a lot of the times. In university, there was a very clear line that you just could not cross, and there's no talking about that at all. And so a lot of conversations were avoided because there was a huge amount of anxiety in the room about them. And so this is the issue. It's like, you keep talking about liberalism, but you're only talking about liberalism for a certain group, for a certain clique. And we can give dawah and we can talk about certain things up to a certain extent. And at which point it becomes very difficult to say anything. And so you just have to not cross that line or risk being subjected to being shut down. Like, your organizations can be closed. And this has happened. Like, you look at France as a really good example of this, where, you've got this quote unquote liberal society, where organizations that are Islamic are being shut down because they don't consider the state to be higher than God. And they see this as a danger to their liberalism. And so what do you do here? What do you do here? We can give dawah, yes, but it's very enclosed and very limited. And it also motivates or enforces, in many cases, especially with people who are a lot very weak-willed, a transformation of what Islam truly is. And they end up having to adopt these liberal notions in order to, or the secular modern notions of right and wrong. And it changes Islam, and they become different as a result of the pressures put on them. And so these are certain issues, and it's not hypocrisy. Like, we believe Islam is true, and we believe we have a duty to call people to it. Now, whether that's over in a Muslim country or whether that's here, and also it completely neglects personal circumstances. Like, I have a daughter and family here. I'm a revert. I'm not from anywhere else. Why should I leave? Why should I leave? If I'm here, and if I do leave, I'm not going to be able to take my family with me. I can't take my daughter with me because of the circumstances that I'm under. There's no, and if I do leave, then what Islamic influence is she going to have? I'm the only Muslim that's practicing anywhere near her, in terms of my family and the people that she has around me. And so, why should I leave? Why should I? And if I have a love for people here, and I want them to become Muslim. So why would I not stay and do my best to try call them to that which I see is true? How is that hypocritical? It's not. You want to grant liberalism, be consistent with it, and allow me to say it, and allow me to critique it. And
Yeah,
that's
Yusuf,
that's liberal.
yeah, like so the way I see it, I mean, what you were just saying right now is just it's quite silly because like if every time somebody or a group of people started to critique a political system or an ideology within the country, they had to pack up their bags and leave. I mean,
It's not very liberal
quite
thinking, that,
ridiculous.
is it?
So it's not really because you're critical of a particular ideology. It's more because you're Muslim. Because I mean, everybody is critical of something. I mean,
Yeah. Well, this is the thing.
All positions all around the world need to back up and leave somewhere. It's quite.
But the irony is as well. The irony is the hypocrisy is on the person who called us a hypocrite. The hypocrisy is no. If liberalism's that great, then let me critique it.
Yeah.
Let me critique it.
You know what it is? People who turn around and they say liberalism is fantastic, and you know you can say what you want to say. They live in to be quite frank, they live in cloud cuckoo land. Yeah, they live politically naive lives. Yeah, just a couple of examples. Zakir Naik's banned from entering this country in Britain. Yeah, he's not allowed because, quote unquote, he's seen as an extremist and a fundamentalist. Yeah, Mufti Menk, yeah, this quite soft-hearted Muslim scholar who talks more about the personal development of an individual. He was banned across a number of universities in the UK. I myself was banned across a number of universities and colleges in the UK because of talking and critiquing liberalism and secularism and calling for certain political ideas based upon Islam. Yeah. So this idea that, you know, we live in this totally tolerant, everybody can say what they want, you can do all your dawah, it just boggles belief, especially when we're on YouTube at this moment in time, and we know we could be shut down, to be quite frank. Yeah, like for example, they've shut down any videos which are anti-vaccines. Now, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, yeah, but any videos which promote the idea that vaccines are dangerous are now being prohibited on YouTube. You can't have them anymore. Where's liberalism there? Where's this idea that everybody should be free to express their ideas and the best ideas will then win through? You don't see that. In this society, there is a law called PREVENT, or CVE, Countering Violent Extremism. Yeah, PREVENT. Now, PREVENT is applied across the board. Schools, hospitals, any public building, even mosques have to abide by it, where if they identify somebody who may not break the law, but he may express ideas which are quote unquote seen as extremist or not within the liberal norm, then the authorities of that particular institution, civil institution, are obligated under the law to report him to the counter-extremism authorities within the UK. Yeah,
Fun
and there's
story.
many. And
Fun story.
Yeah, go on. Sorry,
quick
Yusuf,
one.
yeah, go.
Quick one.
Yeah.
So in uni, I was gripped by PREVENT, and I thought, "Oh crap! Like, why? What's going on here?" And then I went there, and I went all like muzzied up. I had my little skull cap on and that, and I sat down, and they were like, "Oh, we weren't expecting this." I was like, "What? Why?" And they thought I was a right-wing extremist. I studied philosophy. And I was looking up like what was going on with Tommy Robinson and a lot of the far right. And one of the reasons is obviously like a lot of their stuff is very anti-Islamic polemics. And I'm looking at what they're saying, and I'm a philosophy student. I'm engaging with the thoughts that they're putting forward. But because I'd went on one of their websites, it was flagged as a dangerous website. It flagged me as a potential far right Islamophobe. which obviously sent their head a bit west when I turned up in a
and you know, a few years ago, David Cameron, who's the Prime Minister of Britain, for those who don't know, he said, and this is his statement, he says, for too long, we have been a passively tolerant society, saying to our citizens, as long as you obey the law, we will leave you alone. It is often meant that we have stood neutral between different values. And then he goes on saying that's helped foster a narrative of extremism and grievance. So David Cameron, when he was Prime Minister, leader of Britain, was basically saying we've been too tolerant. Yeah, just allowing people to obey the law is not sufficient. We need them to adopt a certain set of ideas. And we see this now across a lot of the schooling system in Britain, where they have a particular curriculum related to British values, which have to be taught cross-curricular as well. Means across different areas of subject matters, including also things like LGBTQI, yeah, has to be taught. And anybody who criticizes this, whether that's students, could be reported to the authorities under the Prevent program, yeah. And then they put what they call channel program. It's called a channel program, where they're then sat down and so-called de-radicalized by the state to adopt the state set of values. Yeah. So
I think we should start bringing on the guests as well.
Yeah, sorry. I could go on for this a long time.
We're gonna bring on calls, but I think Brother Abdullah. Sorry, I think Brother Abdullah wants to say something, and we're bringing on the first caller, but Brother Abdullah is gonna make a comment, and then he'll ask his question, inshallah.
Sure. Just on the freedom of speech. Now, I think there was a recent debate where one of the brothers said to I think ex-Muslim that why don't you call for, so you like, he was accused of like, why you're in the West and why don't you just leave the West and go to some Muslim or Islamic regime? And so the response was, okay, well, why don't you tell all those ex-Muslims, liberals, secularists, atheists in the Muslim world to leave the Muslim world, because the world is not, the Muslim world is clearly not following what you believe in, and move to those poor countries which are liberal, fully liberal, like Botswana and South America and so on and so forth, right? So why don't you just go there? Which is a valid point. Like, why don't all those individuals who've been preaching their atheism, liberalism, secularism, feminism, or what have you, leave the Muslim world and go elsewhere? Now, the Muslim world is not ruling by Islam per se, but it doesn't represent their ideal. So why don't they leave? Why doesn't everyone who touts an ideology different from the state they're in just leave and find a state that has that ideology? All those let's say rights campaigners in China should leave China and go to somewhere that believes in rights. Right? So they shouldn't work to change their society for the good, or to they should just go somewhere else. Well, that's ridiculous. They would never accept that, but they're totally happy to level it at ourselves. Of course, here in the West, we call to Islam, but we also, because of the internet and because of the fact that unfortunately the world is becoming more Anglophone, we are in a very good position to actually be able to reach out to the Muslims in the Muslim world, even because of the English language, unfortunately, due to colonization. But anyway, there's that. The second point is, in an Islamic society, such as we knew in our past, there was a freedom to speak and explain your ideas and seek out the truth for the sake of seeking the truth. What's the point of freedom of speech? What is the point of it? What does it serve? Is it just to serve to placate people who have an antisocial Tourette's, that they must just say expletives and swear words at people, right? A voluntary and elective Tourette's, just to placate people who have elective Tourette's, not people who obviously is involuntary. But that's just ridiculous, right? I don't think people say, I feel much happier with my life because I can shout and swear at people and make them feel bad about themselves. I think that increases happiness in society. That's a ridiculous argument. The point of freedom of speech is, at least by the Enlightenment thinkers, was to pursue truth, right? Which we believe wholeheartedly. And so even in societies where the West depicts them as anachronistically as being oppressive, or you couldn't express what you wanted to say, like in Islamic caliphates in the past, from the caliph, from the rightly guided caliphs to the Umayyads to Abbasids and so on and so forth. Muslims had academic discourses, intellectual discourses, Christians, Jews, even atheists, Zoroastrians, all others, having all kinds of discourses publicly and openly, because it was about the pursuit of truth. Islam doesn't prohibit that. A Muslim can even publicly say that they have doubts about Islam. They're facing some doubts. They would like to speak to people about it. That's not a problem. That's not criminalized in an Islamic state. If that's what you feel, then express it, because then you can have someone come to you and explain things and discuss things, and because Islam has nothing to fear or to hide. So we don't have a problem with people expressing they have doubts, because that's the best and surest way we can have those doubts quenched with facts and knowledge. So that's not an issue. However, in the West, as for the freedom of speech issue in the West, as Sharif Abu Lev has correctly said, it's rather deceptive. But the West has certain methods to restrict what it calls to be existentially dangerous ideas which are dangerous to the ruling ideology. It just realizes that empirically, if you lock people up, it makes them into a martyr. People listen to them more. It doesn't work very well to lock people up. So the best way is, first, you see, most movements will fizzle out. So you just wait for them. They fizzle out. You don't have to deal with them. No problem. But what if they get very strong and powerful? And what if they question the ruling ideology itself? Okay, as the mantra in by many politicians in the West, which is no tolerance for intolerance, as they say, right? But that's what they use to say to things which are not liberal. They just call it not liberal things are intolerant. And we can't tolerate, ironically, intolerance. So they have different strategies. The McCarthyite witch hunts against communists in the United States of America, and of course the government, which is meant to be neutral. The government's meant to be neutral between different values, but will actively fund programs of, some would say indoctrination programs for kids in schools to change their curriculums to make sure that they don't subscribe to an ideology that the state doesn't want them to subscribe to. The agents of communism were monitored, harassed, denied jobs, blacklisted. Happened in the United Kingdom as well, right? So you can't get a job, so you can't fund your communist dawah, your core, if you don't have a job, you don't have money, and even you have trouble finding a place to live. Because no one will rent to you because you've been blacklisted, and because the government will make your life very difficult. Because it has more power, it has agents, and the agents, as I said, you can take them to court, but if you can't prove whatever they're doing to you, these agencies behind the scenes, then what case do you have in court? Well, the government's harassing me. Okay, give us evidence. Well, they just call people and they contact people and they tell people, and the government just say, we didn't do it. Wasn't us. It's just, we weren't behind these mysterious individuals with, was it black shades and a dark suit and dark tie and so on and so, right? Not us. So that's what the government generally does. In England, there was the prevent duty, which gave government the ability to, but rather the mandate to start harassing and limiting the platforms that Muslims who were calling to a holistic Islam could speak on. So certain political parties, Muslim political parties who are non-violent, couldn't find any public space or building to have gatherings or congresses or rallies or what have you. People were harassed in their jobs, kicked out of their job. There was, I've also encountered people in the civil service identify to hold certain opinions which are not in line with government ideology, just get fired and say that you're a liability, or your civil service is subject to, we have doubt on your impartiality to your civil service. Like, why would that be a problem? You're just a civil servant, right? You serve the people. Everyone's believes in serving the people to help people. Oh no, but you don't follow state ideology, you're a liability, yada, yada, yada. So these are the kind of things that the West does. And of course, when that doesn't work, they escalate. So in Europe, they escalate, Austria, once they escalate to laws, which actually then stop foreign funding of mosques in Austria, because making the imams must be local, and in France, they want to have education program monitored to ensure what the imams are teaching. And of course, Islamic organizations can be shut down. In England, you can't have a charity. It's not like America. In England, you can't have a charity unless you register with the Charity Commission, which is like a government, you could say, agency to regulate charities. And they can simply deny or withhold from you charity status if your charity is advocating something which they deem to be extremist, like not terrorist, not militant, not violent, just ideologically extremist. Okay. Now, although they can't officially do it, but they de facto can do it. Although they tried to make it official, but there was a lot of they would worry they'd be challenged in court. So, because what is extremism? That was very hard to define. So instead, it's more de facto. They'll say, okay, well, if we just happen to withhold giving charity recognition to any particular charity that we don't like, and we can just find any excuse or not even give an excuse, what can you do about it? Nothing. So in the West, I often said that the Western tolerance is the delayed onset of its intolerance. And anyway, that's just my 2 cents. Oh, and last but not least, sorry, it was an example. In England, a few Christian preachers, not Muslims, Christian preachers in the streets, have been arrested. Once were arrested and successfully prosecuted for publicly condemning same-sex relationships. He was calling to the Bible, some street preacher, and he said something untoward. Someone reporting to the police, was arrested and prosecuted for hate crime against same-sex relationships or people of same-sex attraction. Even though he was calling to the Bible, was calling to his Christian belief, and so on and so forth. Is that freedom of speech? So anyway,
he wasn't calling. The Christian wasn't even calling to violence. By the way, he wasn't calling for any harm to be done, but he was just saying that it's sinful. I think we got was it Unique Traveller?
Yeah, I just want to mention something as well to the guests that are coming on. We want to prioritize liberals specifically. So if you're not a liberal, don't join in, because we have a limit on how many people can come into this stream. And if it's being hogged up with like 4 Muslims, then if there are any liberals watching and they want to join, they can't, because you're on here. We have enough Muslims on the panel. We don't need more. So please avoid and have good etiquettes with regards to the conversation is to be had with liberals. And so if you're by any chance a Muslim, I guess liberal Muslims we can allow on. Obviously you'd fall under the category of liberal. So so keep that in mind. If you do come on and you say anything and it turns out that you are a Muslim and that you're not a liberal, we will ask you to leave politely. So keep that in mind. But I guess that means
I guess that's the answer.
They can ask their questions, isn't it? They can ask.
No, because what ends up happening is it just ends up being a sort of pat on the back, like that people just agreeing with us. So if you're a liberal, we can talk to you. If you're not, then I would say just save the space for liberals so we can actually have a conversation with them.
I just want to say that the existence of liberal Muslims only proves the existence of mental compartmentalization. That it's possible.
Well, I think we have. I think we might have one here, Brother Abdullah. I'm not sure. Yassine, I believe, is a Muslim, and I believe he was the one who asked some questions and had some concerns about why we seem to really hate liberalism. So Yassine, good to have you on again. Please,
really enjoyed the stream.
Thank you. Go ahead, brother. Ask your question.
Just a point of criticism, maybe. I felt the conversation maybe lacked a clear thread, and I still don't really get where the major difference or conflict lies between Islam and liberalism. I think surely there are themes which are in alignment with Islam and are very valuable, such as religious coexistence and pluralism, and many different other tenets.
Yeah. So Yassine, what do you think about the idea that under liberalism, it is the attempt to maximize the individual sovereignty, whereas under Islam, for us, it's about the submission to the will of our Creator.
Yes, individualism is isn't it just one tenet of it is a core tenet of liberalism, but I think it's not that much of an antithesis to Islam. There are clear certain boundaries where one cannot exceed, but
let me quote you. This is he's a well-known politician in the UK. He was also a justice minister. He was foreign minister, and he was home secretary. So he held very top-level positions within the British government. His name's Jack Straw, and he wrote in the political magazine called The Prospect in 2002, and he was discussing about what he called "quote-unquote" Muslim fundamentalists. Yeah, and he said, Democrats, for example, can never accept that religious injunction takes precedence over temporal laws. To do so would threaten the very basis of democratic society. Quite simply, this is a central tenet of democratic political practice. So he's explaining the point. And obviously, understanding the philosophy of liberalism and its history, you'll understand also that democracy is a manifestation of a liberal secular capitalist ideology, yeah, because it's there to preserve the individual. Now, in this quote of his, he's making it very clear that if you accept this liberal democratic process, then you'd have to accept that religious injunction, i.e., what maybe the Sharia says, what the Islamic law says, has to fit underneath, has to be subservient to what he calls temporal laws, yeah, or worldly laws. So, you know, it's very clear for a Muslim, we would say, no, the Sharia would take precedent and human actions have to be subject to the Sharia, not the fact that human actions, you know, can overcome what the Sharia is. Yeah, obviously human beings might disobey the Sharia, but we'd have to accept that Sharia law is supreme, is above us.
All right. It's very difficult for me to judge. Maybe that is an isolated opinion, but I believe that most rules and regulations really don't have any overlap with many matters in Sharia. For example, worship or things that are very critical to the practice of one's religion. Was there a second part to your question? I maybe.
So you're seeing. So the point here is this: it's not about whether there are overlaps, there are things which are similar in this ideology with that ideology or whatever it is. The issue is that what the premise is, what's the basis of the creed of secular liberal capitalism compared to the creed of Islam. And then we can, you know, maybe there are some laws which may be similar at the top level, but at the very creedal aspects, there is a fundamental difference. Now, what happens as a result is those creedal aspects of liberal secularism, they then start to become the lens by which now we start to see Islam and general religion as a whole. Yeah. So we start to say, okay, Islam has to fit within a liberal secular perspective. Yeah. Like, you know, and, you know, the Enlightenment political thoughts like nation states, like what they call universal human rights,
Yes.
yeah, or non-proliferation treaties, or non-expansionism, and all these types of perspectives which come from a very particular liberal secular perspective. Yeah. Similarly, now you're seeing within the Muslims, particularly in the West, not all Muslims, but some Muslims, you hear about talking about how you need to have female imams, that you need to have gender mixed mosques, so men and women pray side by side with each other, that gay marriages should be solemnized or contracted at mosques and masjids, and that imams shouldn't be discriminatory against heterosexuals to homosexuals. And that is all because the paradigm of liberal secularism is seen as the supreme idea, and everything has to fit within this. And the best way to look at this is to look at how Christianity is operating within Western Europe today. How Christianity has these debates now about women priesthoods or women in positions of religious authority, because it's updating equality laws, about gay marriages, about pushing certain secular values within society, all of these things. And as a result, as you have an increase in secularization within these countries and liberalization within these countries, what you also find is a decline within religious adherence to Christianity as well. I don't know if Abdullah wants to add a point.
Yeah.
Yusuf, you can also come back, but Abdullah, I'll let Abdullah come as well.
So just to kind of answer Yasin's, I suppose, first question or point. So let's say fundamentally there's a big difference between the starting, let's say, understanding of the world that Islam and liberalism has. So liberalism says that you own yourself. Islam says that you're owned by God. So you're the property of God, whereas liberalism will say you own yourself. So liberalism will say that same sex or different sex intercourse, any intercourse is okay, as long as it's done consensually with people who can consent, let's just say, because the crime would only be that if it was non-consensual, the owner of the body doesn't give consent to how the body is being used, that's the crime. In Islam, we say that zina, well, the Quran says that it outlaws zina and punishes zina by corporal punishment, because the owner of the body doesn't give you consent to use your body, to have that body being used in the way you want to use it, which is that Allah owns your body, and if you want to have sex outside of wedlock, then that is prohibited. Right? So liberalism would say there should be no problem with that. If it's consensual, no problem. Islam says the owner of the body, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, doesn't give consent. You know, forget about you. You don't own the body. You didn't make yourself. If you made yourself, you own yourself. Liberalism has a very bad metaphysics, because it just can't justify why you own your body, or what does it even mean? What about you owns you, and things like that. I want to get too much into that. That's number one. If you want to see about inconsistent laws, well, there's so many, but zina is one. So premarital sex is outlawed in Islam, and it's punished by corporal punishment. No liberal would ever say that consensual intercourse should be punished at all, right? Because liberalism does not provide a basis to say that's wrong. Right? Whereas Islam, it's a clear verse of Quran, and it even says that the punishment must be witnessed by the believers, so it's a public punishment for it. Yeah, that's not liberal. I know that some people, Muslims who've been enamored by liberalism and are now, proselytizers for liberalism in the sheep's clothing of Islam, they try to make twists and turns and use mental gymnastics on the Quran or the narrations of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu. But there's that one that they really just can't twist. There's no way around it. What about gender roles? If liberalism says that men and women are individuals, and so individuals are all equally individual, and therefore there should be no difference, regardless of what biological differences there are. Although in practice, liberalism then does make practical differences regarding biology, but really it does so with much regret. Whereas in Islam, we say that there is gender roles in a family structure, gender roles. In marriage, for example, the idea that the husband is basically and the wife have sexual rights to each other. They have sexual rights to each other. So the husband must satisfy the sexual rights of his wife, and vice versa, is anathema to liberalism. That the marriage contract in liberalism doesn't give those rights. It really doesn't. That's why they say it's just a piece of paper, because they've abrogated what marriage even means anymore. Whereas in Islam, a woman can take her husband to court if she's not satisfied by him. Right? And in liberalism, that would be hilarious. It'd be a joke. There's no right. They'll say you're the owner of your body. No one has a right over you for sex. So husband shouldn't have a right. The woman shouldn't have a right over her husband for sex. But Islam gives women that right, and vice versa. What about drinking alcohol, taking drugs? Of course. Well, you say liberalism bans it. Well, okay, fine. It bans out, cocaine, but drinking alcohol to the point where just below the point you get inebriated, Islam prohibits. Liberalism would say, yeah, okay, what's wrong? That's not so much of a problem. Interest banking being prohibited by Islam, whereas liberalism says freedom of ownership. It's your money. You do with it as you wish. And on a political scale or political way of looking at it, Islam prohibits people wearing lewd clothing in public. Liberalism doesn't mind so much, although it depends if they're dirty old gentlemen or not. But in essence, in Islam, the political philosophy of it, you could say, is that the public space shouldn't be given away to the hypocrites, to the munafiqeen, to corrupt society by bringing their nifaq, their hypocrisy, or their rejection of the revelation, their corrupt morals into the public and normalizing it, and shoving it in our faces. Instead, if they want to be a hypocrite, if they don't want to follow Islam, and they don't fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they can do their hypocrisy in their own homes, but they can't bring their hypocrisy out of their own homes and into the public sphere. Whereas in liberalism, it takes the opposite approach. It uses it as a virtue. It says, if we allow everyone to be publicly to do what they want and to manifest their hypocrisy in public, then we would know for sure that those people who are righteous in public are not hypocrites. They are righteous. They're still being righteous. I say, well, that's really a kind of incorrect way of looking at humans, because most people are neither super righteous or hypocrites. They're just sinners who are fallible and subject to peer pressure and sometimes cave in due to social peer pressure, right? So you can tell women, for example, in the West that they're beautiful and they're strong, confident women, but when the fashion industry shows airbrushed, image manipulated images of women and makes that the ideal, you're going to get bulimia, you're going to get anorexia, you're going to get self-harm, you're going to get the depression amongst women, self-hatred of their bodies, because peer pressure always wins, or mostly wins. Anyway, so what does Islam do? Islam puts peer pressure on the side of righteousness. Let everyone be a true believer in their own homes, demonstrate their true belief in their own homes when only Allah can see them. Because it's only Allah that needs to see it, not us. I don't care if someone's a hypocrite or a righteous believer. I'm not the one who decides their heaven and hell. Allah decides it. So the hypocrite can still have a test to be a hypocrite, whether they will continue their righteousness inside their own houses. But let's let those struggling sinners, when they go out of their homes, not face a bigger struggle from society. That's the mercy of Islam. That's why it's a mercy, right? You don't have to fight your human nature or be in an environment that is hyper-stimulated, not conducive to the human flourishing of your nature as a believer, but a society that actually helps you actually strengthen your deen and makes it easy for you. So that is fundamentally the difference between Islam and liberalism in a nutshell. I can elaborate, but I don't want to take up too much time.
All right. Can you hear me? Obviously, generally, all Muslims agree that the major lawgiver is God. There is no disagreement about this. But what oftentimes, I think many points you raised very well illustrate this, is that people are under the impression that adoption of some liberal themes automatically equate to a sort of lax understanding of the Islam, which is not at all the case. For example, modesty. A liberal society can allow for the endorsement of a more modest clothing statement if it is under the in the understanding of the whole society, and they have the certain other principle from where they derive it. For example, in our case, God. We can arrive at the understanding that people ought to dress modestly. But I don't think that Muslims need to be so throwing everything out wholesale, because I still maintain there are many values that are.
Yassine, Yassine, I understand what you're trying. Well, I think I understand what you're trying to say.
It's not about having rosy glasses.
No, but I think what we need to appreciate is that when we're talking about liberalism or capitalism or liberal secular capitalism, whatever particular term, if you're talking about this particular ideology or worldview, you have a total view about how individuals and society should act. Yeah, it's not just something which is for a particular aspect of a particular aspect of society or a person's life. It's totalizing. It tells you what you should be aiming for. It tells you how you judge an action. It tells you, how to implement laws. It tells you what type of system that you want to implement as well. This is why, I recommend for the listeners, if they ever get a chance, to check out Jerry. I think his name's Jerry Muller, Dr. Jerry Muller. He's a lecturer in capitalism, and he has a whole series about capitalism. Fantastic series, because he explains it from its roots, And he explains how capitalism isn't just an economic model, but rather it was an economic model built upon a worldview that had certain assumptions about how human beings act. So you have this worldview on one hand, then you have Islam. Now, how do we view Islam? We view Islam generally as a worldview, yeah, as this a creed, a belief system from which we understand how individuals and societies act, yeah. So we have this. So the question is that do we have to go outside of Islam, outside of the guidance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in order to understand how human beings should behave? Obviously, as Muslims, we say, no, we've got Islam that tells us how human beings should behave. Now, that doesn't stop us from looking at technology or science, and whether that comes from the West or the East or China, wherever it is, because that's universal. But when it comes to behavior, how human beings should act, where law should emanate from, all of that has to be seen within the paradigm of Islam, yeah, within the framework of Islam. And, Abdullah's given you many examples, but just as a final example to maybe to explain
Could I
it.
say something?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I still maintain that many of those things he mentioned are not necessary entailments of an endorsement of liberalism. And
how do
yes.
you define liberalism, Yasin?
Isn't it merely a stance against an authoritarian state or government? Because
No.
it arose during the... Isn't it? It's not.
No, it's more than that. It's more than that. If you look at whether it's Bernard de Mandeville, you look at Jean-Jacques Rousseau, you look at John Stuart Mill's essay on liberty, they're not just saying we need to stand up against authority. Or Thomas Hobbes, Leviathan, they're talking about what is sovereignty, yeah, what's the rights of human beings, yeah. Yes, they said, yeah, we don't want authoritarianism, but then they're saying, okay, so now what do we do? How do we understand human motivations? Yeah, what motivates human beings? And from it, they develop a social, political, economic system. Yeah, they develop a system of laws and how humans should interact. So it wasn't just simply a reaction in terms of we're reacting against, unjust authority. Rather, it becomes more than that. It's, well, these are the rights that human beings should be aspiring to. Yeah, that's where liberalism. So liberalism is like the ontological maximization of the individual. It's the desire to how to maximize the individual, whether that's his, freedom of ownership, whether that's freedom of expression, freedom of belief, or personal freedoms. Is how do you maximize that within a society where other human beings are also trying to pursue that. At the same time, they are trying to maximize it so that individuals are able to gratify their their own sensual, what they call sensual gratification, yeah, because that's the direct motivation for humans to act. So how do you maximize the individuals for human beings to gratify as much as they possibly can? From that came an economic system, yeah, capitalism and free market, yeah. So, and then from that came a political system. If you read John Stuart Mill's, where he talks about the essay of liberty, he talks about how do you ensure that you don't have majority dictatorship. So he has a maxim. The maxim is everybody should be free to do what they want, so long as not impinging upon the freedom of another individual. Yeah. So this is how they developed their idea and their system. So this is why it's really important to understand the ideological basis and the historical development of liberalism in order to understand that it isn't just a reaction against unjust authority, but rather it was positing a way of life for people to follow. Yeah, and that if other people don't follow it, then people like Tony Blair, who was a Prime Minister of Britain before David Cameron, he said, well, we should have the right, what he called liberal interventionism, the right for our state to invade another sovereign state if they quote unquote go against our liberal values, or what we see as universal liberal values. Maybe they see them as oppressing from their own liberal basis, oppressing their own people, that we have the right to intervene within these states. Yeah.
I've jokingly called that liberal offensive jihad, which is or expansionist. Colonialism was in essence first argued and justified as a type of, you could say, expansionist jihad for liberalism. The difference between Islam and liberalism in that as well is that Islam didn't force Islam on Muslims, were not commanded to force Islam on people to embrace it. Whereas under colonialism, the state, the structure, the political structure of that society and its culture and everything must be changed to conform to the liberal views of the Europeans at the time when they entered in on that society, so that people were no longer allowed to do the things as they did before. Whereas for Muslims, going into Syria, going into Persia, going into Egypt, the Christians, Jews, Zoroastrians, their basic culture, their laws, everything wasn't touched, wasn't changed at all whatsoever. All that was changed was the people who were guarding the borders and protecting the frontiers and overseeing the internal security were Muslims, but we didn't interfere with the religious life, the laws and systems of the people. Liberalism will actually say one law for all. It sounds, which they say is equal and fair. Everyone gets one law, but then who decides? Which laws are made, or maybe the majority. Okay, so then you have majority oppressing minority. In Islam, Christians and Jews, their law is the same. They stay as their own law system. There'll be some negotiation at the beginning as to what laws would govern interaction between Muslims and Jews and Christians and the Zoroastrians. But generally speaking, amongst themselves, they can live exactly as they want to live, follow any rules or laws within their belief, more or less, with absolute no interference from Muslims. But I want to maybe give you an analogy, really, just hopefully to hit it home, perhaps for you, the difference, maybe to make it very clear. And before I do that, I want to respond to something you said about modesty. Yeah, you said maybe in a liberal country you have an idea of modesty and you can implement that. And let's say, why can't you have a liberal state that, let's say, believes that hijab is modest? I say, well, you can, but you couldn't have a liberal state that would make that a dress code for the public life and then have maybe charge penalties or something, charge people penalties for not adhering to that dress code. So a mandatory dress code is very difficult. What you can have is you can have prohibitions in liberalism. So liberalism might prohibit you from wearing particular clothes, but not from not wearing particular clothes, I suppose. But the more important aspect would be within liberal thinking, if the state starts advocating a particular form of modesty, okay, there can be a minority of people who say, that's not fair. I'm an equal citizen. I disagree with the state's idea of modesty. I think it should be, people being naked on the street, whatever. That's okay. And this is going against or let's say scantily clad clothing. I think that's okay. I think that's modest. If you don't like it, just turn your head away. Right. So if the state adopts a particular position on modesty, that's oppressing me as a minority or what have you. Right. So they can make this argument, and what's the state going to say? The state going to say, I'm sorry, your idea of modesty is wrong because it goes against the majority. It's arbitrary. Then the majority can do all kinds of crazy things, right? And then you're going. And liberalism actually is worried about that, actually. It doesn't trust the majority, by the way. That's why you have constitutions, why you have senates, why you have courts, why in England you have the House of Lords, which are not elected, is because the Western Enlightenment founding fathers didn't trust the majority of people. They're actually anti-democratic. They say so. You can't trust democracy, true democracy. It's crazy, right? The majority can do all kinds of crazy things, right? You can't trust them. And also, who defines modesty, right? How is it defined? So liberalism just wouldn't accept that you have to say it's God, because then there is something over the individual, right? It can only say we accept the majority position, maybe, but only within a certain limits. Yeah, that's what liberalism says. Islam says God says it, and God is the owner of all of us. And if God makes a command, we hear and we obey on this command, because God is the originator of the universe. Why can't he be the originator of morality too? Right? By dicta, he made the universe by his word. Why can't his word also be the definer of morality too for the universe he created? Right? So That's fundamentally the difference. But now to give you the analogy I promised, and I'll kind of end my my little segment. So one of the things that you're probably thinking about is you're thinking that liberalism is just the opposite to absolute government or absolute tyranny, right? So a leader that can just do whatever he wants. Now, yes, John Locke argued about this. He actually disagreed with Thomas Hobbes. Thomas Hobbes said you can have an absolute leader and who can do whatever he wants because the people elected him into power. Even if he stays there for the rest of his life, it's kind of like they gave consent, so too bad. Whereas John Locke is now responding to Thomas Hobbes and saying, no. You can't have the leader do whatever he wants because then we're his slaves. Then he just controls us and he can kill us at whim. That's not freedom. And that's where he explains what liberty is. Liberty, he says, is not freedom to do whatever you want, but freedom from absolute tyranny or control or leadership. But that's not liberalism exactly. But liberalism needs that. So that's not all of liberalism, but liberalism needs that component, right? But every state or system that is not based on absolute tyranny believes that absolute tyranny is wrong, right? They just have a different basis for how the government, what should control the government then. So if you're in Rome, right, the Romans weren't liberal, but the Roman Republic was governed by the culture and the traditions of Romans, right? So the Romans and their culture, their tradition controlled what the Senate could do, controlled what they could vote for and things like this. Generally speaking, for different mechanisms and powers, they didn't trust absolute leadership. But it wasn't liberalism. It was just the culture of Rome and their gods and what have you. This is their religion. In Islam, the caliph can't do anything he wants to do, right? He's limited by the Quran and Sunnah and can be taken to court and can move from his position. And some Ottoman caliphs were removed from their position by Sheikh al-Islam, by the constitutional court, for going against the Quran and Sunnah, right? So we don't believe in absolute government either, right? But the criteria for what controls the government is not liberalism, it's not Roman culture, it's going to be Islam. And of course, Marxists in theory also, or socialists, will believe the same for their government is controlled by socialist ideals and so on and so forth. But here's the analogy now, right? What liberalism does is, imagine there's a school, okay? And the school has kids, and there was this crazy head teacher that doesn't know how to head teach. He rolls a dice, or she rolls a dice, randomly decides different policies, has kids doing silly things, and just like any crazy thing, mending socks one day, making iPhones the other day, right? Just crazy things, right? So then the teachers get tired of this. They say, let's kick out this head teacher. Let's put a head teacher in charge who will govern by some principle. The liberal analogy in this would be of a head teacher who says, okay, guys, I'm going to let the kids do whatever they want in school, whatever they want to learn, they can learn if they want to learn, even as long as they don't fight each other, like they don't punch each other, right? That's it. But the kids don't know what they don't know, so they don't know what they should be learning and how they should be learning it. Some kids don't even want to learn. Some kids are disruptive in class and don't let other kids learn. They're not fighting them. They're just making loud noises and all kinds of stuff. It's all chaotic, not a good place. In fact, that probably describes a lot of schools today in the West. The analogy of Islam in this situation would be you kick out the crazy head teacher and you replace them with a head teacher who's given a curriculum that has been written down by educational experts, experts on pedagogy, who tell the head teacher what the kids should be learning, how they should be learning it, discipline in class, everything, a full guidebook, okay? And the head teacher has to stick to that book or they will lose their job, okay? That is the analogy of Islam in this case, right? It has a guidebook. It actually knows how to teach the kids, what to teach the kids to ensure they are successful, because the kids aren't in school merely to do what they want, but they're in school to learn, right? So that's the analogy between all the systems. We don't believe in arbitrary government. Hell no. Unfortunately, many Muslims in the Muslim world are told by, let's just say, state-controlled scholars, quote unquote, who tell them that the rulers have been appointed by God and that you can't even talk about against them, which is not what the Quran Sunnah actually says, by the way. But this is exactly what the Christians in medieval Europe were saying. right? And remember what the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, that many of his ummah will follow the ways of the Christians and the Jews before them. We will make the same mistakes they made. And lo and behold, there are Muslims today doing the exact same thing as some of the Christians were doing in the Renaissance era. They were saying that divine right of kings, do not speak out against the ruler. The ruler was appointed by God. If he punishes you, it's because of your sins, right? So you deserve it, right? If he's a tyrant, it's because of your sins. God's punishing you by this tyrant. If you do, just pray more, be nice, be more personal, do your more personal liturgy, Catholic liturgies, and God will give you a righteous ruler, right? That's what the Christians were told, right? And that's what led them to basically ultimately make some kind of say, no, we can't have arbitrary ruler. We can't have a king that just controls us and makes us slaves. We need to have another system. What's the system going to be? Let's just make it about people do what you want, right? And your purpose in life is to just feed yourself and gratify your senses as much as possible. That's what they replaced it with, right? Whereas in the Muslim world today, of course, because many Muslims don't understand what Islam says, which is clearly why we have people who are even going to be Muslim, who say they're Muslim, but they're liberal at the same time. Much like in the 1960s, we had Muslim communists. They're saying we're Muslim, but Karl Marx, his ideas, this is compatible with Islam. I'll say, well, they're not all compatible with Islam. You can't be, Islam is both compatible with Marxism and liberalism at the same time. That's quite a feat, to be honest, right? Or is the real reason that Muslims are just copying what they see around from the West because they feel Islam is deficient, or their own ignorance makes them see Islam to be deficient. So we shouldn't do that. We should read what Islam says, revive Islam, re-implement it as a holistic system that can give rights and a restricted, conditioned government based on the Quran and Sunnah. And inshallah, brother, you'll see a much better success, as had been successfully implemented for 1,200 to 300 years. Longer than the West has implemented liberalism, a much more stable system for society. Anyway, inshallah, I hope that's kind of answered some of your questions and doubts, inshallah. Okay.
Yeah, Sayyid, if you just respond to that, inshallah, because we have got other guests, but I'll let you respond, inshallah.
All right. I'm very appreciative of your input, and I will definitely look into it more. But you pointed out something which is we should strive to implement the implementation of a certain form of governance. What so-called liberal Muslims mainly are concerned with is the, for example, I'm an immigrant child, and we are mainly occupied with how do we deal in living in a country which is not
not Islamic, not Muslim majority. Yes. Yeah.
Our concern isn't at all to maybe implement this form of governance or that form of governance. What the consequence is when people have the impression that liberalism is so antithetical to their religion, is that they are forced to completely retreat and not partake in societal life. This leads to the natives to really see them more as strangers and not being able to kind of have this feeling of togetherness, and I think there is where the dissatisfaction with immigrants comes from, and then there rightly the question comes up with here, if you can't even partake and completely have to retreat. There I find the criticism is justified in saying, why wouldn't you go there where you can live your practice?
So Yasin, the issue is this: is that as Muslims, when we criticize liberalism, we criticize, or as if some of us criticize liberalism, we're criticizing it in the same way Karl Marx may have criticized capitalism and liberalism when he was alive. Now, does the argument mean that, okay, so therefore Karl Marx needs to leave the country and go create his own quote unquote society or anything like that? Nobody really says that. Nobody really says that about communists per se, or even socialists. They don't turn around and say, leave our country if you don't like it.
Well, he was a scholar. We are common
Well,
Muslims.
that's fine, but it's not whether it's common Muslims or scholarly or whatever it is. The issue is that we are trying to take an academic approach in terms of critiquing a particular set of ideas and worldview. And I think as Muslims, even if we're commoners and lay people, we have a right to look at ideas around us and to see whether we should adopt it or whether we should critique it, and whether we have as Muslims some ideas which are benefit in terms of human beings. So criticizing the environment or the society that you live in, living in a society, let's say, for example, myself, I live in Britain. I think, where do you live? Was it France, Yassine?
Somewhere in Europe.
Somewhere in Europe. Okay, somewhere in Europe. So I live in Britain. So it's not the case that I isolate, myself. I suddenly ghettoize myself in a very small little minority area, full of Muslims, and that's it. Neither is it the case that I assimilate, within the environment. I just simply say, you know what, they're all going to the pub, to get a bevy, some alcohol, drink some beer. Yeah, I'll join them as well because I want to feel like one of them. No, you interact. You interact based upon your values and principles, rather than abandoning what you believe to be correct. And at the same time, we think we've got something to offer. Now, talking about Islamic governance, talking about Islam as this comprehensive system, might seem a little bit alien as a minority living in a majority non-Muslim country, but it does certainly have a resonance when it comes to the Muslim world, because we can see that the Muslim world currently is a product of post-colonialism. It's not a product of Islam. It's not that Muslims have a set of values and suddenly this is what we're seeing within the Muslim world today. No, the majority of the Muslim world was colonized. Majority of the current leaderships within the Muslim world were imposed by the West, by Western states, either through direct colonialism, placing them there, like King Faisal of Iraq, or even what we see today of the Saudi royal family, or it's through a patronage type system where they supply certain funding to the military within certain parts of the Muslim world, like in Pakistan. Previously they supplied a lot of money to the military. The military therefore hold a lot of the political power, and therefore the military is able to decide who is or isn't going to get into political power within their country, because they've got this external funding, namely by mainly by America, but also other European countries, Western European countries as well. So you can see that actually this discussion that's taking place primarily in the Muslim world about what type of system do we need to adopt in order to create the revived progress societies that we think our society should be, well, then that's a question about ideas. And so it's either this liberal, secular, capitalist ideology, or it's Islam. And the sad fact is that because as Muslims, we don't really hear this type of discourse about liberalism and capitalism being critiqued often, as on an academic level. And secondly, and more, prominently, what we don't hear about is any political discourse about Islam as a political system, or what does it offer in terms of ruling or economic or social or understanding of foreign affairs, or what policies it could implement in order to help in the industrialization process, what policies it has on monopolies, or how does it define public and private resources, what can be privately owned, what can't be privately owned, what type of banking system it would have, etc. Because these types of discussions are not taking place on a macro levels systems of Islam within our countries, then many Muslims are unfortunately looking at the West, seeing the fact that they've built their economies up, they've got some levels of technology, and therefore think that's the model to follow. As Muslims, whether we live in the West or live in the Muslim world, we should try to learn our deen as best as possible. And when it comes to interacting, obviously we interact based upon our Islamic values. And to be fair, I'll be honest with you, Yassine, that when you do that, you'll find many non-Muslims will appreciate your position and your belief and values in a better light than compared to what they hear upon the media and the perceptions that they have. What will not help is to try to sugarcoat Islam or not engage in these types of discussions, because what happens then, they think you're hiding something, you're doing some sort of taqiyya, yeah, you're double speak, yeah, you're saying Islam is a religion of peace, and then hold on, but it talks about warfare in the Quran. Where does that come? You know, and they no, ignore that. We all do as well. No, you have to engage in these discussions, and the best way to engage in them is talk about it in an open manner, and demonstrate through your own also practical actions what it means to have these certain set of values manifest as an individual as well. But Yasin, Jazakallah khair. Sorry, I know we've sort of spoke a lot as well, but we're going to have to move on to our next guest, inshallah. Otherwise, Yusuf
No
will
worries.
shout at me. But I appreciate you
Thank
coming
you
on.
a lot.
Jazakallah khair.
Until the next time.
You're muted. Or is it me?
No, it's me. It's me.
Okay, cool.
So you were the one who was supposed to say, let's move to the next guest so that I don't look like the nasty one. And you still managed to frame it as me being the nasty one because you're scared of being shouted at me.
Sorry. No, it's me. I'm the nasty one.
The way you said that then as well makes me sound scary. But anyway, so we're going to bring on the next guest, Yusuf. He did write something. I'm just seeing that now. I don't know if you just want to sort of reiterate what you've wrote there, Yusuf.
Right.
But welcome to the podcast. Hello.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, we're good. We're good. So just to clarify, firstly, are you liberal?
I would describe myself as liberal, yes.
Okay, so go ahead. What would you like to speak about today?
Okay, so earlier on the panel, you guys have been kind of taking a few jabs at liberalism, kind of pointing out examples of how the UK and the United States implement their laws and are somewhat contradictory. I would like to say, first of all, I don't really think when these countries implement those certain particular laws that they are following a pure sense of idealism, nor even a general notion. So, like, for example, when they say, okay, certain speech from like an Islamic perspective is not tolerated, yeah, that would, in my opinion, not be very representative of what liberalism really stands for. So when I say liberalism, and you guys have defined it before in a very concise manner, it's like we're trying to maximize a person's agency and choice, and like kind of for each individual person, we're trying to maximize their ability to choose and do as they like, right?
But Yusuf, why do you call yourself a liberal? Why do you believe in it?
Well, I stand for, I think this kind of ideal is something that I guess that will benefit us all. Even like from whatever perspective you look at it, from an Islamic perspective or just from a materialistic perspective, maximizing people's choice and decision-making capabilities will just benefit everybody.
Okay, so you think that on what basis are you defining benefit here?
Okay, it benefits a person because I don't know. Or so there's the underlying assumption that if you're forced to do something, that is not a good thing. Even if it's like forcing a person to do something that's good, it's not necessarily it's not something that we smile upon. Even in
I understand that, Yusuf, but I'm just trying to understand what is the benefit that you're looking at. What is it that maximizing people's choices or sovereignty? What is it that is that benefit? What's the factors that you're looking at? Because we need to have factors. We need to be able to say, okay, it does this, this, and this. Yeah, these are the things that we want as human beings. This is what this particular set of ideas does. For example, do we want respect within society? Is that a good thing?
All right. You want me to answer that particular question, or do you want me to?
Yeah. That particular question, because that might be help to understand. So, do we want respect within society? Is that a good thing?
Respect. That's a very vague one, but I would say, generally speaking, yes.
Okay, so would the maximization of people's sovereignty and choices? So, let's say they could say whatever they want to whoever they want. would that increase or decrease that particular aspect of respect? So let's say you want to make that any student can swear at any teacher, or that any person can say the N-word.
Right.
And that's a
so
good thing.
That would detract from that respect aspect.
Yeah.
And consequently, I agree. I agree that liberalism might not necessarily increase or maximize the respect aspect of society.
Okay, so then we need a criteria, isn't it?
But like what
Go on.
Yes, my criteria would be, I guess, people's individual goals, what they strive to achieve in life, whether that be pursuing worship of God, or like aspiring to have a certain career, those kind of choices that a person wants to achieve. We should give them agency to choose that for themselves.
Why?
Because it helps them achieve those goals.
Yeah, but why would no? Because normally we'd say, why do we want to do that? Because it's not just that it's a goal, but it's the case that they see this as happiness. Yeah. This is what pleases them.
Yeah, but I want to shy away from the pursuit of happiness narrative. I want to be because there's a lot of issues that you can run into if you say that's the purpose, pursuit of happiness.
Okay.
Because
so then, what is it? Why should we allow a person to pursue their specific goal? Like, for example, should we want to allow a Satanist to pursue their particular goal of Satan worship?
Yeah, we should allow. It sounds kind of funny, but I think we should allow a person to pursue that. Although we shouldn't advocate. It's not something that we should try to notion that it's acceptable. Rather, that it's that if a person does it, they're basically damning themselves to whatever.
Yeah, agreed. So, but the question becomes, I still don't understand. I still don't understand why you're particularly saying they should be allowed to. Because let's say you prevent it. Yeah, let's say we prevent quote unquote Satanism as an example. I'm just giving it as an example. Yeah. Then you could say, okay, well, this is going to increase happiness within society because people are going to have that tranquil belief in God, let's say, as opposed to the chaotic belief in Satanism. And ultimately, they're going to get rewarded by God in eternity. So actually, the goal that we're setting out here would be benefited by restricting certain actions and beliefs over other actions and beliefs, depending. But again, it goes down to the goal and what's the aim of the goal for the human being. It makes sense. See, for me, it makes sense to be a liberal if you're secular in the context that you don't believe in God. Yeah, you're not Muslim, you're not Christian. You're literally, you're a materialist. There are major problems with materialism, by the way. Yeah, other issues, whether you then have the ability to have agency. Yeah, because then you've got the whole problem of determinism there. But let's just put
Sharif,
that to the side.
Sharif, sorry, just on that point of materialism, but is it really, does it really make sense as a secularist to be a liberal? Because I think the fundamental assumption here is that individualism is basically there's something good about individuals getting what they want. Now the question is that fundamental starting point of liberalism, is it something that leads to the betterment of society? For example, why can't we start with another starting point that, for example, man is a social animal, and start with society, start with a system that, for example, values family, the sanctity of family, over the individual wants of every single person in society. And let's say, for example, you will if on this hyper individualistic ideology, you might have people wanting to basically abort their children. So you have problems in like abortion. Well, it's a personal autonomous choice for me to abort my child, or for me to leave my husband and neglect my kids, or that. I mean, so when you I think even from a secular perspective, like, is it really the case that individualism is better for society? It might be better for the individual temporarily, but where does it take society? I mean, I guess that's the question. So I mean, I guess the question here for Yusuf is, why start with the assumption that it's all about the individual rather than the society.
Right. So I'm gonna say I'm not gonna make that assumption because I wouldn't. We like from
No,
an,
but
from
that
a
is the core. That is the fundamental assumption that liberalism is founded on. So I don't know how you can't make that assumption and call yourself a liberal.
No, I would think you can also make the assumption that what was it? People have differing opinions and goals, and they're not the same. So we have so like earlier you said something about respect. Not everybody values respect, right? So for you it might be a goal, but for another person it might not be. So that's where this liberalist agenda plays a role. Like it has a utility where
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Yusuf, the problem then becomes is then you create a schizophrenic society. You're going to have a situation where what you do disrespects and creates disrespect and creates problems. You know, the opposite of social cohesion. It would create distrust and, you know, a disintegration within society. And then you got, on the other hand, some people who do want to see the respect within society, and so therefore you're going to have a clash within that society, and one of those positions has to dominate. You can't just have a situation where everybody can do what they want. One of those positions is going to have to dominate. The second issue, and I think Abdulrahman raises a really good point, which is that why assume the individual? Because let's take, for example, the whole current debate about vaccines. Yeah, I recently, was it today? I think it was. Yeah, no, yesterday. I went through the town centre of where I live, and there was all this demonstration against the vaccine, saying don't give the vaccine, don't take the vaccine. Now here's a situation. Okay, under a liberal individualistic ideology that you're saying, people should be free to pursue what makes them happy. But on the opposite side, if you know this vaccine is safe, and if the fact that this COVID-19 is a real threat to human survival, then then the argument would be, well, actually, to help prevent deaths and disability from the disease, you need to enforce vaccination. Yeah. So the overall goal of society would be at the detriment of individuals having the choice whether to take the vaccine or not. Now, Islam has solved this problem. Islam has its own rules regardless of whether people have to take the vaccine or not. That's a separate issue. But I'm just saying, from this perspective, yeah, your starting point of the individual, the maximization of the individual choices, could, in theory, cause huge problems for the rest of society, like a contagious disease, and whether people should have the free choice of whether to take a preventative medicine.
I see your point for sure, but I
Let
don't
me give
see
you another.
how.
Okay. Yeah. So Yusuf,
Yeah,
you're saying?
like how to respond to that particular example. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go on, Karen.
Can you hear me? All right, cool. So my response to that particular example is you could both allow people to protest the vaccine and at the same time, as long as they don't intrude on other people's ability to get the vaccine. And
Yeah,
then, like,
but Yusuf,
Sorry,
Yusuf, the problem is this: if not everybody is vaccinated, or at least 95%, then the disease can still affect every single person within that society, because vaccines are not lifelong. Yeah. To get rid of the
Yes.
disease, you have to vaccinate at least around about 95% of the population to create physical barriers for which the spread of the disease. This is just one example. Yeah. So here you've got a situation where the individual freedom can affect the society. Yeah. I'll give you another example. You have a situation where we're facing an environmental crisis. Yeah. Rising sea levels, desertification's increasing in some parts of the world. But then you also have a situation where people want to pursue greater individualism, greater desire to acquire more and more wealth. Yeah. So what do you do in that situation? Because governments are going to have to impose laws now. Yeah. Which are going to contradict liberalism. And that's why there's always this tension between liberalism and authority, because authority, by definition, contradicts the liberal ideology, but yet at the same time they say the necessity of the authority. So what do you do in that situation? Because now, if you're saying, well, actually, in that situation, for the sake of humanity and the criteria that we may have in our heads, we need to restrict the individual laws, then by definition, individualism is not the goal, is not the starting point.
But well, I think I would put the opposite contention, which would be, what if it would be beneficial to the rest of society if we kill off a few people, right? If we like low on
Kidneys.
supply of food,
Yeah.
food or kidneys. You made that example in the previous video. I remember that. Yeah. In that
Soylent
scenario,
Green
right?
is people. Soylent Green is people. I don't know if you ever come across that.
No,
It's
I
an
have
old
not come across
film.
that.
Abdullah knows it. Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Charlton Heston. So go on. Yeah, so if you're running low on people, kill a few individuals off. Yeah.
That, and in that scenario, I think that Islamic perspective would be like, no, you can't do that, right?
But
and also
that's now
you're going back.
Yeah, but you're going back to Islam. You're not going back to liberalism.
No,
I'm saying
you
in
sound like a
in the
utilitarian.
liberal.
You sound like more like a utilitarian.
Well, I think utilitarianism feeds into the liberalist agenda.
Yeah, but
does it not?
But Yusuf,
I think they're different. One talks about the collective, and the other talks about the individual. And I think utilitarians and liberals, if I'm not mistaken, are kind of opposed to one another, at least in the political spectrum.
I think there's
you can look at utility from an individualistic perspective versus a collective perspective.
But Abdullah, maybe you can
it's pragmatic. But
utilitarianism is utilitarianism is you could say a school of thought within Western liberalism, perhaps a school of ethics to justify or to measure liberal ethics or political systems. So what is good and bad policy for governments to implement in a liberal system? John Stuart Mill, of course, was a liberal. In fact, some say he presaged social liberalism. We're implementing policies which actually might limit the rights of the individual in order to maximize the kind of collective rights of the society, of all the individuals of society, so maximize happiness. So use that as a basis. You have people. He was obviously there's others like social idealists who said that the purpose of let's say political liberalism is to create the self-realization of all individuals. Be all you can be, or be your true self. Live authentically, right? That kind of school of thought. These are all schools of thought within liberalism, right? And they disagree with each other as to what to do and what that even means and how to interpret themselves. Usually economists and of course people who do health policy planning tend to be utilitarians because it deals with statistics, something that you can measure, whereas people who are in charge of social policy tend to be social idealists that talk about self-realization and what does it mean to be a self-realized individual, which then imposes a particular kind of cookie cutter framework upon what it means, what is the end product that the desires to see society or every individual society be like. But the idea, some would say, you could live the ontological freedom for its own sake, if you like, the Kantian kind of freedom's sake. But what does that mean? I want to be free just to be free, circular logic. I think what Sharif was saying, maybe asking you about, is actually a typical theme you see of theist and atheist debates about morality. What is good? Where is the should? A cold material universe, there is no should, right? The only should and shouldn't in a material universe is can and can't, right? What you can do, what you can't do. That's the only halal, haram. The only permissible and impermissible is what is the possible and the impossible. That's all that the material universe says if you are only looking at it from materialistically. But to come in and say people should do what they want, as your starting basis with no justification for that, leads to more than just the problems that Sharif also highlighted. Just to give you an example, if someone says, hey, I want to be a cocaine addict, I like cocaine, I want it. Then what can liberalism say about it? Okay, all right, yeah, go ahead, take your cocaine. But then in the effect of cocaine, make that person kind of poor, forced to do crime, because there is secondary effects from what was initially an innocent it only affects me approach to a, oh, now it affects society approach by a secondary effect. It's the secondary effects that liberalism isn't very good at mitigating against, and maybe retroactively does so and leads to internal contradictions. If someone wants to be an alcoholic, if someone wants to be a deadbeat father or a deadbeat mother, and what about them? If you're starting off with the basis that people should do what they want to do, if you're telling people, guys, your purpose in life is to do whatever you want to gratify your desires, right? Whatever the desires might be, okay? But what if the cosmic dice rolled and someone wants to be, takes a sadistic pleasure in serial killing, in being a pedophile? They'll say, I can't help my tastes, my desires. It's a shame that it goes against what society allows me to do. But because that is the only purpose in life I have, I'll just have to find a way to make the two work, as in not be caught by society and still pursue those desires at the same time. Because how would you argue against them? You say, I better hurt other people. And he says, but I'm not other people. I'm me. I'm an individual. And I can only speak to my own satisfaction of my own desires. Yeah, because right. I don't see the world through other people's eyes. Maybe they're a sociopath. Maybe they're a psychopath, so they don't have empathy. What argument could be made? Or even argument, for example, I like gambling. I want to be a gambler. And they gamble the money of their family away, and then there are advertisements which kind of play upon women's bodies being a certain shape or being sold as a certain kind of using airbrushing and something that's unrealistic, and then it makes women feel depressed about themselves. It makes them feel inadequate. And gambling shops always spring up in poor areas, exploiting the poor by offering them hope. Here's the thing. Here's the problem. If you make a society where everyone is to follow what they desire, they can be manipulated by those who have the ability to make them want what they want, what these manipulators want them to want. Yeah? And that's what happens. Then they become slaves to consensual slaves, but slaves of a different kind, and it's not to their own happiness and satisfaction.
But that type of manipulation can kind of happen in any kind of system, really. If it doesn't, like in that case, it happens on the individual level. On if you do let's say Sharia law, for example, you can implement that on a whole governmental level if you can fool people into thinking that Sharia is a certain way or not. Take Saudi Arabia, for example. It like not too long ago had a law that basically enforced that women couldn't drive, right? And that's not necessarily Sharia, but they convinced the people it is.
No, they didn't. What Saudis see, the thing is, comes with assumptions. Saudis just say it was part of their culture, and that it's just unseemly to do that in their country. Whereas in the Islamic in the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Republic of Pakistan and any other and in Sudan, women could drive, right? So clearly the Saudis knew that every other, even so-called Islamic Republic or so-called Islamic country, although they're not really Islamic, were allowing women to drive. If you ever spoke to Saudis, they wouldn't say because Islam says you can't. There's no text that says that women can't drive or can't ride camels would be where the analogy would be taken from. Can't ride camels or horses by themselves. So they just implemented a law because it was based on their culture. But you assume that Saudi Arabia or the people of Saudi Arabia care that the laws are Islamic or even know what Islam even says about the matter.
I'm just saying. I'm saying this in any system, in any particular system, people can use an ideal and manipulate the people to think that that's what they want or want to pursue based upon the ideal that they uphold. So like in the case of liberalism, as you mentioned earlier, there was another point you made that I wanted to address.
But you're seeing on this issue of Islam has fixed principles, Islam has a text, and Islam has a methodology by which we derive laws. It's not that these things are just clergy. We don't have this idea of clergy in Islam where you just got a class of people who can say this is religious, this is not religious, or this is a religious edict or not. No, there is a principle which you have to go back to the text. The text has to allow it. Now, the thing with regards to Saudi Arabia and many parts of the Muslim world, and some people might not like to hear this, but they are post-colonial constructs. They are not constructs because they were built upon Islam. They were built because the British invaded in these lands or supported certain tribes in order to take certain positions of power because it benefited the British colonialists at the time. Yeah. And similarly, we've seen the same situation in regards to the integration of Saudi economy, particularly their oil resources, with American economy, American companies, and the American economy as a whole. So, these are, if you allow Muslims to make their own discussions and debates within our own paradigm, we would have a situation where we wouldn't have these types of, manipulations. Because, and Abdullah gave the example earlier about Imam Malik, and I think it was the Khalifa Abdul Malik ibn Marwan, I think it was, who wanted to adopt his al-Muwatta as a standard. And Imam Malik didn't want that. He rejected that. He rejected for a number of reasons. One of the reasons that he rejected it is because one of the goals within the Islamic society is to allow people to make as much ijtihad. Ijtihad means deriving Islamic law, but obviously not for everyone and anyone to willy-nilly try to interpret the Quran and the Sunnah, but for mujtahideen, for people who have the skill set and the knowledge set of the methodology of extracting the law, which the discussing about the particular criteria is a separate discussion, but it was to allow this because then this allows us to understand what is the more closer hukm shari, the closer ruling of God on the particular matter, and then there would be peer debates and discussions in order to refine that, and then the Khalifa could then adopt upon what he then saw amongst the milieu of discussions and academia that's taking place on this particular issue. Now, in the Muslim world, you don't have that type of approach. In the Muslim world, if you criticize any of the rulers within the Muslim world, those people in positions of power, the vast majority of the Muslim world will not allow that to occur, not allow you even to critique any of the particular positions of law that they've adopted within that society. That's seen as, because we have authoritarian states, and primarily the reason why we have these authoritarian states is because they're post-colonial constructs. They're not something that was constructed by the Muslims themselves. Whereas obviously under examples of Imam Malik and examples of the scholars of the past, you had Imam Qurafi discusses this extensively, in the issue of if the Shafi'i Khalifa adopts upon a particular hukm, what do the Malikis do with regards to that? Do they have to adopt what the Khalifa does in terms of Salah, or do they have their own rights in order to adopt in matters of ibadah, which are not societal issues? So we have extensive discussions. The reality is we don't gauge these discussions from an Islamic basis anymore. We don't learn about these types of areas. Alhamdulillah, we may learn about salah and siyam, fasting and prayer and certain rules of zakat, but some of these political societal aspects which are necessary to revive our land, we don't discuss these issues or study them in the depth that our scholars of the past have written about these issues and used to discuss and engage in these discussions before. So you can have situations where a quote-unquote pseudo-religious state comes in, which are post-colonial constructs, but they come in and they say, yes, this is religion. Yeah, this is a religious law, and they may try to sign it off, or it's a cultural law that we're going to implement. And then nobody's able to critique it. Yeah, nobody's able to look at the strength of the dalil with regards to the hukm on the particular matter. Yeah, so we need to return back, in essence, to how the early Muslim generations used to engage in Islamic law. There was a vibrant debate and discussion on jurisprudence. And it's not surprising that the early period of Islam, you had many mudahibs, many mujtahideen, many scholars of ijtihad in the early period, and you had this debate between the Malikis and the Hanafis and the Shafi'is and the Hanbalis and the Zaharis and the ones who follow Imam Tabri's madhab and things like this. Layth ibn Sa'ad, he was a mujtahid mutlaq as well, had his own madhab. You had all these debates and discussions taking place so that you're creating this legislative wealth that then the Khalifa can adopt upon based upon what is best to be applied within society and what fits closer to the dalil shari'i, the evidences from the Sharia.
Sorry, if I just may just chime in there. Basically, I should ask you, which is, what is in the West? Right? I said that people can be manipulated by simply being told that this product, this service, this company, this look is what will fulfill your desires. And so they offer suggestions, because and desires and means to fulfill desires are virtually infinite, not literally infinite, but just as a hyperbole, infinite, right? So there's no one, and since every desire is equal to every other desire within the liberal worldview, there's no higher or lesser desire, at least beyond necessity, should we say. Then there's no one to say is which one is more important, which one's less important, which one's a bad way of doing it, which one's a good way of doing it. There's the possibilities for manipulation of desires is virtually infinite. Whereas in Islam, the manipulation that you're saying could occur when we don't have a priesthood, and Islam is in essence open source. Every Muslim can access the text. I like the challenge. Do you think that Muslims could be deluded into thinking that there are two gods, perhaps, or that Muslims could be deluded into thinking that zina is totally okay, eating pork is totally okay to do so? Do you think Muslims can be manipulated, at least into those things? Could you think they could be manipulated into other than what the Islamic commandments are on those basic things? What do you think?
I think for the most part, in like the most basic sense, all the like foundations of Islam are very well laid out. But there are things I would say that I think some Muslims are having a lot of trouble in the West in particular with, like, for example, how Islam deals with gay people, right? Not gay people, like more like in sodomy. My bad, sodomy. What's Islam's attitude towards sodomy, right? And some Muslims do like cut all the edges and corners. They try to say that sodomy itself wasn't the crime. There were the people that were sodomites, but they did something else that called for that punishment.
But see, here's the thing, right? Now, it's true that any text can be played with, not by changing the text, because you can't change the text. You can just say it's all metaphorical, or it meant something else that's not mentioned by the text, but I will speculate that it means something else. Blah 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 blah. Which is why we have, you could say, liberal Muslims in the first place, as well as communist Muslims. They'll just say, oh yeah, the Prophet Muhammad, he was a comrade of the communists. He was a communist. It just didn't come out so well. But if you read it in this way and you twist it and you squint a bit and you turn the book upside down, you can read Marxism from it. Well, no, because the clear text can't be changed. So what you're saying then is basically that as long as we educate Muslims into what Islam actually says, clearly, all different things, then they can't be manipulated, because this is an intellectual issue, right? Do we understand an intellectual body of text? Our minds can understand it, our minds can read it. Whereas the manipulations that occur in the West, if someone says that women should look very skinny and shouldn't be like a traditional concept of a woman that was held by our civilization for many years, but instead they should be this really skinny, taut, anorexic woman, who's to say that's wrong and the traditional view was right? Because it's arbitrary. It's just, well, if I can just persuade you to want to be super skinny as a woman, let's just say, then who's to say that's wrong, right? So there's no criteria for right or wrong in manipulating people's emotions. So your comparison is incorrect, because in Islam, the text is an intellectually understandable text, whereas in the West, the manipulations happen on the emotional level for emotions which inherently have no good and bad, right or wrong in them. They're just there, and you can manipulate them and tell people, you want this? I'm not going to question whether you should want it or not. I'm going to show you how you can get it with my product, my fashion, my thing. And going, you want to be rich, but you're poor? It's okay. You can be rich. Just go to my gambling shop, and there's all these different special offers on there. And of course, they end up poorer, right? So this is the issue. And I'll give you an analogy from the Prophet Muhammad himself, and it's a really beautiful one, because it's almost like he knew about liberalism would come about in the future, right? Anyway, so he said that society are like people on a ship, right? Some are on top deck, some are on the bottom deck, right? So it's a well-known analogy. So when the people on the bottom want to get water, they go to the top, they ask people on the top, could you fetch us some water from the side? And the people get the water from the side and bring it to those in the bottom deck. But then someone said in the bottom deck, let me drill a hole through our part of the boat. So they're in the bottom deck. Let me drill a hole and get water directly, be self-reliant and not trouble those on the top. I won't depend on those on the top. I'll do it myself. If those on the top let that individualist do it, right, they would all be drowned, right? But if they were prevented from doing so, they would all be saved. Right? It's very interesting because the guy drilling the hole actually views it as a good intention. Like he doesn't want to trouble those on top. He wants to be self-reliant, right, and get his desires himself, right? But he doesn't think about what is the consequences of his individual desires, and drills that hole and it sinks the ship, right? So this is the case: is that what we need are limits by someone who knows humans very well, knows human nature, and can organize our desires in a way that we actually don't contradict each other. We don't follow self-destructive behaviors. That we make choices that actually destroy our own lives, and at the same time, give us a purpose, because there is nothing else other than there's no other purpose in this universe other than our higher purpose. And as the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam also said, to paraphrase that narration, if you were to give the son of Adam two valleys of gold filled with gold and riches, basically, they'd want a third one. Right, and nothing would fill the belly except dust, which is a really beautiful way of saying it. Is that in essence they would not stop wanting until they die. But clearly, they're never going to be satisfied. And if you try to say, well, guess what, guys? Let's make a political system that will just feed infinite wants with limited resources and hope for the best. Well, it's not gonna come out the best. There's going to be a lot of people who are deprived, and they're going to be people who actually have satisfactory resources, but they still feel depressed because they've been told to want more. And that's their only purpose, is to constantly guzzle more. So do you see now perhaps the problem with the liberal worldview and how it addresses society, and the superiority and more enlightened approach of Islam, which is based on humans having a purpose greater than just filling their gut?
Before you do, I'm just going to say farewell because it's quite late. I need to get up early. So I'm going to say Assalamu alaikum, and apologies for jumping in. It's been a pleasure, and thanks for joining us as well, Abdullah. It's been nice having you here.
Pleasure.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, I was going to call Yasin. Yusuf, isn't it?
Yes, it's Yusuf.
So I'll let you respond. I don't know if we've got anybody waiting in the back, Abdulrahman. Oh, we have, yeah. So I'll let you respond. Yeah. So go on, inshallah.
Try to be quick, yeah. All right. So yes, I acknowledge. Right. So this is what I'm gonna give the clear advantage to the Islamic Sharia way of looking at things. It's more concise for sure. It's more clear. I would say that, right? But I think the contentions you raised to liberalism, in those particular contentions you've raised, can be addressed. For example, so like when a person's choice, right, infringes on another person's ability to make choices, that's automatically deemed as, okay, you're basically violating the central tenets of liberalism, which is to allow other people to make their own choices. And then there's this other thing, right? So some people can make choices that are not in their best interest, right? We do believe that people can lie to themselves, right? In those scenarios, like for example, the person that gets drunk, is not in the best capability of like ascertaining or distinguishing what's best for themselves. So we don't necessarily allow them to make those choices. So there's a little balancing act on like a person's education versus the choices they make. So we weigh these options in liberalism.
Yusuf, what I would say is this: is you first of all, before it's adopting liberalism, you have to ask yourself the question, why liberalism? And in order to ask this question, why liberalism, you need to ask yourself the question, what is the drive behind human beings? What is the goal? Yeah, and part of that would be to ask the question, what leads human beings to well-being and happiness? And that's going to be informed by your understanding of your purpose of life. Rather than what you seem to be doing is jumping to liberalism. But when I asked you certain questions about why liberalism, and you said about it, progress, I think you mentioned, and then I said, what, or benefit, and then I said, well, what's your criteria? I don't think you were very clear, because you could have very different criterias. and then we could match it up. And then I said, well, why do you want to have a person allow him to make choices? And you say, well, it just is good, but there's got to be more than that. Yeah, you've got to be saying something more about the human condition, about why you think it's good. So you need to explain, well, it's good because it accords to human happiness. It's good because it accords to human nature, or it's good because it achieves this particular goal or whatever. So you need to make those arguments. All of those arguments, unfortunately, what you'll find is that will contradict the Islamic positions, yeah, about what happiness is, what benefit is, who is sovereign, who makes choices and decisions, or where are we meant to get our guidance from, etc. Yeah. The other point is this, and I think you gave, and this is specifically to your last point, you gave the example of a person. Liberalism will say if a person's choice, if impinges upon the freedom of another individual, choice. The problem is that the examples that I gave, where it came to the example of the environment crisis or vaccines, whether you should make it mandatory or not, or Abdullah gave the example of cocaine, all of these, or people's dress, all of these examples are examples where there's no physical direct taking away the rights of another individual. It's not like somebody's murdering another individual, somebody's taking somebody else's wealth. Yeah, it's rather the case that your choices, by definition, will have an impact upon society, and then that will have an impact upon other people indirectly. Now, how do you deal with that? Liberalism can't deal with that. Yeah, liberalism would have to say that the individual is the supreme. He is the he is the goal of the society. To maximize his sovereignty and individual choice, irrespective of what other harms, potential quote unquote social harms it would have. Yeah. So therefore, they don't have the ability to solve these particular issues. And the other problem then becomes is, well, we all recognize that within a society, you're going to have laws. And so therefore, then you've got this tension between telling people you're free, you have the right to make choices, that you are not accountable to anybody but your own choices that you make, and that you're here to maximize your benefit, then you're going to create a problem within society. For example, if you have this, and I'll just give you an example, you'll have people who will say, you know what, I want to be, you might have somebody who says, I want to become a prostitute. Yeah. Okay, fine. They make that choice, but then that has negative impact within society, and it would also have negative impact upon themselves. It may create an over-sexualized society. It then affects how men and women, they start to view each other in an over-sexualized society full of pornography, sexual imagery, prostitution, websites that facilitate it, etc. All of these types of things. But at the same time, you're increasing the choices of individuals. Yeah. And then you've got the other problem as well that Abdullah's mentioned, which is that those people who have the ability to manufacture consent, they are positions of power, they are positions to form public opinions. Yeah. They have the wealth, they have the resources, whether that's through Facebook and social media, they're able to have the ability to advertise through social media or advertise through mainstream media, or they control the majority of print press, etc. Then they can manipulate the likes and dislikes of individuals. That's not an intellectual process that you can analyze, but rather these are emotional states. And if you can manipulate them, you can then define what their actions are going to be. And then you reduce the individual who is here to try to make as much choices as possible, being individuals that are making choices that big corporations are defining for them, or the political establishment is defining for them what type of choices that they make. And so what you
Sharif,
find, so really quickly,
sorry,
just one final point,
yeah.
one final point. That's why you find in liberal secular societies, you have very few political parties, mainstream political parties. It's ironic, isn't it? That when they're trying to maximize the freedom, you end up having two political parties in most countries. Yeah. And you just choose between two. So Abdulrahman was gonna.
Yeah. I was just very quick because we need to move on. I was saying that's the point I was kind of trying to touch on, where there seems to be a bit of paradox for me now. So like I realized that someone like John Stuart Mill, right? He had a utilitarian basis for his liberalism, but then there does seem to be a bit of a paradox, and which I've seen expressed in some places where, well, the question is, well, if you're going to start with that individualistic basis, well, so if it's the individual you're favoring, is it that the individual's rights lead to that greater good of maximal happiness amongst the collective, so you have more individuals who get what they want, so that's good, or is it that you want to aim for that goal, and in the process of aiming that goal you can legitimize or justify the restriction of certain individual rights? And I guess that's the point where I just don't understand, because it seems like at some point you're going to have to restrict individual rights in order to achieve an ideal that's not necessarily a consequence of individual wants, but the ideal of a society. So that's the
Yeah, and that's why
may-
you got racism banned within majority of societies, because they're
Yeah.
saying there's a greater goal. Sorry, Abdullah. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the United States, because they love their First Amendment so much, they will allow you to say racial expletives and be racist, openly racist in America, but that doesn't stop the kind of using social pressure and getting people kicked out of their jobs because of being racist, right? So they find other ways, which John Stuart Mill argued was actually a more pernicious form of control. So even if the state it was worse than the state banning something, because if the state bans an expression of a certain idea, you can say it secretly and in hushed rooms in maybe your own house or with trusted friends. But if a society creates basically a culture of not criticizing a certain idea, like let's say same-sex marriage, let's say, then there's no way you can hide from it, because your colleagues, your work colleagues, your friends, and so on and so forth will be kind of socially enforcing this upon you, right? And this was actually ironically used by social liberals to argue that against hate speech, saying that hate speech impinges upon choices that liberalism deems to be legitimate should be challenged, should be basically denied, and actually should be intolerant towards social intolerance, right? And that created, ironically, social intolerance, right? So liberal social intolerance was now justified. But to kind of pose it to Yusuf, so you said, people should have choices up until the point that their choices impinge upon others. This really is very simple liberal formula sounds so nice and simple and easy, but when applied to complex creatures such as human beings, has kind of falls foul the law of unintended consequences, and there is a lot of unintended consequences which leads to the current predicaments we have in the world. So unfettered acquisition of wealth and consumption led to the kind of climate crisis that we find, that plastic in our seas, poison in our and that poison in our very foods now, because the food chain comes right back to us. So we're getting basically cancers now. I think that the life expectancy is starting to go down again, as we're basically poisoned ourselves through over excessive consumption. But hey, as long as our choices don't impinge upon other people's lives, well, not directly, but no one injected you with microplastics. But if the water you're drinking or the food you're eating is filled with microplastics, the effect is much the same. You might say, maybe simply, if someone just buys an empty field of land where you used to play as a kid and makes it private property, hey, you can't walk there anymore. It's private property. They've impinged your ability to make choices. If someone makes loud noises stopping you from sleeping, you could say, well, you're not allowed to do that. And they say, but I haven't stopped you from living in your house. I'm just making loud noises in my house, having let's say a party or a rave in my house, neighboring house. You'll say, no, but what you're doing is affecting me, even if it's not, you're not stopping me from doing anything in particular, but it's affecting me because I can't sleep and it's annoying, what have you, right? And then you're now saying you're going to demand that person stop their rave, impinge upon their choices because it's affecting you. What about STDs, right? So if you allow zina, if you allow, premarital sex, say, hey, consent, as long as it's consensual and no one's inebriated, Okay, but then STDs seem to be is the law of unintended consequences. They spread, they become rife, and you could say, oh, don't worry, wear certain prophylactics like condoms. Well, yeah, but HPV, for example, human papilloma virus, is something which condoms can't really protect you from, basically, right? So you're basically, but it spreads and it causes cancer. It causes various types of cancers in human beings. There's what are you going to do about that? Are you going to apologize to everyone you've infected now? Oh, but I didn't do it. I did it unknowingly. Well, guess what? If we had a society where people only had sex in marriage, and in essence you have a high degree of virgins marrying other virgins, in essence, in that society, sexual transmitted diseases aren't really spread so much anymore, right? That you've actually limited their vectors. What about freedom to what about let's say a man's freedom to be a deadbeat father and leave, just leave, impregnate a woman and leave, and who cares? Well, then that affects the child. Maybe if the woman wants to have the child will be raised in a single parent family, or that will be raised with a woman with a mother who has maybe boyfriends who might not care for the child so much. Certainly not as much as a father might have had that certain attachment. Maybe more, maybe the same, maybe not, but. You have many horror stories that occur from that, from people with their stepdads. But then you might say, but what if the woman can choose to obviously abort the child? Then that there wouldn't be a problem. Okay, so she chooses not to abort the child, won't be a problem. But then guess what happens? Yeah, the man must pay child support, right? Yeah, but does the man have a choice to pay child support? We say, well, no, but
Yeah.
Sorry?
He should in a liberal society, but I'm just saying.
But these are the contradictions, Yusuf. These are the contradictions. So, Yusuf, we're gonna have to move on to our next guest. Sorry, man. There's so much we'd love to discuss. Maybe, inshallah, we can carry this discussion in another format. So, Abdullah,
really quickly, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna reflect. There's a lot that you guys said that I think very thoughtful that I will reflect upon. Inshallah, I'll go back and do that. And I guess, yeah, I'm gonna step out, but I'll continue listening. Inshallah.
Cool.
Yeah, and as I said, if you look at the statistics for United States of America, I was actually shocked to find that it said 1 in 3 people are morbidly obese, like significantly obese. And I didn't believe that. I thought, come on, 1 in 3, really like super massive? That's not true. Until I went to Michigan, and it was 1 in 3 Americans are.
Were you counting them?
Yeah, and so while they're enjoying their freedoms, going to McDonald's, which has advertised itself, made its food so cheap, so quick, so easy, so Moorish, as in like they want it so easy to eat and tasty, and so on and so forth, and people are just following what they want after being told and shown what to want. You tell them that their freedoms, that don't worry. You should be happy and grateful because at least you're free to follow your wants. I don't think that their blood pressure, their high cancer rates, their diabetes rates would agree with you concerning the wisdom of let people follow whatever they want and let them be told what they want. The freedom of expression and speech. You see what happens. So anyway, have a think about all that. And inshallah, think about the hadith of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam gave of the people on the boat, and inshallah reflect upon its wisdom.
Okay. So there's a couple of super chats before we go to our next guest. I don't know if you read this one. Have you guys? This is from Vandalist. So Jazakallah khair for the super chat. He asked, have you guys seen Minority Report? And I think this is when we were discussing about Prevent program that's in the UK. So I think it's a film. Abdullah's seen it.
Yes, I have. As part of my cultural research. But it's interesting idea of having psychics predict future crimes and then prosecuting people for future crimes they haven't yet committed. I'm not sure the relevance, but to this discussion. But
yeah, I think it's the case that they talk about thought crimes within Western societies, liberal societies, that you might not necessarily. And I think this goes to the heart of the contradiction within liberal societies. On the one hand, they're saying we want to be tolerant, but they're only tolerant of those things that they're tolerant of. They're not tolerant of those things that they don't tolerate. Yeah. So, which is the very definition of tolerance, is not to be tolerant upon what you tolerate. It's to be tolerant upon what you don't tolerate. But anyway, so it's interesting. There's another super chat here as well. Any particular books or articles Sharif, Abdullah, Yusuf, or Abdulrahman would recommend further for critiquing liberalism? There's any books? I think Hamza Sources had a book, didn't he? Has he still got that book?
I've had a very good book recommended to me. I started reading it, but I haven't finished, as is the case with most of the books I read. It's called Liberalism: A Counter History by Domenico Lusurdo. So he sort of like breaks the whole history down and how like liberalism was really implemented in the Western world. So I found it useful in the parts that I have read. But yeah, maybe you can look into that.
I'd like to advise some caution on the matter. So in the past, I've suggested some books which are by Western scholars which produce very systematic critiques. But these are usually, the problem here is that these are one of the many madahib they follow of the West. So one might be a conservative and produce a philosophical critique of liberalism as a school of thought. There's a big problem with Muslims, and some people were actually involved in Islamic activism back in the day, and they found these books which seem to really dispel capitalism, liberalism, really expose it, show the psychology behind it, and so on and so forth. They thought, oh wow, this is an amazing critique, amazing critique. And what they didn't realize was they had picked up a book by neo-Marxists or post-Marxists. They're the ones that are, you might know as the woke movement or what have you. And the problem is that then in criticizing liberalism, they adopted criteria of good and bad, justice, equality from post-Marxists, which are more down the equality side of things than is more equality focused than liberalism is, and leads to certain issues because then when they then reevaluate Islam through that lens, they're even more dissonant with Islam, in conflict with Islam than even when they were, if they were liberal in the first place. So, because post-Marxism, that's the kind which would argue things like gender is a construct, and so to impose any particular expectation on an individual, such as a gender, is an oppression of them. You're oppressing them. You're confining them into a pre-thought-out role, which is not their choice. They can choose to identify whatever they want, because identity is a social construct, and people can choose whatever identity they want. That is post-Marxism, or the wokeness. So whenever, and of course, there's also Marxist critiques of liberalism, which is critiquing capitalism, done from the Marxist perspective. Some of it is accurate, but when it's factual claims about liberalism, yes. But when it makes value judgments about liberalism, you must be very careful. These are not value judgments from the Islamic framework. These are value judgments from its own framework. Yeah. But then again, you don't really need to read books about liberalism unless you're talking about like books on economics or books on sociology, examining the kind of reasons for depression in society, reasons for suicide rates, reasons for obesity. These give you factual problems with liberalism. The psychologists will talk about how people's desires are manipulated by mass media to be anorexic, bulimic. They'll give you the factual problems with liberalism, but because they just view it as just a part of society, and so they're making social observation. That's facts. But when you get books that say, and here's why liberalism is wrong or evil or bad, wait a second, from which criteria are you judging? Is it your Marxist criteria, your post-Marxist criteria, your liberal criteria, your conservative, well, not liberal, but maybe social liberal criteria, or libertarian criteria, or conservative criteria? These are not criteria that we can accept as a means for judgment. We must look at it solely from the lens of Islam.
Yeah, there's also another good book, really. Sorry,
go ahead.
I was going to say there's another good book which talks about the interaction of liberalism with the Muslim world, called Islam in Liberalism, by Joseph Massad. who's a Christian Arab, but he sort of critiques how the Western liberal world tries to otherize the Muslims and sort of tries to justify its own position by appealing to the barbarity of the East. And he discusses this, and he talks about the 19th century colonization as well. So there's lots of things there, but I think as Abdullah said, is that you have to have a grounding within Islam, because our critique of liberalism is not just a critique that comes, as a simple, looking at the internal problems, but rather it's a critique that looks at the internal problems, the incorrect justifications, but also from an Islamic lens as well. Yeah.
And I was trying to caveat that. So I'm trying to caveat that some people, again, because Muslims view ourselves from the West, within the Western lens, and view it from the Western lens, they say that those who oppose liberals are conservative Muslims. And some even think, yeah, I'm a conservative Muslim. It's like, no, you shouldn't be a conservative Muslim. You should just be a Muslim, right? We're not here to conserve anything in particular. We're here to, if required, society might need change. Muslim society certainly needs change upon the Deen of Islam. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam didn't come to Mecca to advocate just conserving the status quo or the culture of the society. He advocated something that was a change. Okay, ultimately it was going back to the original beliefs of Ibrahim alayhi salam, but basically it was change. He brought change to the Arabs in Arabia. So we're not here to conserve just because we're not here to be quote unquote conserving traditions, but rather we're only here to advocate to the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the teaching of the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If that requires change, so be it. If that requires keeping something which meets the ideal, then we'll conserve the ideal. It doesn't matter. Our roles aren't static. What is static is our ultimate aims.
Yeah. Jazakallah khair for that. So right now we're gonna go to Rick. Rick, you've been waiting for a while. I'm sorry, but we want to just move a bit faster right now. So I'm gonna ask for all three of us, myself, Brother Abdullah, and Sharif, to keep our answers as short and concise as possible, and then we're gonna move on to Danny right after that. So yeah, please go ahead, Rick. Introduce yourself and ask your question.
Hey, hi. You hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Abdullah Al-Andalusi for the concise and precise presentation he did at the beginning. Thank you for that. And I wanted to ask directly a question to be quick. Within Islam, there is this concept of dhimmi. And I wondered, so you were talking about tolerance earlier, and I was thinking that there is tolerance within Islam within this contract of dhimmi, right? Because one can subtract oneself from the Sharia law to a certain extent within Islam through the dhimmi status, right?
Do you want me to answer, or should Sharif go? Because I spoke last.
It was more
Go ahead,
Abdullah.
Go ahead, Abdullah.
It was a question to me. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right then. So some people say, so dhimmi means a person under covenant. You could even say it means a contract citizen. So they make a contract with the Islamic state or khilafah, a caliphate, which is the successorship to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam's role as a political leader. So I often say that Muslims are actually subjects in the caliphate, not to the caliph, but to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who is the king. And the caliph is his executor, executing the rules from the Quran and Sunnah. But the people who are non-Muslims are actually the only citizens of the state, and their relationship with the state is one of a contract. Right? So it's not about being tolerant for tolerance sake. It's more like the Islamic law doesn't require people who haven't professed to be Muslim from implementing Islam, because what benefit would it do to them? It's not going to get them closer to God if they reject God's revelations. Right? So now they're not going to get closer to God just by following Islamic law. It wouldn't serve any particular purpose. But what would be the case would be that as long as there would be an agreement whereby, as long as they don't, in essence, attack and kill Muslims in an Islamic governance, the Muslims, they would have their religion, their culture, their practices, guarded by the Muslims. The Muslims would basically protect them and them following their religion and following their beliefs and so on and so forth. So that's basically that. Now, someone once asked me, does Islam believe that then Christians and Jews and Zoroastrians and whoever have a right? So does the Sharia give them a right to follow their religion? It's more like Sharia doesn't gives a prohibition for Muslims to interfere in their religion. I mean, no one has a right to reject God's commands, because then if they did, why would God punish them for it? God couldn't punish someone who has a right to reject his commands, right? Which is why religious liberalism likes to say that everyone can be saved, because why would God punish people for having a right, for fulfilling their right to reject him? I say, no, you don't have a right to reject God. You have a respite to reject God, as Iblis got. Iblis wasn't given a right to reject God. He was given a respite to it. So God wouldn't punish him there and then. So likewise, non-Muslims and Islamic governance, they would basically be it would be the case that Muslims would be prohibited from interfering in their religious life and from forcing them to do anything which they don't want to do. Muslims would be prohibited. That's what happens. So it's not like per se. It's more like that Muslims have no right to interfere with their life and their religious life until those amongst them profess Islam, and then they join the Muslim community and are under the obligations and expectations of Islam and within the Muslim community.
Right.
So Rick, if you could just give your answer, and then we can move on to the next guest, that would be great.
Yeah. Okay. Wouldn't you say then that the very existence of the possibility to have a contract that would allow you to subtract yourself from believing in God within Islam is like, wouldn't that be a sort of liberalism within Islam, a recognition of individuality and individual desires?
No. Firstly, why doesn't anyone say, hey, Islam prohibits murder, liberalism prohibits murder, Marxism prohibits murder, fascism prohibits murder. They're all the same, right? Well, no, they're not. All right, just because they have similar aspect or element, which they're going to probably most likely all have, it doesn't mean they're all the same, or it's an element, or it's a liberal element in those things. It's not. It's just that they all came to they came to the same conclusion on one thing through a different process, through different means and a different set of values. It's more like a coincidence than anything else. But to kind of explain it to you, it's not about the individual. It's quite simply because in Islam, the ahkam of Islam, the rules and laws of Islam, are for those who basically have assented to it, believed in it, and affirmed it, given bay'ah to the leader to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and maintain that worship in public, not disrupt it for all the Muslims and all the believers, and to obey the leader in the Islamic interests. A non-Muslim who hasn't subscribed to that hasn't entered into that kind of a contract of Islam, you could say. So they're not under the contract of Islam. So what are they under then? There has to be some kind of a contract, some kind of promise, and it's quite simply they're under the promise of the contract of dhimma. But as the Quran says, la ikraha fi din, of course, there's no compulsion in belief or religion. Because why? Because truth is clear from falsehood, right? So the truth of Islam is clear from falsehood. You can't, so that it doesn't need us to compel anybody. And those who don't want to join are basically, they've chosen to reject God, and their punishment will be in the hereafter with God. It's not for us to punish in this life. So that's basically it. That's not really a liberal. That's not really a liberal view, because liberalism says all choices are equally valid. All choices, and hence that's why you have to tolerate other people's choices or beliefs, because they're all equally valid. But we don't believe it's equally valid. We believe that the truth is not equal with falsehood. Right? There's Quranic verses that say the truth is not equal with falsehood. So that's a not liberal way of looking at it, but that's the true cosmic way of looking at the way of the creator of the universe, which made all of us. So I hope that makes sense to you.
Hey, Rick, thanks a lot for coming on.
Thank you.
Okay, take care. Danny, how you doing, man?
Hey, how are you? Thanks for having me on.
Good, thanks.
Yeah.
Pleasure.
Very brief. I know that y'all are constricted on time, but I guess, is it your position that liberalism as an ideology is insufficient altogether, or are you saying that liberals, right, the way that liberals think right now, like that they have to modify their view, or they would find, if they really take their position to its logical conclusion, they'd find themselves in a different camp, let's say maybe in your sort of camp where you have some kind of theocracy, or like they might find themselves to be communists. So what is it that you're being critical of exactly?
Oh, I fear I haven't explained myself very well then, if it's not clear what I'm being critical. Okay, so theocracy is a misnomer. If you're taking the ancient Greek ways of defining things, a theocracy refers to a state structure. Like a democracy is meant to be a state structure, but now people use these terms to mean the spirit of the thing. So England is a democracy. Well, it's not. It's a monarchy, a parliamentary monarchy. America, they say it's a democracy. No, it's not. It's a republic. It's a republican system. Very not democracy. But they say, oh, but in spirit, the people rule. Well, in spirit, yeah, but structurally, no. And the Greeks use the term to refer to the structure. Theocracy was what the Greeks might refer to as a government by a priesthood, right? So governed by those who speak for the gods. We don't have a priesthood in Islam. Islam is open source. All Muslims can access and read Islamic sources and so on. Of course, those who actually are experts by pure merit should be listened to first, and obviously primarily, of course. But all Muslims in theory can access Islam and the texts and discuss it and ask questions about it and, make arguments if they'd like to do so. But scholars would be more listened to, of course, because of their superior merit. So it's not a theocracy. If you'd like a Greek term to describe the structure, it would be a nomocracy, not from the Greek word nomos, meaning law. Right, so it's a rule of a set of laws in text, which is the Quran and the teaching of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and so it's the law that rules, not a priesthood or the majority or the minority, or like an aristocracy or what have you, or an autocracy, the one individual. No,
maybe I can just clarify. You think Islam is the solution to society's ills, right?
So I think Islam is the solution to what? Sorry?
To society's ills right now, right? Liberalism seems like it's in place. It's not addressing society's ills. You're saying Islam is the solution, better than whatever the liberals are pushing or whatever the ideology may say. That's all I meant by theocracy. I might not be using the term right. I don't care about how I just want to communicate my point that you think Islam solves the issues here.
I think it solves the problems and the need and provides for the needs of humans throughout the globe, of humanity, not just any particular society, but humanity itself.
Right now, now my question, the gut of my question is: do you think something like the ideology of liberalism is the sort of a necessary condition for that, or do you think it should be totally displaced?
Well, I'd say that for people who embrace Islam, their only recourse, the only basis for their entire worldview will be Islam. It won't be anything else. It can't be anything else. But then this would mean, of course, that obviously as Muslims we are bearing witnesses to mankind. Our job is to bear witness to mankind to the one God and to the worship of the one God. Worship meaning we follow the rules, morals, and ethics laid out by God, because there is nothing else. There is no other measure of good and bad. There is no other good and bad except with relevance to our purpose, and our purpose can only be provided by the Creator. So this is basically the aim of Muslims is to we are calling the world the mankind to the worship of the one God, and following God's laws for us that organize us and also give us purpose and direction, and actually specify how we fulfill our purpose. That's basically what we're calling to. So we call all the world to Islam. It's not only that reflects the truth behind the cosmos itself and human purpose, but also within its teachings and rules and laws provides contentment, or you could say the most optimal system, not a utopia, but the most optimal system for free-willed creatures that can organize their instincts into non-self-defeating, self-destructive, or mutually contradictory activities, goals, and actions. That's what we're advocating.
I see. I don't know how much airtime I'm allowed. I know there's a long list of people, but I guess my position is that it seems like liberalism is a necessary condition for an ideal society. And here I'm just going to define ideal society where everyone's desires are in accord with each other's. Okay. Basically, there's no tension with respect to the subjects participating in society, right? And that's I think a good working definition. It seems like there needs to be, for that to happen, there can't be any coercion, right? At least amongst the individuals themselves, everyone's desires are in accord. Now, if there's no coercion, that means everyone's free to some extent. They're uncoerced in what they do and how they operate in society. And to me, elite liberalism, it seems to be just about that. So I take liberalism to be a necessary condition for the ideal society, perhaps not the sufficient condition, but I just don't think if we're looking at what liberals are doing today, right? They might be. I might agree with you. They're contradicting themselves left and right. You know, they're screaming climate change, but they don't want to reform capitalism, right? That kind of stuff. I get that, but I think as an ideology, if all it is that we want uncoerced individuals in society, right? It seems like that's necessary for the ideal society as I defined it.
I suggest you speak to some libertarians. They'll tell you that we're in a nightmarish, coerced society right now. The United States of America itself, by their definition, the state has overstepped all bounds and controls the minutiae of its citizens' lives in the United States of America. Everything is regulated in the United States by your local government, by your regional government, the state government, or by the federal government. Even your house has to be tidy. I went to America once. Someone said there's a local ordinance or local ordinances. Your house must be tidy, otherwise you get fined. And even what you do in your own house, you get fined for. This is you're actually quite a heavily coerced society on many issues.
But that's the paradox, right? That's the paradox.
No,
that liberals are.
You've just been told, you've just been told that it's not coercive. But see, the thing is, the paradox. What you fail to see is that the creed itself produces the paradox once you apply it, right? It contains the paradox. You start out with a paradox. You say if everyone's
liberalism does.
Yes. You said that if everyone's desires were in accord. It reminds me of something I used to say. I did a debate in 2010 with a liberal. It was the president of the American Atheists or something. It was an organization called the American Atheists. Not he was the president of all the American Atheists. Anyway, and I said that liberalism is a really, really good ideology, just not for humans. Right? Maybe angels, because angels, we believe their desires are all unified and in accord with. They only want to worship God. They only want to follow the truth, and they can never actually exercise any free will to do otherwise. Right? So maybe it's for them. You can give them freedom because they'll only ever do what they are meant to do anyway. But not for humans. Humans, these fickle, crazy creatures which want to one-up each other, manipulate each other, extort, control. To be selfish, and then to make an ideology that gives them the permission and even the encouragement to be selfish. Selfishness is good, causes these problems that we see, the ones I've been enumerating throughout this entire podcast. I sense you're trying to say that maybe it's current day liberals. No.
Yeah, well, maybe by way of an analogy, I can explain myself because I don't feel like I'm being understood. Let me just take Islam, right? If someone said that Islam should be thrown out as an ideology, that it's false, right? And they cite the way Muslims behave. They point at Saudi Arabia and they point at Afghanistan and at the Taliban and say, look at what these people believe or are doing, right? Look at the particulars, right, of these people that hold the ideology. You see, I don't think you and I would agree that that's not a very good argument against Islam, right? I'm just afraid that what you're doing to liberalism is the same thing, right? That there are liberals out there, right, that don't know that make strong criticisms of the system, but yet they support the very pillars of that make up the system and which causes all these ills of society, right? So I'm the opening question I had for you is that which one are you being critical of? Are you being critical of the ideology or what the liberals are doing?
No,
But then you might have joined a bit late because I mean, what Brother Abdullah and Sharif and we were all doing is critiquing directly the ideology and its philosophical underpinnings from the very roots. So it wasn't just the I don't know when you joined, but yeah, Sharif, you might want to
And
elaborate.
yeah, I was going to also say, I think what Abdullah's also.
Sorry, 1 second. There's a technical problem here. My feed is showing twice on the screen. There's like there's two
Really?
two Andalusian.
the two Andalusies on.
Now you can see why we're related. It's very obvious.
Mashallah, mashallah. Right, so I was just going to say, Danny, I think the issue is this, is that what we're saying is, on the one hand, there's a criticism about the actual liberal ideology itself, some of the presuppositions that it's built upon. The second thing is that the problems that we're seeing within the world today, we're saying is a manifestation of the application of liberalism. It's not just the fact that liberalism has been incorrectly applied, but rather it manifests certain problems, one, and two, there's an inherent contradiction in terms of being able to apply this on a societal level. And so we brought out various examples of some of these inherent contradictions. And that's why you always have this tension between authority, state, and the individual. Like, for example, there was a whole debate over, should the authority define for people to wear masks or not? You know, and there's this tension that's taking place because people are saying, or some people are saying, no, this is against our individual rights, individual freedoms. And on the other hand, they're saying, yeah, but what about the collective rights of all individuals within society? And hence you have this inherent tensions between the two.
All right, thanks for answering my question. I don't want to take away from other people in line. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on, Danny.
You can raise your criticism if you want, unless you're busy. It's not a problem. We've got Asadullah's here as well now.
Okay, well, as long as I'm allowed.
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess the way I define liberalism is just simply utilizing the notion of individual rights to create a society where fundamentally there's no coercion. And it seems like there is a giant failure, but it doesn't. I just don't see how the ideology entails failure. It seems like liberals are just going at it the wrong way.
I don't know if Asadullah wants to come in, or Abdullah, sorry.
Well, I think the definition itself is a little bit problematic. Oh, hello. Definition itself is a little bit problematic because in order to ensure individual rights, there has to be coercion at some level.
Is there a contradiction there?
Yeah, it seems to be in the definition. Because in order for law to actually even to manifest itself, some form of coercion has to be.
I don't think that's true. There are all sorts of weird laws where I live that no one disobeys, and that's not coercing them.
Well, there's always the possibility of coercion, though, right?
Well, that's going to be true in any case.
Yeah, well, that's the point.
That's going to be true under Islam, right? I mean, the point is that, well, just because I'm sure of what the criticism is, right? I don't think liberals are going to say that there's going to be necessity with respect to if we try to employ liberalism that we won't get coercion. I mean, coercion is always going to be a possibility as long as we're talking about subjects, right? In any system.
Yeah, but Danny, you're not just going to get the possibility of coercion. You're going to get coercion. The very fact that you have prisons. Do you have prisons in your society?
Yes, many.
So isn't that coercion?
Yeah, but you're saying that follows from the ideology of liberalism rather than just a misapplication.
Because you can't have a situation where everybody can exercise their free choice.
Okay, that's a contradiction. Then you're saying there's a contradiction.
Yeah, there is a contradiction. Okay, can everybody exercise their free choice?
That's possible, yeah.
So everybody can exercise their free choice to the point where one person's choice doesn't have any impact upon another person.
Yeah, I don't see the logical issue with just that statement itself.
I mean, is it just about exercising your choice, or is it about exercising your choice so long as your choices don't, conflict with, other people's choices, inalienable rights? I guess. I mean, just to be a bit more charitable to the view, I don't think it has to be like this absolute,
logical contradiction.
Choice. Like, yeah, in the sense that, well, what is prioritized is basically freedom of choice and individual rights. But yeah, I guess that doesn't have to mean that there won't be any kind of restrictions on what you get to do or what you don't get to do, because basically your expression of your own rights
See, Danny,
and your own.
yeah. See,
Yeah.
Danny, what it sounds like to me is that everybody has the same ideas.
Well, well, not necessarily the same ideas, but they have the same goal, right? Now, let me agree with you to some extent, especially about this. This is true of, I think, where religious people get things right. I think where the liberal goes wrong, and where I agree with them, is to the extent that I think that this kind of individual rights, freedom, all this stuff is necessary, but not a sufficient condition for the ideal society. I think what religious belief can do is go beyond that. Hey, so society is not just about getting what you want in an uncoerced way. It's about being part of a community. It's about caring about the other, right? And I think that one of the criticisms of liberalism is saying, hey, yeah, you got it right to a certain point, but we need to go past the idea that it's not just about being
Danny, just sorry, let me stop you there for a second, because I don't think it's just that. I think both liberalism and like other ideologies, I think they would value both in one way or another, both the individual and the society. It's kind of it's more about which one you prioritize, which one you consider.
Yeah, I wasn't clear. I think yeah, you're right there. But I think that what's missing in the liberal ideology is having the standpoint of going from the individual. I think it's just a lot of emphasis on the individual and less emphasis on how you see the other.
But I think you can only, so you can't have it both ways. I think you either start with society as your foundation, with a human as a social animal, where you consider the society more than you consider the individual as the fundamental building block of the society, or you take that individualistic approach where, well, it is the individual that matters and the society is more of a secondary concern. I don't think you can. So I think whichever path you take is going to have its implications. Now, I think much of the arguments presented here were to basically try to demonstrate that if you do take that individualistic approach, you're going to end up with serious problems on the social level, on the societal level, where your prioritization of such a what we would call a hyper individualistic approach basically is going to come at the expense of what we think are more fundamental and essential aspects of human well-being that necessarily come at the societal level, not at.
I see. So that's where Islam comes in, is that it's not simply about the individual; it's about the other, right? And
and it values the individual. So Islam values the individual as well, and it's going to place restrictions on the individual as well, right? I mean, in the same way, liberalism values the individual, which doesn't have to mean that there are not going to be any restrictions on the individual. The question is, what kind of restrictions you're going to place on the individual based on which of these two systems you're going to prioritize. Whether you prioritize that social well-being, the well-being of society, versus the well-being of the individual, and on that basis the well-being of society. So I mean, I think there are serious implications to whichever of these two paths you take, and what we would propose is that individualistic approach has serious harms that Islam would be able to evade.
Yeah, I guess to close up my point, because I think I'm sympathetic to what's being said. The idea is that on liberalism, the emphasis is just we want uncoerced individuals. That's uncoerced. We want free individuals, but that kind of misses the sort of overarching. What is the goal of the individuals in plural? What the community, right? The idea is that when I see a piece of trash, right, am I going to be thinking about, oh, well, that's our responsibility to pick up the trash, or rather than just in terms of, is it my responsibility or is that my problem? But no, I see where this is going. I just think that there's a lot of liberals out there that are fairly inconsistent with their views. I mean, I pointed that out earlier. Someone go back to listen. But
yeah, I guess from the Islamic viewpoint, and one of the others can come in, it would kind of be the other way around, that what you do value or what you do prioritize is the well-being of society. And I mean, individuals are part of society, and as a secondary but very important concern, also the well-being of individuals. And also we don't want individuals to be coerced into any beliefs or to any they need to have their rights as well, but that shouldn't come at the expense of society. I don't know, maybe Brother Abdullah, he can give some closing remarks about this, and then we can move on.
And Asadullah as well, obviously. He's only just come on, inshallah.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll let Abdullah speak after me, but as a Sadullah, I'd like to answer that. Sorry, Dennis, little in joke. People can't tell us apart. Apparently, everyone's racist when it comes to Portuguese and Spanish people. We all look alike to them, and we're all related as well. So anyway, but Sadullah is my cousin, brother in Islam, and Janus Project clone. Anyway, right. So to really kind of answer what you've said. Firstly, as we intimated before, it's liberalism itself as an ideology. The more you could say, I don't know if you could say a purer form was applied before, but let's just say a classical form of liberalism was applied in the 19th century, and it led to problems which failed and led to the evolution of liberalism 2.0, otherwise known as social liberalism, the current liberalism that is usually today. That had about 2 different amendments to it. One was like more was like you know it as the New Deal, I suppose, in the United States of America after the Great Depression. But now you have more problems coming up with it, and now there's like a third wave of social liberalism, such that talks about trans rights or talks about gender identity and identification of should we basically should it be a case that like gender pronouns are honored, or people have to choose what particular pronouns to be called? Is it discrimination if you don't use people's particular pronouns? So there's different discussions that are happening currently within the more modern forms of liberalism. But to rewind everything back, we need to really ask the question. So you said you want an uncoerced society or uncoerced individuals. So presumably that means individuals who live in a society without coercion. Well, that literally doesn't exist unless you're a hermit on an island and you live by yourself, and everyone was to live on islands all by themselves, then you'd have uncoerced individuals. But if they live in anarchy, well, the stronger gangs would form and gangs would start oppressing people. If they live in any kind of government, the government coerces, has to coerce, which is what was already said. So your only possible meaning I could garner from what you said is that you wish that individuals had, let's say, the maximum amount of possible choices they could possibly do, or the maximum amount of actions they could possibly do, up to the limit of physically harming the other, or affecting everybody else. Now, if you go with just physical harm, only physical harm, and that's the only limit, just as long as you don't physically harm anyone, do as thou wilt, right? Well, that leads to certain problems, because in the 19th century, they discovered that, yeah, you'll be totally free to starve to death, because the mass corporation, the massive conglomerates take out all the resources. Concentration of wealth was worse than it is today, much worse than it is today. The Bilderbergers, the Rothschilds, we're talking about the 1% owning 80% of the wealth in the United States of America. Truly nightmarish. And that it just didn't work, right? So you can't be free if you're dead, basically, because you're malnourished, you don't have access to healthcare, and your factory manager treats you like trash, and treats you as disposable with no safety limits, because you're ultimately disposable, and your labor is undifferentiated as a non-skilled worker. So that they saw there was exploitation. So classical liberalism failed in the 19th century, and they brought a new version, social liberalism. Instead of equality under the law, it was equal opportunity now for everybody. That's the liberals that we have. That's the liberalism that we have today. But now the problem is, they start to notice that people affect each other without physically harming each other. So being a noisy neighbor, being harassing, in Europe, preaching hate, quote unquote, whereas America, they don't really care so much, at least under the law anyway. Your First Amendment stops that from hate speech, quote unquote, like racism, from being outlawed. But as I mentioned before, we have things like if someone was to buy property on a piece of land that you used to maybe play with it in as a kid, you can no longer walk in that property. It's private property. Your freedom is limited. If Twitter wants to, or YouTube wants to ban you from its platform, it's their property. They can do that, right? And you can't do anything at all because you don't have a right against them. There's so many things that people can do to limit your choices, to limit your life, and to limit what you can do and to deprive you. If you want to talk about freedom, why not give everyone the freedom to take cocaine if they like? It's not physically harming other people by your own personal choice. Oh, but then it is, because when your drug-addled mind wants more drugs, you're going to do some crazy crimes to get that drugs. Right? And that's a problem because it leads to consequences. So what I'm saying is that to live with the idea that, hey, as long as we don't hurt, we don't punch each other, let's all live, we can all live together. Let's just get along, as they say, right? It's very idealistic because it just ignores human reality. People are willing to kill each other, to fight each other. Why do they kill each other? Why do they fight each other? From sadists, serial killers. Why do people in a society where they know that they could go to prison, why do they want to kill each other at times? Why are they motivated to fight and to steal and to molest and all this stuff? It's because they're trying to fulfill their desires. Maybe someone wants to kill someone because that person disrespected them, slept with their girlfriend who they've spent 10 years with and given everything to, and they got so angry they killed their girlfriend and her lover. And they are unrepentant because for them, living a life as a cuckold was a worse disrespect for them than living a life in jail, for example. People have different priorities of what they want. If you think they can all agree with each other somehow, or if you think that if everyone was told your purpose is to follow whatever you want, and that's the key to your happiness, and what they want isn't sociable, right? Or leads to antisocial consequences, like McDonald's and its advertising campaign leading to 1 in 3 Americans being morbidly obese. You being perhaps the minority, like not morbidly obese, but saved from that. But these fast foods are cheaper. Some people are too poor to afford healthy food. Why is healthy food so expensive now? Only the rich people or the moderately rich can afford healthy food. Now the cheap food is this fast food stuff that makes people sick and poisons them. But as long as it's consensual, hey, no problem. This is the problem of liberalism. It doesn't understand human nature. It doesn't understand the law of unintended consequences. It doesn't understand that we affect each other indirectly more than we affect each other directly, and that the indirect effect will lead to direct effects, such as poisoning, such as obesity, such as manipulation, taking people's money when they're poor because they go to gambling shops because they're offered a false hope of riches, or maybe just inciting them into violence, inciting them into hate because you've hurt them in a way, you've offended them in such a way that to live without that offense being answered is worse to them than going to jail. Liberalism has no answer to these things. Liberalism has no. You've programmed people, not you in particular, but liberalism programs people to desire just whatever the randomness occurs in their heart, and their hearts can be manipulated by society, by the advertisers. What if you do psychology at university? I'm not sure if you do it psychology at university. If you do it, you've got two main career routes: one as a psychotherapist or psychiatrist, the other in advertising. Right? So that's the issue. My question to you really is: what do you want liberalism to achieve? What do you want to be achieved by giving people the ability to do whatever they want, short of physical conflict? Because your answer to that question will show you, will raise the contradictions that we have highlighted. That fulfilling the goal that people are seeking leads to self-defeating, self-destructive lifestyles or mutually destructive lifestyles indirectly, if not even directly. That's our criticism of liberalism, and our advocacy of Islam in this matter is that Islam simply organizes human instincts and the satisfaction of the basic human instincts of human beings into a consistent harmonious way, both for the individual's own life as well as how the individual lives with other people, so that they are fully satisfied, but they are satisfied in ways that aren't self-destructive or mutually destructive to their fellow neighbors, and ultimately fulfill a higher purpose of which it's all about in the first place.
Yeah, I guess so. Danny, I'm gonna let you respond to that.
I'll be brief.
If I can just say, because I think what Danny would say, and Danny, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you agree with the criticisms, but your point is that, well, you could take that core aspect of liberalism, which is like individualism and individual rights, and basically implement it in a way that would be more conducive to the broader societal aspects that we need as well. So you're just saying that this individualistic approach doesn't have to entail these problems. It can result in something that's more towards the ideal.
Yeah, I guess two things I want to say. First of all, I think liberals have failed us. I think they haven't correctly identified the problem in society, namely the consequences of capitalism. Right? They decry all these ills of society, like climate change and whatever, and then they fail to dismantle the very thing that's causing these ills of society. And the second thing is that it seems like, for me, liberalism is all about maintaining having uncoerced individuals. It seems like if that's what the ideology is about, uncoerced individuals, it doesn't do enough to get at what we should do in society. Because if someone gets hit by, if there's a natural disaster, right? That kind of disaster, right? That wasn't because of any kind of societal structure, but what is the imperative on me to care about that? No one's coercing these individuals, but they're in need, right? If I maintain this individualistic approach that I should only care about, my individual rights, my individuality, right? That doesn't get me to, I should actually kind of contribute to the aid of these people, right? And I think that's my criticism of liberalism. Where I side with liberalism is that it seems like it's a necessary condition, though, is that for the ideal society, we want to get rid of coercion. We don't want uncoerced individuals, and that's my point.
So maybe just before you leave, Danny, Asadullah, I want to bring you in. Maybe you could just give a final remark there, and then yeah.
Well, I think a lot has been already said, but the whole idea about uncoerced individuals and individualism itself, like, for me, it's problematic, because the society, as far as I'm aware, is what really defines the individual. And what I mean to say is that when you have a society where people have their own thoughts, their own behaviors, it's really all defined by the values of the society prior, the one that they grow up in, right? I mean, so the boundaries that they see or the constraints that they see are all created by society, and the scope of being an individual is even defined by the society. So what you can and cannot do, what is like, so many people will not go out and kill people. Well, that's because they have been raised within a society where it's normative not to go around wanting to murder people, right? And that's part of their individual identity. But an individual does not define society. Society defines the individual. So what I have a problem with liberalism is generally speaking, is like, and not just liberals within liberalism, but also conservatives, is that liberalism appears to me to be purely reactionary, and it doesn't have any sort of foundational principles other than sort of passing on arbitrary societal expectations. That's generally what I see. So, like, for example, in a nomocratic or theonomocratic society, we have certain moral values and constraints upon people based in law, and based on a sort of transcendent source. And you said that this is one thing that religion gets right in many respects, is that, or at least that's what I recall you stating. But within a liberalistic society, these values can change at any point in time based on the majority, based on the sentiments of all the individuals within that society. So yeah, I mean, that's my main contention with liberalism. And also, I just find individualism to be a very superficial term to use, because I just don't see how you can actually have something called individualism I understand that there are individuals with more or less constraints within society, but I don't think there's such thing as individualism per se, because society is what defines the individual. So, same way as a family defines the individual members within its structure. It's impossible to have a purely individual person.
Here's my closing remark then. My closing remark, I promise you I'm going to be done, right? I'm just saying that I distinguish between an individual and society in terms of obligation. Take the natural disaster, right? I just got hit by Hurricane Ida, right? I had a lot of neighbors that were in need, right? Do I have any kind of obligation to help them, right? It seems like if I don't help them, I'm not coercing them to do anything, right? I think my remark about religion getting something right is that what religious communities do is that they see themselves as having this goal of we're here for each other, right? So when there is a natural disaster, it's in the name of Allah or name of Jesus that I help you because you're one of us, you're our brother, right? And I'm saying that a lot of the secular aspect of liberalism, right, has kind of failed with respect to that attitude, okay? But I'm saying that I think that attitude could be reached without religious belief. I'm just saying that y'all got it right first, I think. But those are my closing remarks. I
think that's a good point, and I think the reason is because liberalism itself, secular liberalism, is, like I said, is reactionary. It's reacting to something, right? It's reacting to what a monarchical, if we're talking in the European sense, a monarchical religious structure, right? That's what it's a complete reaction. So it doesn't have its own foundational principles to tell people we need to get together and love each other and do this stuff, right? It's all about just trying to oppose another system. And that's where it came from. So I think that's a massive problem. That's why liberalism can never really get anywhere, because it's always going to be reacting to something, freeing itself from something else without actually establishing something to be freed to.
Thank you for your time. I'm going to take my leave now.
Thanks a lot, Danny.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I wanted to also make a quick point in regards to this. I think there was a motivation. I think at the beginning of our show we talked about that you need to really understand the historical development of liberalism or liberal secular capitalism in order to really appreciate what it is, because otherwise it comes across quite vague. The motivation, from my understanding, was the fact, as Asadullah mentioned, Abdullah's mentioned, it was a reaction to the authority of church and state and how they were sort of seen as one thing. Yeah, or at the very least, those in positions of power were legitimized by the church, and therefore there was this sort of totalitarian type of regime that controlled people's lives in a way that was perceived as unjust and irrational and other types of problems that resulted within Christian Western Europe. However, when they developed, a new outlook, they developed a new outlook by saying, okay, nobody should restrict an individual except the individual's choice themselves. So the individual should choose. There should be no external power. Then they also argued that, well, what is it that motivates the individual to perform the action? Well, what motivates him is gratification of his sensual desires. Now, that might differ from one individual to another individual, so everybody should be able to pursue whatever makes them happy. There should be no restrictions in origin. So they came across, it's not just the fact that they were looking at no coercion, they were saying human beings are motivated by this desire to be happy. They explained what happiness was, and then they said that differs for different individuals, and so therefore we need to create a system, a society that sort of seeks to maximize this individual desire to achieve whatever makes them happy in whatever way. And then from that came the moral, political, economic, and social structures from that perspective. And so I don't think it was just simply a lack of coercion that defines liberalism. I think there's more to it that defines liberalism. And it's going to be inevitable that when you have people who have different desires of what makes them happy, then you're going to have restrictions. And this is what, the idea of, Jean-Jacques Rousseau talked about when he talked about natural rights of man, and when it comes to interacting in social societies, and it's where the discussion about social contract, the relationship between the individuals and the state and the individuals, or, as I mentioned earlier, John Stuart Mill's Essay of Liberty, how to prevent majority dictatorships, all these types of things. They all sort of flow from that perspective that there is going to be conflict. There is going to be differences between one individual to another individual within a community, and that inevitably there's going to be restrictions. And so then how do you manage those types of restrictions? You're going to have some sort of coercion within the state. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And I think
So
that
just before we
go
go
ahead.
ahead, Asabullah.
No, I was going to say
No,
that
go ahead,
you
go
know,
ahead.
going back on that reactionary point, you know, it's very similar to atheism, right? You know, just it doesn't really have anything to offer; it just has everything to destroy. And liberalism, if we look at the history of liberalism, its praxis across the board, regardless of interpretation, states have not lasted that long, whereas traditional societies have lasted for thousands of years. I mean, Islamic societies, regardless of their change of shifts in power, at least the system of values and the structure itself has lasted for 1,400 years, in the very least. You know, but you know, liberal societies are still, are actually always in their infancy because they're constantly going through these revolutionary processes where they constantly shifting not even just the people in power, but the very structure of the government itself, where it's just like it's no longer even recognizable. And like I said, it's always going to be fighting something else because that's the point. That's what liberalism is in its essence, is to react to something, to free itself from some sort of, you know, perceived oppression. It must always have an enemy in order to be relevant. And as I say about atheists, you know, one of the biggest evidence against atheism, and Abdul knows this as well, I say this all the time, is that they don't build civilizations; they just destroy them.
Yep.
So,
yeah, and it's that link is interesting, right? Between liberalism and atheism. I mean, it is very interesting because, well, I mean, the idea really is that Sharif was saying earlier that, well, as on a secular or non-theistic worldview, it kind of does make sense to take that individualistic approach and build upon it. Even though, you know, we're not really entirely sure about that, because maybe even from within a secular society, liberalism might fail. And Danny seemed to agree with us about that. Just before we move to Abdul, and he's been waiting for a very long time. Vandalist, thank you for your super chat. What's the difference between individualism and liberalism? Just very roughly, individualism is the ideology that basically focuses on the moral value and, you know, importance of individual freedom and individual rights, and liberalism is an ideology that's founded upon individualism and aims to basically implement an individualistic system in society. Brother Abdullah, I might have butchered that, so if you want to add anything to that's okay. Asadullah, you want to add anything there? Okay, so Abdul, sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Please go ahead with your question. Assalamu alaikum. Abdul? Okay. So last guest. But 1 second, sorry, 1 second. Okay, you can stay on here, Sheikh, because Abdul, I'm not sure what Abdul, are you there?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm finally on.
Yeah, man. Sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Yeah. Abdul?
Yo, I'm finally on. Let's go.
Yeah. How are you doing, Abdul?
What's up, bro?
Alhamdulillah. Can you ask your question?
Yeah, I just came here to say I love Abdul, bro. I love you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, bro.
I have a poster of you in my...
Okay, that's pretty weird. Okay.
Well,
now,
you have 24 hours to live.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just pretend that didn't happen. So, Sheikh Mustahsin, assalamu alaikum.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Hey, what's up, guys? So I had a question about, well, it's basically rehashing the same question, which we're just talking about renegotiating the social contract between the individual and the state. But I wanted to pick on something this brother said just a few minutes ago about atheism and this whole ideology that comes from the West. Well, for me, if I want to put liberal in a really quick nutshell, I would say like life, liberty, individual freedom, bodily autonomy and things like this has gotten very popular in the West. So I feel like these are the things that are the good things that came out of the West, and this idea of liberalism. So I feel like when we're saying, oh, this liberalism is like, it's like a serpent that's eating its own tail, you know, it's gonna eat itself up. But are we throwing out the baby with the bathwater and like chucking away all these ideas that came out of the Enlightenment age and this whole analytical philosophy that purely the West should get the credit? Yeah, so could you like unpack whatever I said a bit? Thanks.
Who wants to go first?
Go for it, whoever.
Abdullah
Asadullah,
can go
you're
first.
you're unmuted.
I'll
Just
go.
go for it.
I am. just
If
here.
you guys want a little bit more for me to say to like narrow it down, I can.
Sheikh, do you think that Muslims or Islam doesn't have this idea of life, that Islam didn't value individuals to be able to choose within the paradigm of Islam, or that Islam didn't have its concept of rule of law?
No, I definitely think it did, because Islam flourished and starved, I would say, without liberalism. So there was the golden age of Islam when Europe was in the dark ages. So I do think that Islam did do a lot without liberalism. But I'm saying, are we saying that Islam can do any better?
Yeah, definitely. I think Islam can do a lot better.
Or is it that the same caliphate model when we're thinking about an Islamic state or an Islamic social contract?
Yeah, so yeah, obviously, whatever, you know, some people call it the Khilafah, some people call it Imara. You know, the actual particular term for the Islamic political system, there's different terminology even within the Sunnah of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. That's a whole topic in and of itself. You know, what is the Islamic political, economic, social model? Yeah, so it's a deep subject area, and it's a subject area that's been written extensively by the classic ulama, like Imam Jawaini. He wrote his work Al-Ghiyaf al-Umum, in which he talked about the political authority. Qadi Abu Ya'la, he talked about Ahkam al-Sultaniyya. Imam Marwadi also had a similar book. This early scholars like Qadi Abu Yusuf, Kitab al-Kharaj, or you had Imam Muhammad al-Shaybani talked about Asyar al-Kabir, you know, in terms of foreign policy and some of the rules related to that. So yeah, there's a whole wealth of
this is some heavy stuff, man. Yeah.
What's that? Sorry.
No, like this is some heavy stuff. I really have to like look it up and stuff. So I was just hoping that if you could just tell me that, yes, there needs to be a renegotiation of the social contract, because you can't expect it to be the same as it would be, let's say, the Ottoman Empire, that the duties and the responsibilities of an individual would be the same as, if you could point me a point in history where the state would expect the same from the individual, or if not, it would be different. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but I think to be honest, the problem that I sense is we're not really, you know, I'm saying just collectively as Muslims generally, because we don't study this particular topic of the political system of Islam or the societal aspects of Islam, that we somehow seem to think that Islam doesn't have or doesn't carry within itself legislation that deals with a lot of the problems. For example, I'll give you an example. We have a lot of corruption in the Muslim world. And you have corruption that takes place within like businesses, marketplaces. There's corruption also within political office, and you know, maybe many Muslims don't realize, but you know, the judiciary is split into three. There's three types of judges within Islam, or court systems. So one of them is the general court system, Qadi Am, which is where it has a sitting. You have to go to a particular court which is in session, bring whoever's a plaintiff brings it up, etc. Yeah, and then you have also another one which is called the Qadi Muhtasib, yeah, or the Qadi Hisba, So this is a judge that deals with corruption that takes place within the marketplaces or businesses. He's like an ombudsman who's able to investigate. So even if a complaint's not brought forward, he's able to engage in investigation as to whether there's some corrupt practices taking place. And then we have a third type of judge or court system called the Qadi Madhalim, or Mahkamat Madhalim, which is the Court of Unjust Acts. And that's related to those people in positions of power and officials. Now, they have the right to independently investigate if there's any abuses of power that's taking place, but also ordinary citizens of that society are able to go to that judge, and he's able to file a complaint and petition against maybe somebody who's in a position of authority. So, here's an example of, aspects of judiciary that we're not really taught about and is not really fundamentally implemented anywhere really in its comprehensive sense within the Muslim world. And so when we see corruption, we think, okay, we need to go outside of the Islamic paradigm and outside of Islamic jurisprudence in order to try to solve this issue. Yet there may be some new realities. But again, if there's new realities like the scholars of the past used to do, they used to perform ijtihad. And ijtihad is a process of deriving the rules from the Islamic text in order to derive what they understand to be the hukm of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the ruling of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala upon the particular issue. So I don't think we need to go to any foreign ideologies in order to try to look for solutions when we've got all this wealth of knowledge and information within our own Islamic jurisprudence and classical scholarships. And we also have the capability, i.e. a mujtahid, a scholar of ijtihad, has the capability to go back to the primary text in order to derive new rulings on certain issues.
Yeah, actually that makes a lot of sense now. I'm sorry if that I'm not aware of much of these Islamic texts that you're speaking of, because I'm mostly like studying in Europe and stuff.
No, I understand. And to be honest, to be fair, it's a sad reality is because we've been without Islam as a sort of a system or application or civilization for the last number of years, over a century now, that because of this, there hasn't been a desire to really thoroughly study this topic area. Even amongst some of our, some of the scholars, contemporary scholars today, they don't really study this type of topic area in depth because, there's a host of reasons for that. But one of the reasons was because after the fall of the Uthmani Khilafah, it was seen that this area was no longer practically applied. It's like, for example, a solicitor trying to study the law of ancient Greek. The ancient Greek civilization. Well, it's no longer practically applied, so they no longer study it. Yeah, they may study it as a historian, but nothing to do with practicality. Whereas I think what we need to do in order to revive our the Muslim lands and revive our understanding of Islam is that maybe we need to go back and start to study our jurisprudence and study the texts that deal with this issue in order to understand how to apply it in today's age. And just as a final point, you can go to Bukhari, you can go to Muslim, you can go to the books of fiqh, and they will have, like in the books of hadith, they will have a section called Kitab al-Hukm, the book on ruling, the book, or Kitab al-Imara, the book of leadership, or the chapter on leadership. So this is like well established within the Sunnah. When Imam Bukhari or Imam Muslim or Imam Tirmidhi were collecting narrations, they would have special categories of narrations related to ruling and politics.
Yeah, so is that what you'd recommend me to look up, these hadith that has these rulings?
No, hadith you can't look for us laymen. It's very difficult to go to texts like hadith in order to understand rulings. What I would probably maybe Abdullah could recommend some books. There are some books out there. There's a book called Nidam al-Hukm fil Islam, so the ruling system of Islam, which is a contemporary book written recently by Sheikh Taqiyuddin al-Nabhani. There's also a book on economics that he wrote.
Just this final point, and then I'm off, guys. So just what I'm saying, what I'm getting the vibe is, there's nothing, or I think there is nothing, or very little to take in from liberalism and incorporate it in our understanding of Islam life?
So first off, I think there needs to be a distinction made between Western and liberalism, because
Yeah, I
Western
think I'm
tradition-
like using them
yeah, it's not open liberal.
Yeah.
So for example, even myself, not simply because I was born in the United States, but even our ancestors, I think Abdullah would agree to some extent, were Western. We never adopted liberalism. Liberalism is a very recent ideology in the Western tradition. So this idea that the Enlightenment, for example, even came about as a result of that, I think is also a little bit is actually quite it's erroneous, because liberalism was designed during the period of the Enlightenment. At a large
Yeah,
part.
I'd consider like 200 years, like 1700s.
Yeah, it's still very, very, very young. And even the contemporary form of liberalism that we have today is not the same as it was during the Enlightenment. In fact, the Enlightenment philosophers would be opposed to a lot of things that are occurring right now within liberal states, I think, to a large extent. And with regards to philosophy, you know, so for example, the analytical tradition obviously originated long before liberalism. Aristotelian philosophy, I think, would mark the beginning of analytical tradition. Just to most extent, and even like, you know, idea of pragmatism, which they say was developed in, you know, United States, was reality. Even William James himself stated that it's a very ancient philosophy. Ibn Taymiyyah himself was regarded as a pragmatist by many academics. So yeah, I don't think liberalism has much to say here, and because I personally believe it's primarily reactionary ideology, there's no principles from which it's actually operating off to produce these things. Now, I do believe it allows for certain other values and people and individuals to come in and develop things, and then it takes, you know, it takes those people and incorporates them into the culture, and then utilizes their productivity and their ingenuity. I think that's definitely the case, and I think in many respects, certain societies like the United States and many places in Europe who focus a lot on technology and wealth and material gain have really sort of fast forwarded, you know, technological progress. That said, that's not unique to liberalism. If you even look at the past, I mean, there are many societies that were technocratic. Even. You could even think, if you want to talk about technology in a more, you know, ancient sense, Rome comes to mind, you know, pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I would agree with you, but I wish if you could just tell me a little bit more about why don't you like credit the West for the good things that came out of liberalism?
You're out.
Well, basically,
I'll let Abdullah speak.
You mean Assadullah, right? Right. So, so I think you kind of like perhaps misidentified. The West is a geographical region. It's
yeah,
kind of.
I admit, I think I'm using this synonymously. So by the West, I'm including the let's say the philosophy that came out of America and Europe, and let's say after 1700s.
Well, I mean, you see the philosophy that came out of Europe, like which one? Because then you'd say that, you know, Marxism, aspects of Chinese Marxism, and the Soviet Union, also these ideas that formed these.
Except only the good ones.
They came from the West. You know, Karl Marx is European, right? Based in writing most of his writings in England, basically. So is that included as well? I mean, the thing is that if you're talking about technology, right? So technology developed by people living in the West. Sure, I mean, we can take technology. That's not a problem. We took from past civilizations before us. That's not a problem at all. The material products, material learning, facts, figures, science. We took from before us, and then we passed it on, and then Europe took from us and continued progressing in these fields long before, for at least 500 years before a few of them invented the idea of liberalism that we know today. So liberalism really hasn't done anything that we can take from it, right? Unless you want to talk about climate change, should we take that? Should we take, you know, the rampant STDs, or, you know, that have been spread due to premarital sex? Should we take that? Should we take 1 in 3 morbidly obese people as something to copy? I mean, I know that some Saudis are giving it a run for their money, but Americans still way ahead in that level. So what do we take from their belief? Maybe let's reframe it. I'm going to reframe this question to make it maybe make more sense to you. So India and Hinduism. Hinduism is a number of religions. It's not one, but anyway, Hinduism. The Indians historically produced numerical systems, advanced mathematics, which was then taken by Muslims at a point in time. So should we say, as what part of Hinduism should we take? What successful part of Hinduism should we take and adopt as part of Islam? Of course, you'd say, well, the mathematical systems, the numerals, these are not part of Hinduism. That's just part of the ideas that people living in quote unquote India developed over centuries. That's nothing to do with Hinduism per se. Well, yeah, exactly. So you asking me what successful things from liberalism should we adopt is the same thing as asking me what successful things of Hinduism should we adopt, considering that there's nothing really successful in it, which is unique to it.
I see.
In that,
yeah.
and in fact, nothing to do with it. In fact, so yeah, science isn't liberal. Basically, quantum mechanics isn't liberal.
Yeah, I guess like you see that the rule of law or like the jurisprudence that Sharif was talking about is all inherent within the Islamic sphere, I guess. So I guess that's why you're saying that there's nothing to take in from there. Am I right?
Well, you know what? Maybe I'm going to tell you something quite surprising, but it's absolutely true. Liberalism doesn't necessarily need democracy. It can also function with an autocracy actually, as long as it's the right one, right? But yeah, they can. Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of the French. The French still love him today. He was an autocrat, but a liberal autocrat. So he, freedom of the press, quote unquote, free press, and liberal reforms in the penal codes and so on and so forth in France. He did all that by diktat, by the way. French love him till today. He's a dictator, literally a dictator. He used to talk about, he actually could give dictation to multiple secretaries at a time. Quite a bit of a genius as a human being, but a dictator nonetheless. Liberalism can accept that. Some of the American founding fathers, some of the you could say curators of that, bringing the idea of liberalism together, like John Locke, talked about 3 different kinds of governments. Talked about autocracy, talked about democracy, where everyone votes, but he said that's not practical, or a type of aristocracy or limited government, or government by above elected representatives. So he's talking about these different types of government. So, governed by one person, governed by a few people, governed by everybody, right? These are the standard 3 models of Greek understanding of governance. And he said that any one of them is good. Any one of them is good. But he felt in some ways that maybe, autocracy might be susceptible to being subverted, to being, and people's rights not respected. But he felt maybe they could be, an autocrat can be kicked out of power if he becomes crazy or something like that. So there's nothing, what liberals did, not liberalism, but liberals did, is they said, hey, you know what? This particular ruling system that pre-exists liberalism might be a good system. The Republican system might be a very good system to implement our ideology. Okay, a separation of powers is not inherent to liberalism. The Roman Republic was so complicated. The 3 strata of society each had their a high court. There was like 3 high courts in from the plebs and the Senate and or the aristocrats of some kind. 3 different courts, and they could overrule each other. It was pandemonium and confusion. But there was more separate and distributed powers in Rome than it is in America right now, right? But the American founding fathers, they picked systems that worked in the past, government structures that worked in the past, to implement their ideology of liberalism. And which one would implement liberalism the best? Okay, so these things are actually not part of liberalism. It's a common misconception. They think, liberalism is democratic. No, it's not. There's a great book called Liberalism Against Popularism, which highlights the dichotomy between democracy, actual majoritarian rule, and liberalism. Liberals actually didn't trust real democracy, actual democracy, majority rule. They didn't trust it because the majority could take away the rights of the minority. So there is absolutely, so liberals looked around in history to look at structures and things that were done and said, like, what would be the best structure to implement our system in? But the system is not connected to liberalism is not connected to these structures. That's a misconception. So I hope that makes sense. So as Muslims, we can when we reconstitute the Khilafah, inshallah, the caliphate, the successorship to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in political ruling, we can look at a number of different. I mean, the Khalifa has to be one leader, and that doesn't change. Has to be one leader, of course. But we can look at numerous structures. We know that, for example, Caliph Omar radiallahu anhum, when the conquest of the Persians, he learned Persian accounting and making departments. So he learned that from the Persian Empire. Just these things are not related to ideology. It's just related to organization. It's how we organize things, make them efficient, devoid of corruption and things like that. See, so we can do that. We can have a whole number of different bodies and madrasas, but types of majalis within a Khilafah system that serve different functions and what have you, and all underpinned by the Bay'at of the Caliph, not a problem. Under a constitution, not a problem. But that is not related to liberalism, not related to Marxism, not related to any particular ideology. This is related to government or state structure and what is the most efficient and would be the most effective in achieving the goals of the state as determined by the Islamic jurisprudence. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I was gonna ask you about what do you think about the EU superstructure that the West, Europe has made, and
Sheikh, you're gonna have to leave the question for the end because unfortunately we're gonna have to end it here now.
Oh yeah, this is verging on 5 hours. Yeah, sorry, man.
I know, man. I think Jazakallah khair to
thanks for taking my call, guys. Appreciate it.
Problem. I appreciate going on. Just want to quickly mention Jazakallah khair to Hassan ibn Talha, who has become a YouTube member. So, just a reminder to the audience that you can support us through becoming a member or on our Patreon. Also, the brothers here, you can follow them on Twitter, on Facebook. And Abdullah, I heard you're doing a discussion with Professor Graham Oppie.
Yes, it was I suppose a debate stroke discussion, which between me and Professor Graham Oppie. He's a philosopher, atheist philosopher or agnostic philosopher, however you want to define it. He specializes in philosophy of religion currently, but has a long distinguished history of basically debating proofs of God argument. He accepted to discuss liberalism with myself, inshallah, next week. I suppose it's this coming week, Friday, at 11 a.m. UK time, but 8 p.m. Australia Eastern time, because it's being organized in Australia and he's Australian as well. That'll be this coming Friday, inshallah. I mean, I know he specializes more in proof of God arguments and so on and so forth, but he actually he agreed to discuss liberalism. The organizers obviously arranged it, and we'll have hopefully a good discussion. It won't be as long as this, I don't think, but certainly it should be interesting because he's quite a distinguished professor, and I think he knows something of political philosophy, although it's not his specialism per se, but certainly he can discuss ethical and moral issues pertaining to materialistic, or we say naturalistic systems, metaphysical naturalist systems, as opposed to obviously systems which are theistic in essence. So that'd be quite fascinating. So inshallah, I think you should see, if you want to find out the link to access it, you can either on my Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, or just type my name in and find it.
Okay.
Yeah, or there's the Macquarie, if I'm pronouncing it correct, University and Muslim Student Association as well. But if you can't spell the name Macquarie, just type my name in and you'll see my posts and just click the link, inshallah.
Asadullah, you got anything planned in the next coming future? Any articles? Nothing going on Hamza's Den this Friday?
I am okay. Maybe.
I don't know. Are you? I'm asking.
I don't know. No. May Allah facilitate Brother Abdullah in his discussion and make it beneficial for the community. I'm really praying for you in that respect. And Gramopi is a big influence in philosophical circles, especially among atheists online and offline. He's a much bigger influence than your random troll. So I think it's very beneficial for the Muslim community to really examine this discussion deeply and to learn from it. So please do that and make it viral when it occurs. And inshallah, hopefully we'll discuss it later. As for me, I do have some stuff planned. But I'm not certain when it's going to be done, so I'm not going to say anything.
Inshallah. Jazakallah khair for coming on anyway. We want the two Andalusians.
Actually, I want to mention something. Inshallah, actually, me and Asarullah are working on my argument from space-time. So people have been asking me about that. I've produced an argument for God from inference from space-time, and inshallah that is coming along. It's going through a quality control process, bit slow. I do apologize because I had a number. I'm teaching a Palestine course at the moment, like how to advocate for Palestine and refute Zionism, and there's a few other things. Now it's obviously liberalism debate, so do forgive me, but inshallah it is coming along, and obviously Salah has been giving me some valuable assistance with it, inshallah, and hopefully take some time, but hopefully we'll publish it very soon, inshallah. In one form or another.
Inshallah. Cool. Oh, by the way, I need to thank everybody for joining our Twitter, Thought Adventure Podcast Twitter. We've got 2,000 subscribers or 2,000 followers, so that's Jazakallah khair for everybody for following us, inshallah. I don't know if you want last things to say, Abdulrahman, or okay, Jazakallah khair for everybody listening to this mammoth long session. Asudullah, you about to say something then? No?
Wait, I think someone inquired of Abdulrahman, which is where to get his posters, and if preferably signed as well.
Jazakallah khair. I'll end it there. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam
wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.